Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is happening beside the retreat taking place right now with the president and his team. A lot of underground fire at play at this point in time. Now, the birds of the air has it that it's actually State House that wants Gachagua out of the way, and so instigating the impeachment. The question tonight is why does State House wants Gachagua impeached? And can Mount Kenya save him from the State House machinery to get him out of the way? I want you to weigh on the same even as we start out the discussion. And of course, there is a new phenomena, a current narrative being pushed of AZIMIO governors, especially closing ranks with William Ruto's government. Is this a betrayal to Raila Odinga, or what is happening? We need to get this also aired out clearly, even as we weigh on the same. Karibu sana kila mahali ulipo. Tunapoanza mjadala wa leo, tunakukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu, tukiomba kwamba tuandamane unyo mpaka tamati, angalau tupate nafasi ya kuangazia masuala yetu kwa kina na kwa urefu, ili kusikuwe na yeyote atakayesalia nyuma katika kufahamu na kumakinika kisiasa kwa haya yote. Na kama sheria, tungependa kuanza kwa maombi. Kwa hivyo tutaomba kwa pamoja tunapoanza mjadala wetu. Naomba tuamini, tuombe katika jina la Yesu. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name we thank you for the privilege to converse as Kenyans and interact concerning our country and what is the greatest concern of our heart in terms of the leadership we have and the leadership we desire. We pray today that your hand will rest upon this nation, that you will be the defender, the rescuer of this great nation. Let your hand be strong, O God, against the enemies of this nation. Destroy the strange altars lifted against this nation. Shut down every strange wisdom that is making decisions that are hurting and paining Kenyans. We pray today in the name of Jesus that you will be mindful of each and every individual within our country. We pray that you will be able to ease the pain of those that are hurting and those that are confused, even as schools get set to open and the cost of living is heightened, and there seems not to be a hope of the turning around of events. We pray today that you alone be the savior and the deliverer of this great nation. Arise, let your enemies be scattered. We sprinkle the blood of Jesus all over this country, forbidding all evil, forbidding bad leadership, forbidding every abuse of our resources that are meant to keep and preserve the lives of Kenyan. We pray, oh God, that you alone be the Lord and the King of this great nation. Let your banner be lifted over this land from the east through the west, from the north through the south. That Jehovah God, your name be worshipped, your name be magnified, and your glory be seen in the land. We pray that you, oh God, reach out to each and every family, each and every individual. Lord, in the name of Jesus, that you will be seen as the Savior, the Deliverer, and the God of this nation. We praise you and magnify your name. Give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, even as we converse, that we will come up with the right solutions to our issues, even as we move forward as a people. We love you, we bless you, be magnified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen and amen. Well, thank you once again for making time to join us on Mtembe TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. I'm glad that you are watching. Please, let's continue inviting each other as we start out the conversation. And well, I want us to cast our thought pattern in the most unlikely and unimaginable moves being played politically. And of course, this is not far fetched from our history as a people. Those of you that love history, we have a caliber of people in the land who don't like history, but history has it that every presidency that is threatened by its deputy or vice president instigate and arranges the removal of their vice president. It has been theirs from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga to Josephat Kenyatta, in Karanja Samahani na wengine wote tu ambao wamekuwa katika nchi hii. So as we start out our conversation, what is your take about this entire scenario? The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to converse. Mark Meki, hello to you. Thank you so much. Rodan Jengo Tieno, karibu sana. Asante kwa kutupata. Passionate love of Christ. Thank you so much. Hello to you. We appreciate everybody. Say Gachagua should go and his boss. We appreciate that. Let's keep moving. Elizabeth Anyango, amen. Be blessed. Amen. You too. Asante sana Gitonga wetu, asante sana kwa kuwaka kama tarehe, kwa kumakinika na kuendeleza mjadala wetu. Ubarikiwe tu sana. Haya, kuna Patrick Simiyu, Gachagua is a reckless nuisance DP. He is too mouthy and does not deserve to be DP of Kenya. He's a great horn bill in Kenya Kwanza. Haya, maoni yako haya. Kuna Fabiano Adriano, welcome back. Niko ndani na mapema. Azimio ndio mpango mzima. Happy birthday to Baba. Of course, happy birthday to the legend of our leadership and the democracy in this great country. I believe that this country is better off with Raila Odinga as an individual than any other politician, dead or alive, in terms of contributing towards the progress and the advancement of this great country, both legislative, administrative, and development. The fingerprints of one Raila Amolo Odinga cannot be denied in the progress of this country. And so we salute him and wish him all the best, even on his birthday. Okay, Sarange, good evening to you. Thank you so much. Thomas Wawes anasema wajaribu kuwa Gachagua ni wetu na hata Ruto hataamini hata yeye nyumbani. Gachagua is Gikuyu son of Mau Mau, wajaribu Okay, karibu tufafanulie maswala unayosema. Asante sana. Kuna Elizabeth Majuma, is true. Aya, karibu sana, tunashukuru. Kuna Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad. Hi to you. Thank you so much for making time to join us. Kuna Colonel Ben K.E. Gachagua is doing his duties so far. The president has not complained. Let us respect our DP. Haya, maoni yako hayo. Alafu kuna Jack B. Haya, mimi sio nabii, mimi ni yule tu. Okay, Eric Ojuang, good evening to you. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's keep inviting each other as we start out our conversation tonight, looking at why the State House wants Gachagua impeached, and can Mount Kenya alone save Gachagua from the instigated State House impeachment? Because it appears to me that he's fully aware of what is at play and is retreating back to his backyard to galvanize the mountain and probably use the mountain to save his neck from the impending impeachment. Now, are you going to discern, look into this, and tell the truth? Then the new narrative of governors should work with the government, and governors are national government is the government, and everybody should close ranks with it. Is this a betrayal to Raila Odinga, as AZIMIO governors seem to be warming up to the RUTO presidency, or what is happening? Tungependa pia kuangalia hilo kwa kina na tujaribu kila mmoja kuelewa na kusema ya kweli, tusijaribu kujifariji kwa masuala ambayo hayafai. Okay, so tusonge pamoja. Thank you. Tumia hiyo link kuja studio, nataka tupangane hapa tukue wengi kweli, ndio tukifungua flow tunafungua, alafu tunaendelea na mjadala mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Kwa hivyo nawashukuru wale ambao wanaingia, tafadhali tuingie na tuweke nidhamu. Remember our standing orders na kila kitu, even on the comment section. Make sure that you keep it civil, no need of insulting anybody. Let's just ensure that what we are doing is right and necessary in helping this country move forward, and of course have the required structures that guarantee the welfare of each and every Kenyan, wherever they are and in whatever they are undertaking. Well, I ran into, I think it's Mama Mary who sent me a video, a small video shot by an amateur, but has some point, and I want us to start on the same, since the Kenya Kwanza are retreating, and they seem to have left out a very important keynote speaker that I want to give opportunity to address them from this end as we start out our conversation. I want you to listen to this. It's a little bit hilarious, but I think it serves the point, and why we need to rise up and begin to demand better leadership, especially from Kenya Kwanza. And as we agitate for the same, we also have a choice of kicking them out of office if they are not doing what they are required to do. Tunapojiandaa kuanza mjadala wetu kwa kina.
Mimi nahitaji maana ya kiongozi. Au ufunguo. Alafu fanya vizuri. Kiongozi. Tunaanza na K. Kiongozi maana yake, kila herufi ina maana yake. Kiongozi, unapokuwa kiongozi, kubali ushauri au kushauriwa. K. Kubali ushauri au kushauriwa. Ai. Ielewe tabia ya watu unayewatawala. Kama unakuwa ni mtendaji wa Mnyambe, inabidi uelewe watu wa Mnyambe wana tabia gani. Watu wa Mnyambe kuna akina Ninguyeje. Unajua tabia yetu watu wa Mnyambe. Usiwe tu ni mtendaji wa Mnyambe, unatujua tabia zetu. Akina Nguyeje, akina Ngwenya, unatujua tabia yetu. Ai, ielewe tabia ya watu unayewatawala. Onyesha mfano kwa vitendo. Onyesha leo tukajitolee ni kulima barabara. Wewe kama ni diwani, inabidi na wewe ushike jembe, onyesha mfano kwa vitendo.
So kwa boya boya tu,
usiwe boya boya, hatutaki babashaji. Nena kauli thabiti, nena kauli thabiti unapokuwa kiongozi. Mimi nataka niombe ubunge, mkinichagua ubunge nitafanya hili na hili, na tukikuchagua ubunge utekeleze. Hatutaki ubabaisha,
hatutaki ujinga,
hatutaki ujinga. Nena kauli thabiti. Gawa madaraka kwa watu unayewatawala, isiwe ni kila kitu wewe. Gawa madaraka, huyu kamata ya pesa, huyu kamata ake nimekaa chini nangu. Hatutaki ujinga. Inakuja nini? Oi hapa tofauti na oi hapa. Oi hapa nimesemaje? Oi.
Onyesha mfano kwa vitendo.
Oi hapa, ondoa uonevu, usiwe na upendeleo. Hayu nampenda, hayu nikampenda. Hatutaki hilo. Zaidi zuia migogoro kwa watu unayewatawala. Kama kuna ni jambo hayo upatana na hayo, mpeke ni polisi. Chamani mpata ni hundu mpeke ni polisi. Zuia migogoro. Inua maisha ya watu unayewatawala. Kwa mfano, ule kulikuwa na mwaka rais, kulikuwa na mwaka hii mbaazi zilikuwa kilo 1 na shilingi 50. Toka nimpelekea majukumu rais, jamani, tutafutie ni soko za mbaazi. Akatuponda, akasema ni mbaazi si mboga tu. Tutanchagua tena? Atumpi. Inua maisha ya watu unayewatawala. Hasa wewe ni korosho sasa hivi nsia, baada ya kutafutia soko nzuri, kangomba moja sasa hivi ni korosho ni shingapi? Buku wege lama. Habari nimekorosho nimkodishi tu wangu. Habari nimkodishi tu wangu. Fungua
switch.
Nimaliza.
Shamaliza.
Asante.
Zimeisha.
Maliza. Nimekwenda shule.
Haya, karibu kila mmoja, na washukuru tu sana kwa kujiunga nasi katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia masuala hayo ambayo unaona yako pale chini. Gachagua State House machinery to get him impeached. What is your take on the same? And then, of course, he is retreating to Mount Kenya and galvanizing Mount Kenya, hoping that Mount Kenya will save him. Is it able to do so? We will need to look at that keenly. Then the new narrative of governors closing ranks with the William RUTO administration, especially those from AZIMIO. Is this a betrayal to Raila Odinga's cause, or what is happening? We need to look at it keenly, constitutionally and otherwise, even as we start out the conversation. Huyo mzee pale is a better keynote speaker for the retreat than most of the games that we are hearing being played by spending public wherever tax money on trivialities of files piling on the table and people being micromanaged by the president in order for them to do what they are required to do. Thank you, everybody. I want to appreciate every one of you. Nectar Nyambane, karibu sana. I say I watched that video before. It looks educative in Swahili words. Yes, hekima ndio hiyo. Na hekima inaweza toka mahali popote, na kama una uelewa mzuri ama ile roho ya kufundishika, utajifunza kutoka kwa yote yule. Bora tu anayopeana ni ya muhimu na inasaidia maendeleo. Baba Hailey, habari ya siku nyingi, vipi? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Bernard.
Happy New Year. Thank you so much.
I hope you had you enjoyed your Christmas and your Happy New Year, and you had a Happy New Year. And for Chaka Mdune, I also hope he had a good Happy New Year, and he's enjoying 2023. I see today you have a very interesting topic. First of all, we must wish Baba a happy birthday, because he's we call him an enigma of Kenyan politics because of what he has been able to achieve over the years. Everything we are enjoying right now in politics and everything, like you said, Baba has a hand in everything good that's happening in this country. So we have to wish him a very happy birthday and pray for his long life and strength. And we hope to see him in the race in 2027. About Gachagua, about being impeached. I think Gachagua's impeachment started being arranged the day he won the running mate ticket, because virtually everyone was opposed to him, starting from the MPs themselves. And they even said that a majority of them had voted for Kithure Kindiki. You know, Gachagua is a bully. He doesn't know, he doesn't have any diplomatic skills. So it is long coming, and very soon we shall see it happening, because ni mtu mwenye hajui, he just can't relate well with other people. And I believe kutumia bulldozer, he is like a bulldozer. He wants to bully everyone in his path. Yeah, and he's also still very reckless. Bado he speaks as if he's still in campaign mode. The country is trying to heal, but he's still campaigning. So I think it's okay for him to be impeached, so that we can now give Mudavadi the deputy president, as it was arranged from a long time ago. Because now even Ruto himself is positioning himself to take over the Western basket votes. So I think he'll try to place Mudavadi more. And we also know that there's this rivalry between Mudavadi and Gachagua. So I think the impeachment is something that, if it happens, it's something that will have the blessings of William Ruto. Because Gachagua is a big letdown. He doesn't know how to eat. He doesn't know table manners. He doesn't know how to talk. He doesn't have any diplomatic skills. So I think it was long coming, and it will happen to him. About the governors, the fact that AZIMIO governors are seen coalescing around William Ruto, I think it's strategic also, because we, the voters, we voted for the governors to bring development to our counties. And for there to be development, they need to coordinate closely with the central government. So I think when we see people like Sharif Nasir and Kena Gladys Wanga coalescing around RUTO. It's just strategic because now we have to separate working and politicking. And I think right now they need to be working, and they need to be working close to the central government. And I think if that can help them get the development they need for their counties, I don't see how we can say that is a betrayal. They're just doing their work, and I'm happy that they have outgrown. They're even more mature than Gachagua because they have outgrown the political season. Now they know it's time to work, and politics is not enmity. It doesn't mean that just because I didn't campaign for you, we can't sit down together and discuss development issues, because they are not meeting in political forums. They're meeting in places where they discuss important issues affecting counties. For example, when he was at the coast, we saw almost all the governors from the coast because of this Galana Kulalu, whatever projects and everything. Everywhere he goes, governors should be there so that they also tell him the areas they need to be addressed, the development and stuff. So I think our AZIMIO governors, in fact, they should even be doing more of that so that they also get to enjoy the benefits of the government. Lastly, today I saw a video doing round.
Baba Hale, before you drop that point and move to
Yes.
something else, I want to
Yes.
pose this as a question.
Yes.
Are county development programs as a favor by the central government, or it's a constitutional right? And does the constitution have a framework of the coordination between county government and the central government, or is based on individual governors going to dance at State House?
That's a good question. I believe county governments are supposed to be very independent from the central government. And also the constitution, there is that percentage that a county should get. It doesn't matter whether you are in good terms with the president or not. So they still get their money, their share of the county. Is it called county revenue allocation? Yeah, they still get their fair share. But now, where it is now important to work with the central government is when it comes to the government projects that are being coordinated or initiated by the central government. For example, infrastructure. I think if you are in good, if you if you have good working relationship with the central government, it's much easier for the government to think of initiating certain projects in your county, as opposed to when the president is in your county, you're going to somewhere else.
We will not expect development in certain quarters by political favors.
Yes.
We have constitutional right for equal development of this country, regardless
Yes.
of our political position. That's number one.
Yes.
And when the central government neglects any part of this country in terms of development, they need to be impeached.
Yes.
Okay? So the aspect of trying to say that I should go and take wine at State House in order for the National Roads Board to bring a road in my county, okay, that is part of the corruption that we are against. And that was part of what brought about the reviewing of the new constitution, so that development is no longer an issue of siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, siasa mzuri, maisha mzuri. So why are our governors digging us back into the grave we moved away ourselves from, by ensuring that we secured our development agenda regardless of our political positioning? Number two, in politics, nothing is by chance. Nothing is a coincidence. And every step has a meaning. There is no way you can tell me that you go to State House to take wine with William Ruto and claim that you are still loyal to this other politics. There is a reason why we have political differences. And those political differences need to be protected. And that's why the Constitution allows that. So when we allow no boundaries, okay, that we can crisscross anytime in the name of development, in the name of maturity, what we are doing is we are playing right into the trap of one party state, which William Ruto will so much want. And that is what is working out. Secondly, our political difference it needs to be sustained. Right now, we're in the middle of a struggle. Now, when we see our own governors crossing ranks and going to eat with William Ruto, what is that happening? It is helping William Ruto cool temperatures in the country and do what? Portray the picture of legitimacy when he's illegitimate and he needs to be seen so, he needs to be made to feel so, and he needs to come back to his senses. So these AZIMIO governors are messing up our country by refusing to observe the political boundaries that they are supposed to observe. If it is in the name of development, that, in my opinion, is an excuse, and we should not tolerate that because that violates our constitution. There is a reason why our constitution is a multi-party constitution, and our governance should be held by that multi-party democracy. Now, if we are destroying that multi-party democracy, which is the bedrock of our governance, what are we doing? At the end of the day, we'll have roads at the expense of no structure for governance. Haya, unijibu tukisonga mbele.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bernard. Hapo kwa kutumia development by the main government, Ruto's government, to try, like you said, everything is for political expediency, especially with this administration. Everything is done with eyes set on 2027. But I also want to observe that I haven't seen many AZIMIO governors like getting out of their counties and traveling to State House one-on-one with William Ruto. I think they have met in very formal occasions. They have met, for example, there was a retreat today in Nanyuki, where I think almost all governors from the country had gone to retreat there with the president, and also most of the time they also meet with the president is when he visits the county, because you said there's a lot of politicking also on the grassroots. Some leaders they tell the residents now, like the time Gladys Wanga didn't show up when Ruto went to Homa Bay. And there was a lot of politics at the nationwide. People are saying, how does the president come to your county and you are the governor and you can't even go and tell him what parts of your county are having problems or where you need his help with or something like that. So I think there is pressure also from the grassroots, and there is pressure also from the national.
No, there's no pressure from any grassroots. There is a structure. Yes. The reason why I'm insisting, because there is a constitutional structure. Any governor going to attend a state retreat is out of order.
Yeah.
The link between county government and central government is called Council of Governors. Okay? Which is supposed to coordinate the relationship between the two. No direct engaging between the governor and the central government without the Council of Governors. That is a constitutional structure. Now, when we put that Council of Governors aside, then we begin to take ourselves to State House individually. We are destroying the constitutional structure, number one. And number two, there will be no political difference. And if there is no political difference, then why not wind up all the parties and end up all of
Yeah.
us being UDA and do UDA thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is important that we maintain our political difference and continue with our political party persuasion, which are supposed to be controversial in terms of how UDA governs and how AZIMIO proposes to govern. They need not to be
yeah.
similar. And
Yes.
then it is that difference that gives the Kenyan people a choice between which government is preferred over which one. But now, if everything is uniform, then tuingie tu kwaya, utaimba tena, mi nitaimba soprano, tusonge. But at the end of the day, we are making our constitution of non-effect. All right?
Yeah.
Itakuwa
Yeah.
sasa back to what we had in the Grand Coalition. Okay? The Prime
Yeah.
Minister sacks the ministers, the President brings them back, and he says he's
Yeah.
appointing what? Authority. Now, what is
Authority.
going to happen
Yeah.
is the Council of Governor will be insisting if you don't release funds for the counties, we'll go on strike. And then, of course, we'll have governors who will break ranks with the Council of Governors and go to State House directly. So it defeats the whole purpose. This is the political machinations that are imagined by William Ruto to make this constitution not function. That's what I smell
Yeah.
and see in this. And these governors seem not to be seeing it. Or they have seen it,
Yeah.
wameona na bahasha.
I
Give your brief giving and then we bring Chaga.
Okay. Yeah. I really like your perspective on it. It's a good perspective, by the way. But maybe something you'll answer later is why do you think the Azimio leaders, even before we got the results, like at the Supreme Court rulings, we could already see leaders in Azimio like Martha Karua and even Raila Odinga encouraging Azimio governors to work with the central government. I think that is something you'll talk about so that you can also educate me on what they meant by working with the central government, because I assume that now they need to have close relations with the president so that development can be taken to their counties. I had the final whatever observation. This week, actually today, I have seen a video doing rounds of some MP from Central Kenya. She's called Alice Nganga, and she was complaining about CDF and saying that some counties have very few people, and some constituencies have very few people, and has so many people, and they get a similar amount of CDF allocation. So she was like kind of complaining and saying she should be getting double or just what we had in BBI of 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling. And then I remembered that in fact, Alice Nganga was among those people in UDA who were very vocal, and they were saying BBI Nugute, Nukutupa, you should throw that thing away. So I was really happy today seeing her complain, and I know now she's appreciating. She's now out of the political mood, and she's now appreciating what Baba and Uhuru Kenyatta, the vision they had for this country. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. And just before I bring in Chaga, I will say something about that narrative of governors working close with the central government.
Yes.
It is ill-informed. It's ill-informed in the sense that it defies our constitutional structure. There is a reason why there is the Council of Governors, okay, as a bridge between the two places. One of it is that there is always whatever profit in consolidated bargain. If we come as 47 governors, we are demanding this. It's better than when I go alone asking for something for Kakamega County. Secondly, we have the well-performing governors in terms of visible development. Oparanya Anyang'nyong, okay? In the previous regime, Did you see them dancing in the State House every dinner and all that? But did they perform? They did. So kuna kitu ambacho ni ndoano ambayo Kenya Kwanza imepeana na watu wa Azimio ni kama hawaioni, wanaimeza wakifikiri kwamba wanasaidiwa ili hali wananaswa. Inji lazima iongozwe kikatiba. Hii story ya kubadilisha katiba bila referendum na bila change of law kwa kutumia neema, maombi na hii masuala ya kuonekana lazima ikataliwe na Wakenya wenye nia Wakenya wenye nia bora ambao wanaona if the constitution is set aside, we'll have nothing to use against this government or any other government for that matter. When we make development become a favor other than a right, we have given a leeway to this government to treat us the way it wants. And probably that is why they are doing what they want. Which president just wakes up and says, no subsidies for education, no subsidy for this and all that, and nothing happens? Kuna kitu chini ya maji ambacho lazima kila Mkenya aone na aanze kushughulikia, kwa sababu sheria ikiwekwa kando, hakuna tool yoyote tutatumia kushinikiza serikali kufanya yale yanayopaswa kufanya. Bwana Chaga, karibu.
Asante sana ndugu Bernard. Unanipata vizuri?
Uko sawa bro, karibu.
Okay, asante sana brother kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Vile vile pia nikusalimie na niwasalimie pia brother Baba Helai. Sasa na mzee wetu hapa mzalendo, bila kumsahau dadangu Roda. Natumaini hamjambo nyote. Hapo Bernard umezungumza utamu kabisa kwamba tunapiga ngoma na tunaangalia jua. Tusije tukapiga ngoma tukaja tukagundua kumbe ni saa 7 mchana, itakuwa ni kuchelewa ndugu yangu. Kwa hivyo hawa magavana hawa huenda kushirikiana na hawa, kisha baadaye kesho na kesho kutwa waje waanze tena kucomplain vingine, na wamekaa hapo kwa meza moja. Hii italeta maswali, italeta mbona wakati ule hamkuzungumza haya, mbona mnaleta haya. Itakuwa ni ngumu zaidi haswa kuwatoa hawa waongo na wajanja na wanaocheza na akili za mwananchi katika uongo ambao umefanana na ukweli, na mwisho wa siku kikosa haswa hiyo kweli ambayo ndiyo haki. Kwa hiyo wabaki na misimamo, wangetulia. Wale ambao wanakuta hii serikali inaenda sawa waende, wale wako kwa mrengo huo waende wakafanya kile watafanya, watakunywa, watacheka. Na sisi nasi tuhakikishe kwamba viongozi wetu ambao wako wamesimama na baba watulie. Papara ni ya nini? Na mwenye kuwachagua si Ruto, mwenye kuwachagua ni sisi wananchi. Shida ya sisi si wa magavana wetu wala si wabunge wala si MCs wetu. Shida ya sisi wa Kenya ni yule yuko pale juu. Sasa mimi sijafurahikia. Nina maswali kama yako Bernard, wa kulifikiria jicho la tatu ambalo ni watu kidogo ambao Mungu waajalia nalo. Hilo jicho la tatu basi si wote wanapewa kufikiria kila ambacho kiko mbele zaidi. So sometimes tunaonekana ni wasumbufu kwa sababu watu wanatazama tu hapa. Na kula leo si tatizo, tunafikiria kula kesho. Ndio maana unakuta lazima ukilima mahali Bernard, unalima kwa sababu uweke hazina. Lakini ukilima mahali kwa sababu ukilima, wenyewe Waswahili wanasema ukilima pantosha basi utavuna pankwisha, na ukilima pankwisha utavuna pantosha. Sasa Mbona hawa magavana wasingetulia? Wangetulia wakasikiza kiongozi wao, maana yeye ndio baba wa taifa, na sisi wa Kenya tuna believe kwamba huyu haswa ndio kiongozi. Nadhani umecheza hiyo record ya yule mzee, mimi niliiona na juzi nikaichambua hapa katika hii panel, maana halisi ya kiongozi. Na wish hiyo ingezangaa hata akaikuta Ruto mwenyewe akaelewa hii kiongozi kumbe ina maana kubwa tu, kila herufi hapo ina maana yake, kitu ambacho tunakikosa pale. Sasa hawa magavana kwenda pale, tunawaona hawa ni uchu wa madaraka, ni watu ambao pia nao wanaangalia upande yao kwamba tutakosa mishahara, tusiposhirikiana na serikali basi sisi tutakosa mishahara, labda tutatengwa, sisi nitabaguliwa na sitapata nafasi ya kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo wanajidanganya kufanyia wananchi kazi, lakini hawaangalie ile effect ambayo itamwathiri na huo mzigo ambao tayari uko unabebeshwa mwananchi wa kawaida. So magavana wa Azimio, shame on you, shame on them. Hawangeenda, wanaenda kufanya nini? Mnafurahikia hapo? Kama kweli nyinyi ni watetezi wa wananchi, kama kweli nyinyi hakika mmesimama na wananchi, mnafuata nini? Ni waibu. Wangetulia. Kama ni pesa zije kwao, zije, haki yao, na ni haki kupewa pesa hizo za serikali kuu kuja huku sisi tufanyiwe maendeleo, lakini si lazima muambatane unyo kwa unyo. Hii inatuonyesha sasa kwamba sisi hatuna watetezi, ili mwisho wa siku plani ya Ruto ni tukubali yaishe, jambo ambalo mimi limenisinya kwa sababu ni chaguzi nyingi tu. Mwisho wa siku let's accept and move on, let's accept heal and move on. For how long tuta accept na kuhila kumove on wakati kinachokula mtoto hatukishughulikii? Maana kinachomaliza mtoto ni kwamba chaguzi zetu zinakuwa na wababanifu, zinakuwa na wenye kubambanya, zinakuwa na wenye mbinu, lazima wapite, lazima kivyovyote, by all means. Sasa kura ya mwananchi ile ambayo ni sauti yake izungumze, haizungumzi. Na ili kulitatua hili, ni nyinyi magavana na viongozi ambao ni wa Azimio, muungane kwa pamoja, mtengeneze kwamba mmetengeza njia ambayo ni nzuri. Kama 2027 mmesimamisha Kalonzo, tutasema ni yeye, mmesimamisha baba, tutasema ni yeye, lakini kwa huu muda tunafaa tuungane kwa pamoja. Mbona tunakuwa wakali, mwisho wa siku tunafanana na nyoka, brother Bernard? Maana nyoke kumkuta ni mmoja tu, pamoja na ukali wake mnambambanya, mnampiga kigongo. Ndo tunakoelekea. Huu umoja wetu unaanzia kwenye uongozi huko juu, kwa magavana wote watu wazima, tungesimama pamoja. Leo tumekuwa kama nyoka mmoja, mara Kakunda kameenda hapo, kesho wataitwa wabunge nao wa Azimio, na wabunge wale wengine wataitwa mahali, kesho kutwa nao ma MCA wote wataitwa mahali. Wakirudi sasa huku chini ni kwamba wacha tufanyie Wakenya kazi. Kazi ipi mnatufanyia wakati kura yetu haizungumzi? Lini sauti ya Kenya itasikika katika debe? Hayo ndio maswali wenye viongozi haswa ambao wanaelewa haswa kiuongozi ni nini, wangesimamia hapo. So governor wote ambao wameenda pale, amba jioneni haya, waoneni wananchi mani, wacheni kuongozwa na tumbo. Sasa sisi kama tunawategemea nyie na mmeanza hivi, na sisi wananchi tufanye nini? Hivi huu mzigo tunabebesha hamuoni? Matudanganya kwamba tunafanyia kazi, kwa tutashirikiana serikali tufanye kazi. Kazi ipi na haki hakuna katika hii Kenya? Kazi ipi wakati kura ya mwananchi haizungumzi? Bernard, ndugu yangu, nauma na roho sana. Ni vile uwezo sina, lakini uwezo wangu madamu Mungu kaniajalia uchache wa elimu, lakini jicho la tatu lipo. Nitapaza sauti yangu pale nitafikia, but nikiamini kwamba one day Wakenya tutazinduka na jina limizi la ukabila tutalimaliza, na Kenya tuwe kitu kimoja. Kwa hiyo Gachagua yeye aondolewe, mimi nakubaliana na yeye kabisa, kwa sababu hana hadhi, hana hadhi, hana hadhi. Matamshi yake, vitendo vyake, mazungumzo yake, matembezi yake, vicheko vyake, kila kitu hakiambatani na mtu ambaye yuko katika cheo cha pili katika nchi hii, kwa sababu ukabila ameuweka mbele zaidi, malaumu na propaganda na vitu ndo mbele zaidi. Leo tu kidogo tu, ni miezi miwili tayari ushafura namna hii, na kesho. Kwa hiyo mimi ndugu yangu Bernard nitakwamia pale tu, kwa sababu nimekwazika, ingawaje nafahamu kwamba Ruto hakuwa anampenda Gachagua, yeye mwenyewe hakuwa anampenda. Hii tu wache tuzungumze kweli, hakuwa anampenda kwa sababu tu ya kwamba amemsaidia kimapeni basi, na kaanza kudemand, ndio maana wakalazwa wakati ule usubu wake apili, tukaambiwa Gachagua amechaguliwa. Hapo ni Kindiki hakuwa na pesa, ni elimu tu. Lazima tuzungumze
Sawa
kweli.
dadi.
Asante.
Thank you bro, and lazima tusimamie ukweli, na tunashukuru kwamba msimamo mkali kila mmoja anahitaji kama Mkenya, ili tusimamie haki. Kuna nani huyu anaitwa Lucas Apondo anasema stop being petty right now, we don't have anything called AZIMIO governors, we have Kenya governors. Sijui unasoma katiba ipi? Umekuwa kwa registrar of political parties ukakona kuna governors ambao wanaitwa Kenya governors. Unajua kuna mambo ambayo sio lazima uchangie kama una ufahamu wa kutosha. Ukweli ni kwamba kuna constitutional structure. Mimi nataka structure ifuatwe, kwa sababu tukianza kufanya mambo nje ya katiba tunaruhusu kutofuata katiba. Tukisharuhusu kutofuata katiba, Biblia inasema ukivunja sheria moja unahukumiwa kwa zote. You are guilty of them all. So wakati tunaanza kuentertain interaction outside the constitution structure, we have opened a leeway for things to happen without constitutional consideration. And in the process, we are opening lawlessness. Maendeleo ya kila county is catered for in the constitution. The relationship between the county government and the national government has a framework. Governors can meet as governors, but governors being summoned to State House or attending executive meeting individually, that is not within the constitution framework. The constitutional framework is through the Council of Governors. The Council of Governors engage the central government through the Ministry of Devolution, which I don't think it exists now. And then from there, what happens? It is the Council of Governors to call the governors and say, this is what we agreed, this is what we suggested, this is what should be done. If we destroy that, kile kinachofanyika ni nini? Tunarudi kwa ile kano, okay? Chukua wazee wa Ukambani, enda kwa mtukufu rais, peana sadaka, abudu, rudi. Wazee wa Nandi nao wafike keshoe, Waluya nao wafike hiyo keshoe. Eventually hakuna msimamo wowote ambao utakwenda kinyume na executive. We are giving executive too much power by going to bow on what is unconstitutional at this point in time. My advice to the governors is to stay within their ranks. Stay within your ranks. You have more power defended by the law than defended by favor. Ndio tuko nasema BBI, pesa zile zinaenda kwa nini? Siachwe at rais akiwa mzuri awapatie 35%, akiwa mbaya awapatie 15%. Ilikuwa ikuwe set, specific, fixed, so that hawezi kwenda kinyume na sheria. Hiyo ndio inji inavyoenda mbele, lakini ingine mnatualika kuhusiana nayo ni strange, and those strange appearances are not spelling good for this great country. The future doesn't look good when we sideline the law on obvious things obvious things in the pretext at tunataka kuleta maendeleo. Mnanyima watu maendeleo wakati mna hujumu sheria inayoleta maendeleo, okay? Mkisema kwamba mnaenda huko kukunywa wine na kudance ili mlete maendeleo. Maendeleo yanayokuja kwa favor ndio imefanya kwamba Nairobi inakaa Kenya, Turkana inakaa nchi nyingine. Maendeleo ya favors, okay, ndio inafanya Central imekaa tofauti na Nyanza, okay, inaona Western inakaa tofauti na nini na Lamu. Why all these differences? Because it was built on somebody's favor. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Siasa mzuri, maisha mzuri. Hiyo haitafanyika. Tukitazama kama Wakenya, lazima tusimame imara, tutekeleze wajibu wetu. Tunamleta Sister Rhoda alafu tumlete mzalendo baadaye. And I understand Sister Rhoda is your birthday. You share birthday with Baba. So we have two legends who are born on the same day.
Hi.
Congratulations and happy birthday to you.
Oh, my mobile. Today my internet is very bad. You know, I have a very bad connection with my internet. Today, you know, today I'm very blessed because we are born the same day with the Baba. Baba, happy birthday. You know, I'm always excited because tulizaliwa siku moja na Baba. Wow, Januari ile inakuanga watu wanalia, whole world wametumia pesa December. So I'm so excited. So Baba, happy birthday. Hata mimi leo nimeenjoy. Tulizaliwa siku moja na wewe na ndio maana tuko opposition. Sasa nimechukua hiyo spirit. You're like my spirit daddy. You're the man you need to be valued and be respected. You're the man warrior. You have been fighting for our democracy. You are truth. You are honest. You love yourself. You love your own country. You love your own family. And I really value you so much. And God bless you. And more grace. Actually, you look young. You don't look like old man. You look sober. More grace. Yeah. Yeah. And then I want to say something about AZIMIO Moja governor. I was very surprised when I saw people like, I don't know she's which governor from, I don't know if she's from Kisumu, Anyang' Nyong'o. Those people as a people, I used to put them very high because they're the people who are doing demonstration in Moi days, in Moi era, Kina Anyang' Nyong'o. So those are people they need. I was very surprised when I saw him. I don't know whether Orego was there. So it's very shame, and they are the one we put there. They fight for us. Wanatusaidia sisi, afu wanatutrate down, and our country is ruled by the multiple parties. So it means Ruto Ruto regime believe people that need to be crowded. He want to take the state capture for even the other parties. He doesn't respect. Moi believe his party was more powerful than we didn't have a motive. We have some people, they have a more like Matiba have for their city. They were trying to have a for their city, like a Charlie Giro always have Naki. I remember when Giro was wanted to be the president, she was Naki, and people like you know me, I'm not old, but I know some politicians. I start to be a politician a long time because my dad always fight with the Moi. So me, I was always from my late dad. And I remember even when Giro was coming, the president was standing for the president. My dad was supporting Giro because he was tired with the Moi regime. So I don't know why people like Orengo, they know those 1990s, in those dark days. They're the ones they need to be, for example, for us. It's a shameful, and they have the right to get their own money to invest their county. Why do they go there? To listen somebody like that, somebody destroy our country, somebody is abusing our democracy, somebody is abusing everything. Who doesn't care for that girl? Who doesn't care people are living in the slum or suffer? Who doesn't care for the old people? Who doesn't care for those people who fight for our everything, for our many things? If you somebody like, what are you going to listen for him? That is nonsense. I was when they are sitting at the table, I listened for very shameful. And I don't know how they went from Kisumu to Nanyuki. It's very far. It's anyway there. I was very disappointed with the people like Anyang Nyong. People, I really value him. He's a very educated person. I don't know whether Nyang Nyong Orengo was there. Those are the people I really put them in the center. They're the people that need to be the team of Baba because they were there in there those days in Moi regime. Yeah, and you know, this Gachagua about preachment, I want him to be in preach. Absolutely. He must go because he doesn't respect other community. He's very tribal and he's very rude. He need to be learned. He need to go back to school, how to talk. Doesn't know how to represent himself. He doesn't know how to talk. Remember when he in RUTO regime, when he was swearing ceremony, how he was talking. He could not respect our former president, and he's an old man. He doesn't respect the way he was talking. You know, me, I want him atoke, arudi kazi ile alikuwa anafanya huko Dio. So alikuwa Dio huko Moro. Arudi hiyo kazi. Maybe he need to be Dio. He go back to work like a Dio. Maybe he can, because me, I'm tired of this tribalism shit. If Musalia Mudavadi, he can be the deputy president. That's the way I want, because I can feel happy. Because not this that Kikuyu encouraging. No, I don't want. Musalia Mudavadi apatie your kiti inti ederebere, and I think we could be more. We could not have this problem. We have it now, because Rigathi is not doing anything there. He just bring problem and confusion. Now they are fighting with the Sakaja, you know, and he need to give Sakaja excuse. Sakaja was chosen by the people from Nairobi to be the governor. So I don't think Gachagua he is good enough to be the deputy president. Achiliwe na mimi, I could be very happy wakimvote in preach na waendelee. Wale wanaona wanafanya vibaya kuleta ukabila wana impeachment, because Kenya we must be stop this tribalism. Because if it is not tribalism, we could not be the way we are. You remember RUTO before he said the problem we have is a Kalenjin and Kikuyu. That word is speak, and the thing he's speaking is coming now. And now that's why we are going this through, because of the tribes. If, for example, if a former president, he could not choose RUTO, we could not be the way we are. I wish I was those men, Kina Kibaki. You know, Kibaki used to be, those days, there is a man that used to cancel Kibaki. Kibaki was very good at listening. I wish what one more, we could not be the way we are. That's why me I want hii kitu awatolewe, tupatio kabila ingine, hata pengine watupatie Kuria tribe or Bukusu or other tribes. We can move forward in our country. I'll be very happy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda, for your contribution and giving your mind on matters at hand. I want to appreciate all of you on the comment section. Let's keep it neat and keep the debate qualitative in terms of what we are sharing. Let's avoid deviating from what needs to be addressed. It is good for us to raise questions in some quarters in order for us to get right answers. Avoiding to think a certain way or questioning certain things doesn't necessarily enhance our moving forward. So we must be able to suspect some of the things, suspect some moves, because in politics, when you see something happening, it is either a diversionary or it's actually what is happening. And historically, we have seen these things happen. And so when people deny, especially in politics, when people rise up to deny something, you know that it could be the exact thing that they are up to, and they just want wananchi to internalize it, customize it, accept it, and then move on. So we must be vigilant on the same if you're going to get from the current government or any successive government for them to do what they are required to do. Wananchi must remain vigilant and be able to raise eyebrows when they begin to see unclear blowing of the trumpet. The Bible says, if the trumpet of war blows uncertainty, who will prepare for war? There must be clear clarion call on what needs to be done. And so these gray areas between the county government and the national government, it is something very suspicious. And it seems like even great people, great lawyers, working constitutions, seem not to be realizing what is at play. But I can smell the old canoe at work, diffusing what needs to be inflated in order for there to be proper actualization of governance. What I believe is that we need to have a governance that can be perpetuated regardless of who is the president and who is not the president. And that's only secure within the framework of the law, not from goodwill or good manners of the president or otherwise. Asante sana. Karibu Mzalendo, tusonge mbele.
Asante sana Bernard, Ali, Roda, Chaka Midune na wale walikuwa na wale sijawaona, maybe walitoka, and the comment section. Anyway, it's Saturday. I think the issue here is are the governors being very cozy with RUTO, or is it a wrong move for the governors? This question of governors working with the president, governors must work with the president. There's no way around it, because the president is the head of the country, and the money comes from treasury, and there are some things that the governor might need from the national government, especially on issues of security and all that. That is where the president comes in, and that is why they must work closely. Another thing is maybe governors sometimes they want to increase allocations in their counties, because whatever is being provided is very little. The only person they can talk to is the president, or the president wants to visit an area like a county like Kisii. The person who welcomes the president there is the president of that county, the head of that county, who is the governor. So this thing like you are seeing a governor with the president, and then you are saying, hey, huyu amenunuliwa. Hakuna kununuliwa hapo. Ni huyo governor anataka maslahi yake na watu wake itekelezwe, and that is why they are elected. So you cannot work with the opposition and there is nothing that you are getting from the opposition. The only government that is there.
Bwana Mzalendo, sisi nataka wewe ueleze masuala kulingana na sheria, sio kulingana na vile unavyosema. Governor hawezi kusaidia county nje ya sheria. Mimi nikienda State House nipewe brown envelope, hakuna sheria inayosema hiyo brown envelope niende kutumia kutengeneza daraja.
Sawa bana.
Hiyo ni yangu binafsi. Okay. Ile hela ambayo nitatoa account kwayo ni ile nimepewa kulingana na sheria, na hiyo inapitia nini? Parliament inafanya allocations, okay? After that kuna Council of Governor. Kama kuna masuala yoyote kati ya national government na central government, central government na county government, is through the Council of Governors, which is a constitutional provided for body. Hii ya kutembea na kunywa soda haina sheria yoyote, na any benefits that comes from that, they only end up into corrupting the governors.
Swali bwana Bernard, governor amekuja Mombasa, president amekuja Mombasa kuanzisha miradi, tuseme miradi huko sehemu za Lamu, na ni miradi ya serikali, Ni nani anapaswa kuwa pale?
Government siko na structure yake. Atusemi we are not saying yes, we are not saying the governor should not welcome the president. That is professionalism, professionally out of order. You get that? But what we are calling out of
inatokea wapi hapo?
Hold on, let me explain. I'm saying if you come to my county, okay?
Yes.
The president's protocol, it is not drawn in the night he's traveling. According to the structure how the government works, the protocol of the president is stipulated even 3 months before he makes the visit. The president does not work like as preachers. Unakuwa unaenda town, unapigiwa simu, ingia hapa ukahubiri na umefika hapo unahubiri. President anafanyanga kazi kulingana na ratiba, na hiyo ratiba iko na details, nani atashuka airport saa ngapi, nani atakuwa wa kwanza kusalimiwa. All that protocol is stipulated and cleared. So if I must receive him as a governor and I am in the opposition governor, I mean part of the government of the political scenario, it should be clear. Even my party structure need to know that the president will be coming in my county and I'll be going to receive him as the governor and in respect for that, so that there is no reading between the two lines. But magavana kwenda kulala State House, kwenda kuhudhuria party State House, kwenda kuhudhuria executive meetings za State House, that is out of order. That's what we are saying.
Bwana, wacha nikukosoe kidogo. Unajua party za State House, unaenda pale na invitation, utembei tu pale tu, mimi ni Bernard nimejialika hapa ama nimekuja. You are invited to go there as a recognition that you represent a better part of this country. So that is the reason why people are invited to State House for these functions. Bwana Baba Hale raised a very...
I have a right to decline the invite. I have a right to decline the invite. I have declined that invite before. Yes. So me as a governor, if my attending that meeting is going to give political bonga points, okay? He wants to use me to get political bonga points. I have a right to deny him those bonga points by turning down that invite.
Now 47 governors were meeting the president yesterday, and Baba had his birthday in Mombasa. They declined to go to Baba's birthday and met the president in Nyanyuki. So I mean, what are you trying to tell Kenyans here?
You bring about competition where there is no competition. Baba had a very fruitful meeting, and it was an ODM meeting. It was not birthday. Birthday ya Baba iko leo. Okay? Jana ilikuwa mkutano ya ODM.
Birthday ni leo.
So unachanganya mambo.
Birthday ni leo, si haikuwa jana. Pole. Niliona ni kama
watu wa UDM. Subiri kidogo, Chaga na swali. Wacha Chaga ulize swali alafu taendelea Mzalendo. Subiri hapo.
Niongeze hapo kwa Mzalendo kwamba eti rais akija katika jimbo langu na nani anafaa kumpokea. Ni sawa, ni tofauti sasa kwamba yeye amekuja kwangu nitampokea maana mimi ndio kiongozi huku. Lakini kinachonishangaza hapa kaka Mzalendo ni hivi. Huku kutoka kwa magavana kuingia mahali State House. Je, ni kisheria au ni kwa watu ama kuna mipango gani hapa? Kwa sababu kama ni ushirikiano huo upo katika sheria na katiba yetu ya nchi unaeleza wazi, sheria ipo, muunganiko wa serikali kuu na serikali ya majimbo na serikali ya county. Huo ushirikiano huo upo, kumeelezwa kidaga ubaga kwenye katiba yetu ya Kenya. Lakini huu mkusanyiko wa hawa kurudi mahali pamoja, kuna kitu gani hapa? Kwamba waende State House. Kwa State House ndio tunakoombewa na pesa. Kwamba hizi ndio tunataka pesa, mando tumekuja tunaanza kumpigia mtu magoti. Kwani sheria iko wapi na mwongozo wa katiba uko wapi? Hebu tueleze hii inamaanisha gani, inapisha gani? Kaka Mzalendo, na picha gani? Magavana wote wakusanywe sehemu moja. Kuna nini hapo? Situambie kwamba wameenda hapo kutenda kutuwakilisha sisi wananchi. Hapo ni uongo. Kuna nini haswa zaidi? Maana sheria ipo naeleza jinsi ambavyo pesa inafaa kuja mashinani, pesa inaweza kutoka serikali kuu kuja katika serikali ya kaunti. Kila kitu kipo, mipangilio yote iko ndani ya katiba kisheria. Lakini huku kusanywa kwa hawa watu kuenda mahali pamoja ni nini? Ama ndo yale
Chaka, umenena vizuri sana. Ile lazima ujue ni, unaona kama hii council, National Council of Governors, hiyo ni shirika ambao inakuwa sponsored na pesa za taxpayers, na ukiona governors wamekusanyika mahali fulani, wako na jambo la kuambia rais wa Kenya, ama kuna jambo la rais wa Kenya kuambia magovernors watekeleze pale. Kuna sheria zingine kama mambo ya usalama na mambo ya miradi za serikali zile pengine national government inataka kutekeleza pale mashinani, kama hii inaendelea, hii ya cheap housing, hiyo ni project ya national government. Lazima wafanye kazi pamoja na serikali kuu. So
kaka hapo umenipoteza, kaka mkubwa umenipoteza Maboya hapo kabisa. Ati kwa mambo na housing hapo umenipoteza Maboya kabisa.
Sasa
yani hapa picha ambayo ipo kaka, na nitakubaliana na wewe vizuri tu kakaangu mkubwa, ni hivi: hawa pia nao wanaongozwa na matumbo yao. Hapa tunakosa viongozi sasa hivi, kwa sababu kama kweli wanaona haswa ule mzigo unabebeshwa wa Kenya, hawangethubutu kuingia hapo. Ni nani tutamtegemea sisi? Hatutetee.
Sasa kaka, wacha
hii ni binafsi yao, ni matumbo yao. Si kuungana hadi kutaleta nyumba ambazo ni za rais mashinani huku. Hii ni miradi ya serikali. Serikali ipi wakati inambebesha mwananchi mzigo? Huu mzigo wetu tuko nao, nani atatatua? Hawa magavana wote hawa ni matumbo, wamepelekwa kule kwa matumbo yao, tukubaliane na hilo. Lakini ukisema kwamba hata hawa hiyo ni uongo.
Aga, thank you.
Chaka, unajua yale yote umesema ni ya ukweli, pengine ni matumbo ndio yanawapeleka pale ndio waongee na rais ile wapatie bahasha vile Bernard anasema. But saa zingine ni rais ndiye amewalika pale ili asikie matakwa yao kama magovernors, because governors pale pia wako closer na wananchi wa kawaida. Pia ni siasa, ukayo kujua pia hii inaweza kuwa ni siasa, kwa sababu ukikuwa rais kazi yako siasa ni kutafuta kura. Ukikaa pale ni kutafuta kura, na nikukaa pale acha tu nimalize ndio uendelee kidogo.
Ngoja, umesema kitu kuhusu rais amewaalika, okay, ili asikie matakwa yao. Tuko pamoja? Nataka hilo tuliweke kwa msingi ambao unafaa. Msingi ni huu: rais ameapa ya kwamba jukumu lake la kwanza ni kutetea katiba ya Kenya, okay? Wewe uone ni makosa rais engage governors nje ya katiba? Kama katiba inasema central government itafanya kazi na county government kupitia council of governors, matakwa ya magavana inapeanwa kwa viongozi wa council of governors, na viongozi wa council of governors ndio wata engage nini? Central government. Wakati rais anaenda nje ya hii, si ni kinyume na sheria? So is he a president for breaking the law?
Unajua kisheria hakuna mahali imeandikwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya asikutane na gavana wote, na hakuna pia kisheria mahali imeandikwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya asiende katika kaunti lolote, na hakuna pia kisheria mahali imeandikwa rais wa gavana akitaka kuongea na gavana lazima pitie kwa National Council of Governors ndio matakwa yao yaweze kutekelezwa. Hayo yote si haiko katika sheria. kazi ya National Council of Governors iko kwa katika nasema nini, it is something that is there in law, and they know when to engage the governors and the outcome that they want from the governors, but their national agendas.
Hapana, we mzalendo, hebu
Their
fafanua mambo yako
national
vizuri
agendas. Kuna
tukuelewe.
national
Kile
agenda.
unachosema, ngoja we wacha kuchanganya watazamaji. Let's agree. It's either a constitutional provision or not. If it's in the law, then it's constitutional. And if that is the way the constitution spells, that's how the president should work. Not that the president has limitation not to engage any governor. But if he does it outside the provision of the constitution, then it's unconstitutional. And that is one way of making county government non-effective. Kumbuka tuko na historia ya how county governments have worked. We have had different chairmen of the Council of Governors. You remember when Isaac RUTO was chairman of the Council of Governors, and there was a standoff between the county government and the Uhuru Kenyatta administration, the Jubilee administration then. Majority of what has happened in terms of the push for the sustainability of the county government has come through the structure of the Council of Governors. Why is William Ruto watering down the powers of the Council of Governors in order for him to engage the governors alone? I mean, individually. Is that not divide and rule?
Bernard, you are right. You are right. But why is Baba allowing his governors to meet the president?
Baba is not supposed to curtail governors. What I'm saying is, and that is why we are discussing it. That's why we are discussing it. Is that an avenue through which they want to make the county government non-functional by trying to get the county government operation outside the provision of the constitution? Baba is a man like any other man. His man is to error. He may make a mistake by the same, although being the leader of their political party doesn't mean he will have to think for them. And that's why I believe in Baba's leadership. He does not have to give the detailed on when you go say this, when you reach say this. He leaves the governors to think for themselves and choose whatever that they see better.
You know, one of the functions of the governor is to promote cohesion and to promote good governance and unity within the county. That is one of the functions of the governor. And that is the reason why they have to work with the national government to facilitate its citizens on development policies of the national government. I mean, that is the work of the governor. And the governor cannot work just alone. There is the national government. So saying that they are being bribed or watering down opposition, it's neither here or there. You've got a choice. You can stay in the position, stay within your structures, because governors have got power, and their power is given by the people who voted for them. So they have got an office that is functioning. They can decide to stay within their counties, do their work, and ensure that they deliver for wananchi. Nobody is dragging them to come and work with the president, but they have decided that they are going to work with the president. I mean, that is their choice. If that is going to bring disunity among AZIMIO leaders, then so be it. I remember Gladys Wanga refused to attend the president's function, that she had got very important things to do. But today I saw her probably apologizing that, hey, I recognize that you are the president of the Republic of Kenya. You are invited to my county to launch projects. Yeah. So I mean, these things are there. And what I realize also, Bernard, is that maybe Baba is scared that this unity between his governors who are working with the government might water down his political base. That is the biggest fear. That is the biggest fear. But as politicians, biashara yetu ni binadamu. Biashara yetu ni binadamu, kutafuta kura na watupigie kura. Hiyo ndio biashara ya mwanasiasa. A political party is formed to grab power and to look for votes. Na votes haiko kwa pesa, votes iko kwa wananchi. Na hao wananchi ndio hao magavana. Hao magavana wako na watu wale wanawasupport. So ukiona Ruto akitafuta hao, anaangalia pia 2027. Anataka kura. So hauwezi mwambia tu usikuje pande hii yetu, hapana. Ule amekubali kumpatia kura atamtongoza, na kura ni kutongozwa. Yeah. So rais amekuwa akitongoza hao magavana na amewatongoza vizuri. Wale wa AZIMIO wamekubali kuingia kwa box, wameingia, na hiyo ni mzuri kabisa. So 2027 akona namba zile mzuri, anaweza ongea na wananchi. Akikuja Kisii, kuna pale Simbarati, atamwalika vizuri.
Wewe kwa sababu umepata watu na umepata kura, sheria haijalishi na kufuata sheria kujalishi.
Hamna sheria ukitafuta kura.
Politics is not governed by any structural. Bwana Mzalendo, wewe ni mtu mzima na ningependa tu engage kama watu wazima, na kuna vile heshima yako inategemea vile unavyo toa maoni yako. Kwangu mimi kama mzazi, ni wajibu wa kuhakikisha kwamba wale wanaojifunza kutoka kwangu watajifunza kuheshimu sheria na kuheshimu wengine. Wakati wewe unasema hakuna sheria katika kutafuta kura, hakuna sheria katika siasa, and anybody is free to do what they want to do, I don't think that's how you run the affairs of your house, and I don't think that's how you're raising your children. And for that matter, you are misleading the public by trying to say that there are places where the law applies and other places the law does not apply. In my opinion, that is unacceptable. So please, let's keep everything in their order. When the governors are misbehaving, it's our duty to call them to order. When the president is misbehaving, it's our duty to call him to order. That is why we have a constitution, and that's why we are wananchi. And the responsible wananchi take their leaders to account. Note what you are saying. Thank you. Mr. K.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you so much. Umemwambia Mzalendo as it is. I want to say hi to everybody. Unajua, the reason why we come here, it is because amongst us, amongst the people in Kenya, there are people who are sensible. There are people who know what is right and what is wrong. And there are people who don't know. They are just there to be swayed by the influence of others. So we are here to speak our mind. I think Ruto has the right to beat anybody he wants. Yeah? Because Ruto does not need anybody's votes. What he needs, it is enough votes to carry his basket. But to win, he will look for votes from Camargo area, from Venezuela. He is that smart. He just wants to show people that he's becoming popular. He has a lot of governors. And then 2027 comes. He says, you remember I had governor of Kisii, governor of the Coast 001. You see, that's how I got the votes. And so he validates his winning. We know that even this election he didn't win. What he needed is just enough votes for Mount Kenya and in different places to color his basket. Na akipata ile enough pesa nini kura enough, hiyo ingine inatopiwa up na system. And that is why we are saying as the people of Kenya, because we want a clear, a verifiable election 2027, adhari tupige mlolongo kama ile ya Moi. Tutapiga mlolongo nyuma ya watu wa AZIMIO na mtu wa Kenya kwanza. Otherwise hii story tunaambiwa ati kura zitakuwa target sijui hapa ziende wapi, alafu unaiba kura na watu ya IEBC. That is evil. We need to get out of that. We need to get off. In fact, we know that politics is a dirty game. We know that. But in Kenya, it is so dirty. Imefika mahali ati watu wanasema sasa we are normalizing maisha mbaya. Yeah? Unajua hii Kenya, ubaya wa hii Kenya ni kwamba watu huwa wana normalize. Ati sasa unga iko 190, 200. Inakuwa ni normal kukaa na hiyo unga 200. Inakaa normal. Unatoka hapo unakuta fare imeongezwa na shilingi 50, unakaa normal. That is wrong. That is wrong. We don't need thugs in our country. Hii mambo ya kutuambia ati sijui ati I'm telling you, mimi hata kitu moja nafurahia Bernard and panelist ni kujua ya kwamba that you know, President William Samoei Ruto does not believe in this constitution. Hakuipigia kura, hajai participate in anywhere katika kujenga hii katiba. In fact, William Samoei Ruto does not love devolution. Na hata tunapoongea saa hii, the only thing that is making devolution continue, it is because the calendar year ile wanaoperate now ni ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Wanaoperate the financial year ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Tutajua ukweli ya hawa watu tarehe mwezi wa 7. Na hata tunapoongea saa hii, counties inalalamika. Niliona hata Fernandez akisema they are coming to a halt. Hakuna pesa wanapewa. So which popularity is this that he is looking for? People want service. People want to be paid their salaries. Kwa hivyo, as we continue, one thing I'm so assured of is that devolution is dying. This is not a regime that is going to enhance devolution. Why? They are not believers of this constitution. Ruto voted no for this constitution. Now he's the one to implement it. You and I know he can't implement it. And that is why he is starving and he is not funding the counties. And as we speak right now, so many programs of the counties are in a halt. Why? Because the President of the Republic of Kenya want a one-man show. Kama siku ile ya Moi. Akienda project kidogo na nyuki, kama leo walikuwa wako huko wanaongea sijui nini wanaongea, because we don't know, we have not seen anything important in this government. Unaona hata ma MPs ambao hawana agenda wako huko. You know, wanafuata What kind of a president of a government is this? Ni kama ile ambayo unakuta ma PC kila mtu amefunga shule mpaka primary school, all the headmasters wanafuata wewe. That is the kind of leadership this government wants. And I want to say this, with time will be validated. It will be very difficult to be a Moi in this generation. Ni ngumu kuwa Rais Moi watawala Kenya tawala. Hiyo maneno imeisha. Kwa hivyo kwa maoni yangu, anybody can meet Ruto. But you are not, as a governor, you should understand the constitution. You do not need to beg the president to bring you favors in your county. It is in the constitution. What we know is that he is hell-bent to destroy constitutionalism and to destroy devolution, so that rudi ile inchi baba na mama ambayo anakaa katika State House. That ukitaka favors katika your constituency, lazima ucheke na yeye. That one is what they want. But it will not happen, because we are very much alive and very much aware of the theatrics of this government. Kwa hivyo kwa maoni yangu, mimi sina shida, anaweza meet mtu yote anataka. But hii financial year ikiisha, they will not even be able to talk in one table. Why? Because there will be no money. And when there is no money to give to your people and service delivery to the counties, then what are we smiling about? hiyo tutapunguza hiyo smile, because what we have seen in this government after the 100 days, and I think it's 112 days sasa. After 100 days, the biggest achievement Kenya Kwanza has achieved is a lot of pictures, picha mingi sana, wakuwa kanisani, wakuwa kwa msitu, wakiomba, wakikula, na kitu ingine tumeona sana ni hadithi. They have achieved a lot of storytelling. Yeah. Mara sijui tumedispatch. You see the good thing about, the reason why hata watu wanafurahianga hii kipindi kwa sababu hapa kuna manabii wa ukweli kama mimi na Bernard na Chaka. Tuliambia watu Hustler Fund itaanguka. Siku hizi hata they are not giving any updates anymore. Kwa sababu hakuna mtu amelipa, watu walipi. You don't give drunkards na watu ya bangi mkopo, watalipa lini? So they have given 12 billion shillings. Wale wamerudisha ni 2 billion, ambao 1 billion wana expect ipande ndio sasa wapotee kabisa, lakini haipandi. So inamaanisha hata hao hatalipa sasa, So you do not, these are things we have talked about here even before this government came into power. We said you do not do business with the people. It is not the government should not be in the business of doing business with the multitude or with the public. Wachia watu wa Safaricom na watu wa bank wafanye hii biashara. Sasa they are not giving anybody any updates. Pesa imepotea kwa hewa, imeharibu uchumi, inflation iko at 10% na $1 iko 128. Tumekwisha. Kweli ule alisema Kenya kwisha, alikuwa anaongea ukweli kwa sababu Kenya imekwisha. Tunangojea kalenda hii ya Uhuru ishe, muone watu wakikosa hata mishahara na pesa counties na migomo hapa na pale. Hata hii ya nini imezuiwa tu kidogo ya daktari, because it will be inevitable. These people are not good leaders. They are not good in governance. It has shown in the 100 days they have delivered nothing, absolutely nothing. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Mr. K, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunashukuru Wakenya wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia masuala ya siasa zetu. Kuna mambo mengi tu ambayo yanafanyika, mengine peupe, mengine chini ya maji, lakini ni kwetu sisi kuwa na jicho pevu kuhakikisha kwamba tunaona kile ambacho hata kionekani wakati wanasiasa wanafanya moves zao. So ili suala la magavana kwenda katika State House na kuhudhuria mikutano ya State House wakialikwa na rais na kuwa na party ni swala ambalo lisipoangaliwa vizuri litaleta shida hapo baadaye. Mr. K anasema ni vigumu kuwa Moi katika kizazi hiki. Ni kweli kabisa, lakini kuna mtu ambaye amejitolea, atafanya vyovyote vile kurudisha Moi days in this time and age. We wish him the best, but we promise him he's going to find it very difficult. All the same, development in this country, it is catered for in the constitution. Only by the constitution means can we get that development done. Hiyo masuala mengine ya urafiki, ya boyfriend, girlfriend, visitation, non-visitation are all ploys to derail us from doing what we are required to do. Kama kaunti zetu hazipokei barabara, ni wajibu wetu kushinikiza serikali kuleta hiyo barabara, hata kupitia demonstration na kwenda kwa street na kufungia barabara. Huyo rais akikuja kanisa, anakuja kanisa Jumapili wakati yeye ana fly in fly out na sisi tunatumia barabara mbaya. So siku ile kanisa amekuja, hiyo kanisa tu tuna surround, atoki mpaka tuone mpangilio wa wa maendeleo. Hiyo ndio jukumu letu kama wananchi, lakini tusiwe wananchi ambao tutabebwa ujinga tukipewa promise after promise when there is no delivery of the same. Well, as we get set to hear again from Chaga, there is a video I want to play, but I'm still waiting for clear answer to play it. It's very sensitive. But I also want to remind us today we are clearing our pay the bill program. We have done so far well, and therefore we are looking for 16K. Is it 16, 17K? So let's please close that today ili to concentrate na debate bila kusumbuana tena. So our monthly bill, let us keep sending our contribution, and we close that chapter by the end of the show today. And wale walimu wangu wa usiku, tafadhali leo msinifanye kama jana. Naomba tafadhali, mahali popote mlipo, kina Mato, Makiadi, Francis na nani huyu leo, wote tafadhali muai mapema. Kesho ni siku ya chache, napaswa kujiandaa na kuwa tayari nisiende kulala kwa pulpit. So tafadhali jitahidini muai mapema leo. Leo station nimefunga saa ngapi? Saa 10. Okay, mwalimu hakutokea hata mmoja. Hiyo kesi sijui itafunguliwa wapi. Tafadhali, let's ensure that we do that. Tumsikilize Chaga tukisonga mbele na tuendelee na mchango.
Asante sana ndugu Bernard kwa kunipatia nafasi hii kwa mara ya pili. Ukweli ni kwamba magavana wa Azimio hawangeenda. Na kwa nini nasema hawangeenda katika hiyo? Ni kwa sababu hao ndio macho tunawategemea. Haya tunazungumza hapa kama wananchi, basi ambao tunawaelekea ni wale ambao tumeteua kama viongozi wetu. So wangekuwa na msimamo. Huu msimamo ungetia tumbo joto hata hao walio katika ndani ya hii serikali ya kubambanya. Wangeshindwa na kuelewa hawa watu kwani wamesimamia wapi. Sasa kitambo walaanze kuleta uongo kwa wananchi na kuwapaka asali kwa mdomo, ili hali kumbe nyuma yake ni shubiri. At least tungaacha na maswali. So wangebaki katika msimamo yao kwamba sisi hatuatendi. Ilianze na hawa magavana, at least pia wabunge wa Azimio waone. Hapa ndo wataona kweli kumbe sisi hatuna uungwaji mkono. Sasa hawa wakikimbilia kwa wananchi na wao nao wakikimbilia kwa wananchi, na mkweli lazima atajulikana mwisho wa siku. Haya ya kwamba sisi tunaenda kwa sababu tunataka kutengenezea watu wetu fine. Hiyo kazi ifanywe, lakini je, kwa serikali ipi? Hii ambayo mnaona hakika kwamba hata haki imezama mkiona machoni mwenu. Je, mnawapa percentage gani hawa? Mnawatia nguvu na mna gani? Kesho wakitoka nje wakitaka sasa kuanza kuwashambulia, mtajitetea na wapi? Msipokuwa na muungano, msipokuwa na kumoja na kushirikiana na kuwa na msimamo. Kwa hiyo wambebaki na msimamo wao, ndio wamealikwa Ikulu, kuna kula, kuna kunywa, kuna everything kizuri. Lakini hiki kizuri cha leo ndicho kitakuwa machungu ya kesho. So furahi ndogo hii wameiona ndio machungu ya kesho. So wao wangesimama kwa sababu wanasimama kwa minajili ya mwananchi, na wanasimama kwa minajili ya kwamba ushindi huu ulikuwa wao. Sasa hii nguvu hii wasipoteze tu hivi hivi. Wakishamezwa hii tu, mwananchi atakuwa mtetezi wake nani? Jambo nilikuwa naona nakanganyana na brother mzalendo hapo, kwamba ni lazima nishati wangesimama kwa umoja. Wasimama kwa hiyo umoja ndio watakuwa sasa ni kizingiti. Serikali hii ambayo ipo itakuwa na wasiwasi. Lakini wakianza kutoa trap, mara wamealikwa hapa, mara wamealikwa kule, kesho kutwa wamerambishwa pale kidogo, hao watarudi tena waseme sisi tunafanya kazi na serikali. Mwisho wa siku wamemchimbia shimo mzee vizuri. ila tu ni wakumbusha hao magavana pia wakumbuke kwamba still bado baba ana wananchi. Awe na gavana siwe na mbunge siwe, but still sisi tunamtegemea yeye na hatutoondoka pale. Hii waibu wanatuanza kutuonyesha mapema hii ya kubabaikia mamlaka na uongozi, hakuna pesa mtapata hapo. Ni hizi mnakusanya huku za ushuru nini, hizo tumieni hizo, tutashukuru. Huku tukirekebisha na tukiwaambia wananchi wetu tunarekebisha hii nchi ili isimame katika haki. Chaguzi zinazokuja 2027 iwe haitarudi katika mfumo huu ambao tumeuona ama katika mifumo ya hizo chaguzi zingine. Tuzike kabisa hii hali inayotokea nchini wakati wa uchaguzi, ili kuwe na uchaguzi ambao utakuwa ni wa haki na huru na unaridhika kwa yule ambaye ameshinda na kwa yule ambaye unaridhisha kwa yule ambaye ameshindwa na yule ambaye ameshinda. Pili, kura ya Mkenya izungumze kweli. Huu unataka muungano, huu unataka msimamo wa dhabiti, siku yumba hati kwamba tunaenda kwa sababu ni nini unanifanyia kazi, sawa fine, lakini kuna machafu yaliyopo hatujatengeneza wala hatujatafutia njia. Wao mnang'ang'ana hati tumeenda ni nini? So kwa kweli mimi Bernard nitasimamia pale kwanza, nikijaribu kupoza moyo wangu nikijua ni wapi tunaelekea. Je, tuna kiongozi ama tunaongozwa na mdosi kama nilivyozungumzia wakati ule? Je, hawa nao wanaokwenda pale ni viongozi wetu au ni namna gani? Kwa nitasimamia pale tu, sitaenda mbali. Lakini kwa kweli hakika mimi upande wangu binafsi Bernard sijapendezwa. Mimi tu Chaka peke yangu sijapendezwa, maana naona msimamo haupo hapa. So warudi drawing board, wakae wajadili, waone je, haya tunafanya yana impact, yana picha gani kwa mwananchi yule ambaye yuko pale mashinani, hususan wale ambao wako katika mrengo wetu. Asante Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Chaga, tunashukuru kwa hayo na tunaomba kwamba huo wito ufikie kila mmoja, haswa wahusika katika mambo haya. Uongozi hauwezekani pasipo kushinikiza na kusisitiza mwongozo wa kisheria. Mbunge, MCA, governor, senator, president, deputy president, chief justice, all those are creation of the law. They are creations of the law. Hizo vitu zote zimetengenezwa na sheria. So wakati hiyo sheria inaondolewa ama inawekwa kando, all those things collapse. Why? They are products of the law. So jukumu la kwanza la kila mbunge ama public servant ni kusisitiza kufuatwa kwa hiyo sheria. Kwa nini? Ni hiyo sheria mpaka inakupatia hiyo ofisi. Kwa sababu pasipokuwa na hiyo sheria, if there is no law that provides that there will be an office of the president, you can call yourself president, but if the law doesn't support it, it doesn't exist. So hawa watu ambao wamekwenda bunge ama wamekwenda katika uongozi na wanaweka sheria kando, wanaanza kufuata vitu ambavyo havifai, it is an embarrassment. Na mimi ni mwanafunzi wa historia. Siasa zetu za hapo awali zilikuwa za kusisitiza ukweli kulingana na sheria, na watu walikuwa wanaweka maslahi ya nchi na maslahi ya wananchi mbele kuliko matumbo zao na matakwa zao. And that is what propelled this country to move and even attain independence. Tungekuwa na selfishness and self-seeking approach like we have today, sioni kama tungefaulu kufukuza mbeberu na tulete uhuru. Lakini ilifika wakati ambapo wananchi na kila Mkenya akasema maslahi yangu baadaye, tupate nchi kwanza, tupate uhuru kwanza, tupate kujisimamia kama wananchi. And so it takes selflessness for there to be proper leadership, and it also takes selflessness for us to follow what the Constitution provides. Let us not engage into extra constitutional engagements when we are endangering our constitutional dispensation. Let me get this video to play before we continue the conversation. Something that we also need to weigh on. Thank you, those of you who are sending in their contribution. We appreciate it. Please, let's keep doing so. Tumalize hii mambo leo ili kuanzia kesho to just pay off the bills and move on with the debating every day until we see to it that whatever Kenyans are saying is being heard and is being attended to. There is this video I ran into which I think is speaking volumes for us as the African continent and the African people, something that we need to consider. And probably we may have lost that opportunity, but we can recapture it at this point in time and succeed in probably putting it together, although we have more enemies in our friends that would not want us to have this happen. But let's look at it, hear it, and judge.
Well, I was with Muammar Gaddafi when Gaddafi insert in 1999 advanced coming out of the OAU to the African Union with a vision of the United States of Africa. Muammar Gaddafi spent, listen to me, billions of dollars to create the African Union. Did you know that Gaddafi gave $300 million and the other African nations gave $100 million to put up a satellite so that we who call Africa don't have to go through Europe to get to Africa. And Europe was getting $500 million a year just by our telephone calls to the continent. Now we can call directly to Africa, and that $500 million is in the hand of African people. Did you know that Muammar Gaddafi was setting up an African development bank with $70 billion in the African Development Bank from Libyan oil money? That we would not have to borrow money from the IMF and the World Bank at these exorbitant rates. Zero interest under Islamic non-usury teachings. I just left St. Kitts, and in the island of St. Kitts, he was going to set up a Caribbean Development Bank. He told the Prime Minister there, and he was going to put $1 billion in that bank for Caribbean development. Why do you think they killed him? You think they killed him because he killed his people? Hell no. They killed him because, listen to me real good, you touched my nerve with that question. Did you know that in Libya, nobody's homeless? Listen, everybody in Libya has either a home or an apartment. They call it a flat. Did you know education in Libya is free from kindergarten through college? And did you know that if a Libyan wanted to come to America to be educated, the government in Libya paid for their education. Did you know that? I was there when he opened a $500 million hospital with 18 theaters for operation. I was there, and we went when he was making their own medicines. See, this was a man that gave free medical attention to all the citizens of Libya. And if Libya did not offer that kind of medical attention, they could fly anywhere in the world and get it, and the Libyan government would pay for it. Did you know that? No, you didn't. Did you know that from the oil money, every Libyan citizen got a stipend every year? And did you know that that man had no debt? Everything in his country was paid for. See? Now, when you got a man that did that for an African nation and was trying to do that for all Africa, how do you think Europe felt about it?
Okay, thank you, everyone. I bring up this so that we can reflect not just about us, but what lessons can we draw, and probably when we begin to weigh our leaders, the people we have given responsibility, how do they compare in terms of the general public welfare by the use of their leadership position? uh, there is whatever talk that says the danger of one story, or one-sided story. So there is those who have been fed by information about Gaddafi that is negative and all negative, and some of these positive things were pushed under so that nobody accesses them. But right now, I think we can look at it and gauge as we engage into the leadership conversation. Who is who where? Why don't we have this Gaddafi in Kenya? Why don't we have these Gaddafis in this generation? Why is everybody in parliament for themselves, in the governorship for themselves, MCA for themselves? What happened to leadership being putting the welfare of the people ahead of personal gain? Mzalendo.
That's thank you, Bernard. That is a very important clip that you played. The Libyan leader, I mean, there's very, very good things that he did for his people, apart from the atrocities that he also committed in his country. But by and large, he did a lot to improve the livelihood of Libyans. Because Libya, I think 90% they depend on the petroleum industry. So he made good use of his petrol to better the lives of Libyans. A country like ours, Kenya, we are scrambling for barely nothing. We are scrambling for taxes. We should ask questions about the Takwel oil. Yeah, what really happened? I read somewhere that it is no longer economically viable to keep to sell that oil. What happened to the Takwel oil? I mean, why don't we ask the relevant questions? Then there is also this issue that our institutions have failed, and Bernard, this is where Kenya needs to go. There is importation of labor. We need to get the best brains to run some of these things in our country. In IT sector, in manufacturing sector, we need to get a Chinese from a company in China that is that is doing something that we can do back at home. Yeah, we need to get an expert, bring him home, pay him a lot of money, and we get his technology. Yeah, we need to get somebody from Pakistan. We need to get people from in the IT sector in India to tell us what they are doing differently than we in Kenya or African states, so that we boost our economy. So this country does not have minerals. So we cannot compare Kenya and Libya. Kenya tuko na nini ya
Wewe bwana
kujivunia?
mzalendo, tafadhali. Unajua
Nauliza tu
Kenya
ni
mramisho
tuko na nini? Tuko na nini apart from taxes?
wewe tafadhali.
Hmm?
Kenya
Na hiyo port ya Mombasa, hiyo peke yake tu. Hiyo tu ndio peke yake tuko nayo.
hapana bwana
Ukisema
mzalendo.
tuko na mafuta, hatuna mafuta. Tuko na madini, hatuna madini.
Wacha tukupatie list, okay? Okay, nitakupatia mfano wangu, okay? Ningekuwa rais wa hii nchi, okay? Singehitaji madini yeyote ya kuchimba kutajirisha nchi hii, kwa sababu zile vitu ziko juu ya ardhi peke yake vinatosha kutajirisha kila Mkenya kwa vyovyote vile, bora tu vitumike ipasavyo. Kwa mfano, ng'ombe zetu za kienyeji, nyama yake is the most expensive on the market. Wakenya watakuuzia ng'ombe tuseme 30,000 40,000 kama ni juu sana, okay? But on the international market, when you're exporting, what happens? You make millions on the same, and that is the reason why cattle rustling is a very huge rewarding business at this point. Hata mkisemanga tu ni vijana wanafanya hiyo maneno, ni wakubwa wako ndani wanafanya hiyo biashara. Kile ninachosema ni hiki: Kenya has enough to cater for everything. It's an excuse to say that we don't have. We do. Labor hiyo unaongea, sisi ndio peke yetu tuko na M-Pesa, na hiyo M-Pesa haikutoka India, haikutoka China. It is homegrown. Moi had a vision when he started Jomo Kenyatta University of Technology, okay, and the Kenya Polytechnic and all these things. He had a vision of having whatever a self reliance in terms of human resource development. The problem in Kenya is governance. Viongozi hawataki nchi ijitegemee, wanataka nchi iendelee kutegemea misaada. Kwa nini? Hata ule msaada unakuja tunakula, huu msaada unakuja unaishia kwa mifuko za watu. I was in Marsabit, napewa story ingine very sad, ati kuna equalization fund ile the counties that are behind, they are given extra than those ones that are ahead in terms of development. Naambiwa hiyo hela ikifika inaendanga direct kwa private account ya governor, anafanya mortgage sijui nyumba US ama nini. So we are the enemies of ourselves. Why? We don't want the country to be free. Our leaders are our let down, sio lack of resources. Walimu wetu peke yao tuki export hiyo ni hela. Our coffee is the best now. If we only manufactured the coffee and sold it as finished product, what will happen to Kenya? Will turn around. If we manufactured our tea here and sold it as finished product, we will become a free country. We thrive in begging, led by our leaders who don't want us to be free by developing our resources. Our tea tunaenda kuuza raw material, ati tumeenda Mombasa kufanya bidding ya kuuza matawi. Nchi gani at this particular time inauza matawi bado ya tea? we have coffee and all that. So ndio nasema hata kabla tuingie huko chini hata tunatafuta mafuta na tunatafuta gold na kutafuta hizo zingine cement nini, zile ziko hapa juu zinatosha kutajirisha Kenya. Kile tuna lack is a leader who believes in Kenya and wants Kenya to be free. Let's not look for excuses.
No, Bernard, you are right. You are right. I agree with you in what you are saying, that most of our governors are corrupt, and we settled for that. We settled for that. So you made your bed, lie on it. You settled for those corrupt leaders, and some of them were selected for you. Chagua huyu ndio bora zaidi. Amukupatia wananchi nafasi wa kuchagua viongozi bora, and it runs all the way. So it is politics. Our politics is bad, and that is the reason why we are where we are. We have been struggling with it. We can't give up. That is why you have this show where we have our views. Sometimes you might not like what Mzalendo is saying, but it is the truth. It is what it is. Ukiongea mambo ya lecturers, unaona they also want to be paid like MPs, wanafuga mandevu instead of impacting knowledge. Wakitokea kwa TV unaona solidarity forever, solidarity forever, because what they are looking for is their stomach. So inchi imekuwa ni inchi ya tumbo. Ukiona madaktari wakienda kugoma, wanaangalia huyu politician hata kusoma vizuri, analipwa vizuri zaidi kunishinda kwa nini? So wacha tugome. They want to be in that class. So that is the country we are in. Msijifanya ati hii ni problem ya Ruto ama problem ya Raila. Ni problem ya society. Kenyan society, we need to start teaching corruption right from school. Ukiona nchi kama hii Marekani, hii mahali niko, saa zingine unaona wanasema kitu moja, wanawadanganya ati dreamers, people who are dreaming to come to US, wanapeana inaitwaje hii green card. Una apply green card ukuje pande hii, but you know what they do? They make sure that the big chunk of those who are going to succeed are from Asia in the IT sector. Yeah, those who are very, very clever, wanawapoach kutoka kwa universities kule, wanaleta pande hii. Those are the guys who drive the economy of this country. And they have learned that game. Then they made sure that for economic stability, you have to have security. Ndio uweze kubreed hizo ng'ombe za kuuza. Our meat is very, very good. But yes, Bernard, umedecide ukaweka ng'ombe yako, but asubuhi ukiamka unapata zimeibiwa zote. So which is very, very important? Is it the security ama hiyo ng'ombe? So they make sure that the security of the country is good. That is why ukiona meli ya Marekani pale Indian Ocean, unashindwa hii meli inafanya nini hapa? Ukiona wakitengeneza wakiweka hema pale na nyuki, unashindwa hawa watu wanafanya nini? If they are training your soldiers, unashindwa hawa watu wanafanya nini? When they ban TikTok in some states here, they know, because the Chinese is using that technology to rob them something. So Kenya tunaelekea mahali technology is the in thing. Hii mambo unasema tuanze kufuga ng'ombe sijui nini. Hiyo ilipitwa na wakati. Watu watakula, ng'ombe zinaweza fugwa kila mahali. Even private citizens wanafuga, but pesa iko wapi? Pesa ile inaweza kukusaidia iko wapi? Angalia pesa ile inaweza kusaidia. Na akili ya kuleta hiyo pesa iko wapi? Mkenya mwenyewe is so corrupt. Yeah. Yeah, at we have the best brains in M-Pesa. M-Pesa, yes, M-Pesa you launched it, but imesaidia wa Kenya. People have opened a business. Look at how M-Pesa has changed people's lives, and it was a brainchild of some students from Strathmore. So you can imagine those brains. And now I want you to find out, where are these guys who started M-Pesa? Tafuta mali wako. Tafuta tu mali walienda. Tafuta mali walienda, utapata wako Wall Street hapa. Yeah, they are changing things here. Kenya tumebaki na watu wanakimbizana na wanasiasa, nakimbizana na governor ameiba, sijui mwingine huko Usia alikuwa ameiba 1 billion. Governor unaiba 1 billion, unapeleka na wapi? And these are the leaders we are told to choose. Chagua hawa viongozi. So we need to look at our leaders very well when we go to the ballot. Angalia huyu jamaa kama anaweza leta mabadiliko. But I also think that leaders in Kenya stay for so long. Governor hawezi kuwa kwa kiti for 5 years akiibaiba na bado tunangojea for 5 years. Wacha kae 3 years aende. MP wacha kae 2 years waende. Akishindwa kuimplement anything within the 2 years anaenda. Akifanya kazi within the 2 years anarudishwa, anaendelea hivyo hivyo. That is the only way we can hold these people accountable. Yeah. So 2 years is enough for you to bring development, but 5 years is a lot of time for a thief to be in office.
Thank you for bringing that up, and an important way to look at it. But what I see is that we don't fail because of circumstances. We are failing because of systems. Systems in the sense that we like, for example, we say there is free primary education. Okay, the free primary education will emanate all these children to go to secondary school. Okay, then let's say we are paying for secondary school, or assume let's say we're having free secondary education also. So free primary, free secondary, then university. What happens is, after they graduate, where do they go? We don't have where they can be assimilated. Okay, so what are we investing in education for? If we are training these people up to university level, then we cannot engage them into productive engagement. In my opinion, it is the government that is running programs that are ending up in problems instead of them providing solution. But if you had a systematic way, you clear primary school, you get to secondary school, then you get either to the university or technical school. Then from there, you are either taken by the industry of your interest, or you are taken to serve here, so that there is a seamless flow. Just like you move from standard 1 to standard 2, there is a seamless flow of everybody who goes through the education system ends up engaged into the last day of his pay. But if we are pumping billions into education, then education can only give us stomaching people. Okay, and then we pump a lot into let's say transport sector. The transport sector only results us into having congestion in the city other than facilitate our fast moving around in order for us to be productive. And so we need a rethink as a people to begin to ask ourselves, why are we going to school in the first place? Why is there demand for us to go to school? And when we go to school, what do we become? How do we become profitable to the society and to the government as a whole? So kabla hata tuanze kuzungumza kuhusu nini masuala ya governance and their corruption and all that, the whole system in Kenya, in my opinion, it is bound to fail. Graduation every year, we have graduated 2 million people. 2 million people. All of them, we are throwing them on the street. Throwing them on the street. You are like that fisherman who goes to Lake Victoria all night. Ameenda kona zote, amekusanya samaki. Okay? Asubuhi ikifika amechoka, ametoka na hizo samaki nini? kwa ufuo wa bahari. Tena jioni hana mahali pa kuzipeleka, anazirudisha ndani ya hiyo bahari. Tena usiku wote afanye hiyo. hii kazi tunayofanyishwa kama Wakenya ndio kazi ambayo inapaswa sisi kama Wakenya kuanza kujiuliza maswali. Are we moving forward or we are moving backward? And who is helping us move forward? Because tusipoanza kuambiana ukweli, tutadanganyana tu hapa mpaka milele. In my opinion, we are failing because we are doomed to fail by reason of the systems we are running. Nobody wants solutions, permanent solution to our problems. We want fixing a little here, create another crisis there. Fixing a little here, create another crisis there. Fixing a little here, create another crisis there. And the vicious circle continues over and over, over and over. And that's why we talk about nimemaliza tano yangu, mniongeze tano ingine fresh, nimalize ili niende. Na ninapoenda nitaenda sasa kuwa appointed chairman wa parastatal, niendelee pia kukula hapo, nikiendelea na maneno mpaka siku yangu ya kufa. Kenya inapaswa kuokolewa. Hivi mambo hayaendi. The developing countries and developed countries don't work the way we work. That is my take.
Bernard, one day you'll wake up and vile unaanzaga show na maombi, uone baba wamesalimiana na Ruto, sasa wanafanya kazi pamoja. Sijui utasema nini, but hiyo inakuja, ile uone.
I have no problem with that. What I'm saying is, what do we get from that?
That's where I'm going to. I mean, it is just individual interest. So that is not the interest of the people of Kenya, but individual interest. Most of our politicians are fighting for individual interest. Most of our politicians are fighting to sustain their political parties. These political parties are personal vehicles. They are personal properties. We say that is in this show that we don't have a national party. We have individual parties that we can, akitoka form hii ingine tunatoka na yeye tunaenda hiyo ingine. Kalonzo pia akitoka hii Wiper form ingine tunaenda na yeye. Ruto sahi akisema is not going to use UDA in 2027, he is forming another political party, tutaenda na yeye kwa hiyo UDA. So we follow individuals. So we don't follow any political ideology, but we follow individuals for things that we believe that they are going to deliver. Yeah, they are going to deliver. So tuko na shida kama wa Kenya. We have a very, very big problem. So we need to start addressing the issues that we have at hand. Unaona kama hiyo issue ya shule umesema transition, you go to primary, you go to secondary school, then you go to university, then the government is supposed to give you employment. That's how it is in modern society. Or you go to university, then you create employment for others. The university should train you in such a manner that even if you are going to lack the employment, you can be a force outside there to create employment for others. But here, kila mtu anaenda shule, anangojea kuvaa koti, anaangalia gazeti kila siku, job advertisement, year in, year out, hakuna kazi. Year in, year out, mpaka unaona watu wanainua placards, wanaenda kwa barabara, wanasema mimi nimesomea, I've got a degree in this field, niandike kazi. I've been tamaking for 10 years, sijaipata kazi. I mean, it is happening in our country because we don't have structures that absorb people, and we don't have industries that absorb people from the university. Ile industry ulianza kuona Bernard, kama ni mabati rolling mills ni ile moja. Kama ni team cells ni ile moja. Zile industries zimekuja na telecommunication ni kina Safaricom na kina Airtel. Other than that, in the manufacturing industry, hatuna kitu. There is no expansion in manufacture industry. Yeah, wa China wanakuja na chuma yao kutoka China. Why? African head of states right now are saying that in order for you to get my copper, bring the industry in my country. We are no longer going to sell for you these things. We are no longer going to sell raw material to Europe. They'd rather bring that industry there. Kama ni ya kutengeneza electrical vehicles ama electrical batteries inatengenezwa na lithium na inatoka Zambia, leta hiyo hapo. I saw a clip like that. Bring that industry hapo Zambia so that Wazambia wapate hiyo kazi. Don't take our raw material na uende utengeneze hizo batteries za magari na uuze na faida tupate. So we want to get the faida in long term. Yeah. Kwa kila rasilimali ile.
Can I talk with the Muzalendo?
Hmm?
Muzalendo? Muzalendo, I remember before you are being a man, a big liar.
Please. You don't ask for permission and take it at the same time, please. Let's remain orderly, please. Mzalendo, conclude.
Let me just conclude by saying, because Rhoda has interrupted and she has some burning issue, maybe I could let her just say what she has in mind and answer Rhoda, kwa nini nimedanganya? Nimedanganya wapi, Madam Rhoda?
Okay, Rhoda, respond.
I want to tell Muzalendo to be. I remember when I know you, you were supporting ODM. I know you are Luo tribe. You are supporting Baba, and then when RUTO win, you change. I think you are not honest. I think you are hiding something. If you live in US, you know what happened today in America. If you live in America, I don't know which country you are. Do you know what happened in America today? They vote the House of Speaker Republican, and I was very happy. Before it was Democrat, but today, and people from Republican, they will get happy, and they were voting 1 week. And you remember, Republican is for the former president Donald Trump. And I heard the speech of he's called Mark something. He was saying that he will stand for American democracy and for the criminals. You know, many things have been going bad in migration. They are coming there. Biden administration, it was not good. So that's what he was speaking, because he's a House of Speaker in Senate. And I was very happy for him, because I believe democracy, because whole world always look in America. America is the biggest democracy whole world. And I'm always for America politicians. And that's what I want. And did you see what happened with the Donald Trump? Donald Trump, he didn't went to ceremony for the Biden because election was not free, fair, and credible. You know what happened with Biden. I was very proud with the Donald Trump, and he went back his home in his residence in California, not California, in Florida. He have a 2 resident in New York City, and he continue. And something I'm very proud with America. That man, he went today. He went to visit Donald Trump. How is Donald Trump is going with life? He went to visit his resident in Florida. I was so proud with him. And Donald Trump, he continued fighting for America. America come back great again, because Donald Trump, he love his own country, and he love in America. He believe democracy. And today he was speaking today about democracy. They will continue fighting for the democracy, because they didn't agree with Biden demonstration. I didn't like Biden demonstration either. Why in Kenya, Kenya, we can be like in America, how they have a leader, they believe democracy, they believe multiple party, they believe constitution. Why? Ruto, you were there in America. Did you learn something? Come on, you Africa leaders, wake up. I remember the ambassador of America, he said that he said that we work together with Kenya because we have the same democracy value. Why Kenya can be like in America? So it must baba aide salimie Ruto ati apate favor pesa. That is not the way we want. We don't want baba aide salimie Ruto ati kwa sababu apate pesa. That is not democracy. Donald Trump didn't say hi to the Biden because Donald Trump apate pesa. No, he was getting his own pensioner. That is the law. America is a rule by the law. When you are farmer, you get your pensioner, good pensioner. Why can we be like that? That we must obey somebody, we can get something. Na Naruto, Kenya ni yetu. Kenya yetu ni Kenya yetu ya amani. Kenya inchi yetu.
Okay.
So we must wake up and fight for our country.
Rhoda, I didn't. Let me answer the part that you said I was lying. Huh? I have never lied about my stand on political issues. When the president is right, I will stand by him. When Baba is right, I will stand by him. When he's wrong, I will correct it on this show. I have an independent thought, and I neither belong to UDA nor AZIMIO. I am independent. I used to be in ODM. That is a fact. Way back, maybe probably before you started politics, I used to be in ODM. So another thing about the American politics, well, McCarthy took almost 15 rounds of voting for him to win the speaker. It is the first time in 100 years that a vote has gone for that long. You know what that tells you? That is democracy. And you know why he won? Because he had to negotiate with the people who didn't agree with his views from his own political party, not from the Democrat side, from his own political party. Do you know why he went to visit Trump? Because they share the same ideologies. And it is unfortunate that you support Donald Trump. I don't. It is unfortunate that you support somebody like that who is a racist. And we don't. I personally, I don't support Donald Trump. I don't like his ideologies. I'm not a Republican. I don't think that they like either Africans. They don't. So for you, you are just being misled. What you're seeing in TVs and cameras, you should look deeper and know where these people are coming from. We should know the conservative values, what they really stand for, and what they want, and why they want Africans and immigrants like me and so many of us out of their country. So there's so much that you don't know. So ukiongea, there are so many people who are hurting. When you see all the demonstrations, black people demonstrating, it's because they were wamedhulumiwa kwa muda mrefu sana, yeah, kwa sababu ya uchache wao. That is the reason why unaona they demonstrated when Floyd died. So for you to come and say you love Donald Trump, yes, that is your personal view, but get into this country, know what it is happening. All right, thank you.
Okay, sawa mzalendo, tunashukuru kwa hayo, na Roda pia tunashukuru, na misimamo tofauti, maoni tofauti, lakini tutafute nia moja ya kusema kwamba tunahitaji haki kwa kila mwananchi mahala popote alipo, na usalama wake, ulinzi wake, na zaidi ya yote maendeleo yake. We cannot be stuck in one place forever. We need to move forward. And as a country, we have a lot that is piled up in terms of achievements and making good of our investments. We invest a whole hell of monies in education, but we don't harvest from that particular education. The brains that we develop, instead of them coming back to help the country develop, they have no space to develop, so they go and find elsewhere there is room to exercise those brains there. And the other regimes and other administrations, they are anti-brains, they are anti-smart people. They want idiots and dunderheads to be in leadership because it makes them look good. Uh, you see, anybody can be a general in an army of cripples. You said if you are the shortest man among tall people, you have two choices: either to cut the legs of the tall people or to grow yourself into the height you need. I think in Africa we choose the other one. We cut the legs of tall people so that we keep everybody in their right size that we would desire to see. But I'm happy for the conversation we are having. I think we need to appreciate that and just compare. Kenya can compare with other countries. Before I bring in Nalia na leo ni Mwikali hey, kabla nilete Mwikali ningependa tu kusema story moja ya nini how Singapore pulled itself from third world to where it is today. There's an old man who was giving us the story on how that happened. Uh, there was a man who was approached by the elders. He had retired. I think he was a retired teacher or something like that. And having been a good societal leader, they approached him and say, "We want you to be our leader." And he said he can only accept that position if they meet the conditions that he will give. And he said, "What are the conditions?" He say, "You give me, I think was it 100 or 1,000? He said, "Give me the 1,000 brightest students in all faculties. You give them to me, number one. Number two, you must undertake that you will pay their education in whatever school I recommend, and they will be there for 10 years. Then from there, we will chart the way forward on how to move from zero to surplus." And the people committed themselves. There was no money for that, but they said they are going to do anything in mobilizing those resources to see to it that these 100 brightest brains are sent to America, to England, in the best universities there, and then they are given charge. You're going to excel in whatever field you're going to undertake. Then as soon as you excel in it, you graduate, you go and take job in the best companies. Of course, they are the best brains, so they are given the highest position in those companies. And then after they perform for 2 years, this old man called all of them back home. And he say, you give your resignation letter and come home. And the companies were relying on them so much, so they couldn't do without them. And then the Mzee said, you can only have them on one condition: come and open that industry here, and that our young man is going to preside over your other industries from here, failure to which you will not get that. And that is how all this development came and picked Singapore from zero to surplus. One person influenced the change of the entire country. Kenya, we have more than enough people that can make that happen. Why are we not having that? Because tukiitwa huko ng'ambo wa brown envelope, tukipewa handshake huko tunarudi tumenyamaza. Hakuna mtu anayefikiria nchi, anayefikiria kesho ya nchi. Mwikali Kenya, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, Mzalendo na Roda. Leo ni naweza sema Mzalendo, you scored 3 points for me, and I will state them out. First of all, mimi mzima na najisikia niko na nguvu, Mungu amenilinda. Mzalendo, there is one thing, I'll say 3 of them. One, you said about people coming, going to US. Honestly speaking, I previously said people are leaving their country because of frustrations, and they are going to America because or frustration. But if they are leaving Kenya, going for touring or just visiting and seeing all what they are doing so that they can come home where they are happy and comfortable, it will be a very good thing. And I think when Mzalendo said that when people come here, the way they are taken, that they are the one to undertake the heavy work or the work that they cannot do, that is very true. And I support him for that. The other thing is about watu wale tunachagua. Kweli wananchi, sisi ndio tunajiweka huu mnyororo kwa shingo. Na hiyo Mzalendo amesema watu ambao wanachagua watu wao, nyinyi ndio mnawajua kule mashinani, wametenda nini, wana behave namna gani. Ni watu wa kukunywa pombe, ni watu wa kutusi wengine, ni watu wa kujigamba, ni watu wa kutumia pesa za wananchi bure bure. Those are the things that we wananchi, we are supposed to look, so that we don't blame the person once he has gone to do all those bad things he was doing, but you overlook. You go away from it, and then you decide that you don't want to listen. You don't want to support him. I mean, you don't want to think about it. He's your people. So that is where we fail. The other thing Mzalendo said is about this time limit for MPs and governors. I had said it even there before. These people should have short time, so that within those time that they are there and the president is there. But this time when they are serving these people, if it is 2 years, we will know whether this guy can go back or not. Actually 5 years being a governor, ambaye anakula marupurupu ya wananchi, tutakuwa tumemalizwa kabisa. Everybody who is a politician who has been elected, MP, senator, governor, they should have time limit. It should be maximum 2 years, so that we can do investigation, we can do analyzation, we can assess them and see where they fall. And if we find them very active, very okay with their job, they are doing us what they promised, we are okay, and we'll take it and we'll vote them vote them back. So those are things that really we Kenyans, we ought to look at. Because hii mambo ya kuwa mmechagua mtu alafu kesho mnaanza kujikuna kichwa. Surely you are the same people who know that person from the ground, from the area, how he has been behaving and what he has been doing. Let's do that. Let's have one idea that sisi tunaenda kuchagua mkubwa wetu, ametufanyia nini before. Hata kama hakuwa amechaguliwa before, tabia yake ilikuwaje, alikuwa namna gani, anapenda wananchi, hata vile maisha yake yeye mwenyewe anaishi aje, ni mkora, mtu wa kukunywa pombe. Mambo kama hiyo tuangalie. Although sometimes we cannot assess somebody by drinking, because there are people who drink when they have leisure. But if it is somebody who is thriftily spending people's money, public money, for himself, not for the service of the wananchi, those are the criteria we should follow. Those are the things that we should look at when we are electing these people. And that time limit for these people, in fact, it's very critical. It is very necessary, so that they don't stay there for 5 years, mishandling, spending all this money, doing corruption all this long time. Watamaliza inchi. So I'm glad that those are things that we can hold together and we can discuss how we can tackle our problem in our country. So habari ya hiyo mambo ambayo inafanywa ya nani huyo impeachment. Gachagua ndio anaji-impeach. Hakuna mtu anamu-impeach, ni yeye mwenyewe. I'm shocked to see him that he is going to Kirinyaga to these people, once they get elected, they see like they are very important, or they have past the life of a human being. Now they are superstitious. I mean, super something. I don't know. You are still Gachagua. You are still the same Gachagua who should walk like me, who should talk like me. But his talks, his behavior, even he's making it more worse. Ni mtu gani huyo ati ameamini Mungu anaenda ati kuomba huko Kirinyaga ndio ati mambo yake ikuwe mzuri? Unless wewe ni mchawi. I don't see the reason why he should even behave like that, going to those places. Mount Kenya, going there to pray. I don't know his belief, whether he believes or not. Huwezi ukafanya chokora nyingi, mambo mingi mbaya. Alafu, yeah, you can repent. But don't be like Gentiles. You are showing people, go there, wacha tusikie na watu wengine ati ulikuwa huko. Hatutaki kuona picha yako ati umeinua mikono unaomba. Why can't you even pray for Kenya to have peace rather than praying for your own self? Because it's like he favors himself than anybody else. He don't care about Kenyans. If he cares about his Kenyans, hiyo ni maombi ambayo angeita basi pahali awe anaombea watu ama awe anaomba na Wakenya wale wengine. Wacha kujifanya ati wewe you are extra. I don't understand him. Even he is making him look so ridiculous. I'm sorry to say so. Yeah, anaweza kuwa ameamini, lakini hatuwezi kumuona hivyo tu vile anafanya hiyo mambo ya simama na kuongea mambo machafu, alafu akiona kama imemlemea ati anakimbia anaenda kujisanitize. We are the people who understand you from the beginning up to now, who you are. Na kwa hivyo omba Mungu vizuri, wacha kujionyesha, wacha put like you are portraying yourself like a victim. You are not a victim, you are victimizing yourself. Na hiyo ni mambo mbaya sana. Kenyans lazima tuangalie watu na durumeni na micro, I don't know what is it called, so that we understand them. Microscope, yeah, thank you. So that we understand them. Na tunaweza, hakuna mambo ambayo hatuwezi kujua. Kila mtu, kwa sababu mbona mimi nitajulikana na yule anakaa karibu na mimi ananijua? Mbona nyumba 10, kila ule mkubwa wa nyumba hizo 10 anajua each and everybody entering and going out? Anawezaje? Wewe ni Mkenya mmoja, huyo mkubwa ni wa watu wengi. Nyinyi wote muambiane, huyu mtu amefanya nini? Ameiba cha nani? Amesaidia nani? Anafanyaga kazi yake saa ngapi? Ni mtu wa aina gani? Ni mtu wa those are the things that we have to look at and see that mambo mingi ile wao watu wanafanya, kama ni mazuri ama ni mambo ya kujigamba ama ni mambo ya kujifanya, because you can tell a pretender, sababu kesho atasahau vile alifanya jana na atafanya kitendo cha kufuta yale yote alikuwa amefanya kwa sababu alikuwa anajifanya. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tujitahidi. That is a very good thing to do when we are electing these guys, so that we don't cry later, because we don't want to cry for many years. Tutachoka na tutaumia sana. Nao watu wakiingia hapo, umeona kama Kenya hakuna vote of no confidence. That is what I see, unless now we think otherwise. Otherwise Kenyans tutafifia, tutafinywa kwa sababu ya tabia zetu, na sisi ndio tunajiletea hii mambo yote. In fact, if you don't elect this guy with all these burdens that they have, isipokuwa sasa tuseme shida yetu ni moja. Sasa tulikuwa tumechagua yule tulikuwa tumechagua, lakini mwingine akaiba, akachukua hiyo serikali. That is the most dangerous thing in our country. Kwa sababu unaweza kuwa huyu hakushinda na huyu ndiye tulichagua, uchungu uko aina gani? It's so painful. Hata kama ni kijiji umechagua chief, ama tuseme chief anakuwa elected, tumuelect. tukose tuelect yule alafu huyu hakuwa elected, tuone yule hatukuelect ndio amechukua kiti. Hiyo ni uchungu gani? Kwa hiyo nini, neighborhood inakuwa uchungu mkali, na kwa hivyo tusijiweke hiyo mnyororo kwa shingo tena. Tujaribu tuwezavyo kuelewa hawa watu, sababu hawana huruma na sisi, na hakuna siku watakuwa na huruma vile wanaonekana. We have the few who are left outside who could have thought about you and make your life better. Lakini hawa waangalieni, muone ni watu wa maisha yao na wamejitenga, wametengeneza the way how they are going to live luxury, na hiyo ndio mpango ile wako nayo. Hakuna mpango yenu, lakini let's see. Walikuwa mkutano, sijui walikuwa wanatupangia nini, kwa sababu tunaweza pangiwa mengi na tukose kuishi maisha mazuri kwa nchi yetu. Sisi hatutaki kupewa chochote, tunataka peace na tupewe kile kinatuhusu, si marupurupu ama serikali atiwe tumetoa pesa no, we want the right thing so that the government should not complain or say anything. So for that, Kenyans, let's wake up. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Mwikali. We appreciate that. It's important that we work out everything to secure what is good for the country. And as I keep reminding us, we need to be more mindful of the future. If we don't lay a proper processes and policies to secure the future, we will end up failing and causing more people to fail by our negligence. We are where we are because our forefathers did not rise to the occasion to go beyond their personal interest and get us a nation. We are crumbling with the divisions, tribalism, and self-interest because our founding fathers failed in building bridges and ensuring that we converse together in having a country called Kenya. So we have a country on the map, but our coexistence and our uniform or single purpose is always elusive, and we are always suspicious of each other. It's only Moi who had a Kalenjin as president, and then we had the bodyguard from another tribe, and then the head of the armed forces from the other tribe, and all that. We need to have that Kenya where every Kenyan is safe in the hands of any other Kenyan. And that can only be achieved by us accepting one another, valuing one another, and of course, ensuring that competent people are the ones put in leadership. An insecure leader will always bring problems eventually because he'll be pushing his own personal agenda at the expense of national agenda. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Tuendelee kukaribishana. Naona hiyo namba inaendelea kuongezeka. Tafadhali tuiongeze. Share in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook groups. Wacha dunia nzima ikajiunge nasi katika mjadala wa leo, kuhakikisha kwamba tunashiriki kwa pamoja katika kujadiliana. Okay. And so far we are making good progress with our contribution. I think we are now crossed over where we now need 10K or so. So tuendelee namna hiyo, na wakati nafikia tamati ya host show yangu leo, nikiachia wale ambao watakuja usiku. So let's get that 10K tumalize hii maneno ili Monday tuwe tumelipa bili zote, tukuwe na another 30 days ya kurun show bila shida yeyote. The details I'll be sharing the comment section. Thank you for everyone who has so far made their contribution. Bwana Moses, vipi? Moses,
Excuse me, I want to,
one moment.
Bernard, I want
Yes,
to answer Muzalendo a little bit. Muzalendo alikuwa naongea about Kenya, anakompea Kenya na America. You need to believe yourself. You need to believe where you come from.
Ngoja kwanza
It's not good to hate where you come from.
Nimejaa kwa studio. Naomba tafadhali tuweke cameras on so that we don't punish our viewers. Please, let's do our best. Roda dakika moja au mbili tafadhali. Let's observe time. Carry on.
Down because I come from Kenya. The way vile tunazikanga watu tunawapeleka kwa kaburi is the same like here. Usitikia watu wana create down. You need to believe yourself and to believe big. Believe big. Believe your country is development. Una believe even your infrastructures, in businesses, in industry. Don't let anybody, because you come from Africa, put you down. You know, there's one woman was telling me, in Africa, we don't have an airport. She thought me, how did you have an airport? I thought, yes, we have an airport, Jomo Kenyatta. And I told her, you can go and Google her. We have a Jomo Kenyatta airport. She thought we didn't have an airport. They put African down. So don't let anybody, me, I'm always lift up Africa. Some people, they say, oh, in Africa, you have a lot of disease, Ebola. No, that is the country I'm born, and I'm born in the hospital. Na vile mnazika watu huku ndio tunazika. Kwetu hawezi zika mtu akiwa ana kwa saduku. Si ndio? Hata huku according to the law, you cannot, maiti hawezi zika maiti akiwa ana kwa saduku. Whole world. That is the law. So we need to love ourselves and to believe ourselves. So that's what I want to tell Muzalendo. Don't put Kenya down. I believe big and I believe our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on. Moses.
Yeah, Bernard, how are you, Mama Mary? Mama Mary, every day we see new names, but we know you. And they wrote that, so, how is Kenya? Are you still in Uganda, Bernard, or you are back in Kenya? Last time I looked for you, but I couldn't see you anyway. Anyway, yeah, Rhoda is okay. She's saying the truth. We have to believe in our own countries and believe in ourselves that we can make it without these Westerners or like, yeah, believing in yourself is very important in each and everything. Even if you need help, someone will come in to give you help, so long as the way how it will depend on how much you are determined. So, Bernard, for today, I will just say that let's pray for Baba. You know, he was born today. That may Almighty Allah grant him all 50 years to come, and until he laid the foundation of the country before we let him rest. Not like resting, like retiring. Let me say that. So today I watched his speech in Mombasa, and I was very happy. And him being a man of his words, there are certain things he mentioned there, and I was like, yeah, he have answered many who were saying, he's there and what and what. So he told them, look at me, the way you see me, do you see I'm still young and glittering? So that's a message to all those ones who have been maybe asking many questions. So on top of that, also he talked about the people who are preaching, who have started preaching this 2027 election. There is a very, very important point that he mentioned there, and of which
if we move on like that, then we can expect something good in 2027. Because he said he had one of maybe the leaders, they were saying that they want to do auditing in the election that happened in Bomas last election. They want to know the truth, and he said, Alhamdulillah, we want them to do that, and that was what we have been asking for. Then he summarized up with no another point that I picked there, which is very important, and I wish he could have done that one before the time he was in good terms with Uhuru. He said we cannot expect and we cannot call Kenyans into another election when we have not cleared these dirty games of Kata and the group. In short, he said no electoral reforms, no 2020, no 2027 election again. He cannot call people into another election without electoral reforms. That is very important, Bernard, because it will be wasting time. It will be wasting time. It is very painful. People who are hustling, people who are looking for what to eat, daily bread, to at least give up or like leave what to do, leaving their daily activity to wake up very early in the morning to queue up for voting. And at the end of it, you bring what you think is right for one, not valuing their votes, their power, and the time they have wasted. So that is very important. And I wish he can keep communicating. And he's a resistant person. He's someone of his word, and I believe that one will make this government to at least come out with the right thing and do the right thing. So those are the few things I picked from him. And then I have a problem then with this some politicians who are playing cheap politics. Those of MPs, Senate, and the governors. There is no any law. There is no any law in the constitution that says that you must subscribe to the current president before you get the services to your people or to your constituency or your area. We have nothing like that. So they should stop playing these cheap politics. Those are the people who are just greedy and corrupt people. After corrupt giving them something, then they will start talking the language that people doesn't understand. How can you come and tell me that I have to be to go and start say all the time standing in the president whether he's wrong or right because before we need the services. You are entitled. Every citizen is entitled. Like that, last time we talked here that once you win or once you in the office, let's not talk about winning because there is nothing like winning here. Once you're in the office of president, you are the president of every citizen, regardless of those who voted for you and those who voted against you. So there is no way that I have to come and stand with you. I stand, stand like praising you before you give me my service. It's a must. You have to deliver for me because when you are swearing in, I think they should go back and play the video when the president is being sworn in. Which words does he say and the promises? I've never come across a president swearing in that from today onwards I will defend and protect all those people who voted for me or who voted for my party. They always talk about Kenya and its citizens, full the country and the citizens, not those who subscribe to my party. So I've come to realize that there are some politicians who it's like they are fooling, They have started fooling people around. You know, I have to work with the president before you get here. You don't want the development. We need development, but not in such way. You are pushing us in the corner that we extend of even risking our lives. But because we need this, which is how when I die, if at all I die, you are bringing this GMO and the other stuff, bringing cancer, developing diseases in our people, and you are saying, Lazim, I have to stand with those people before we get service delivery. How? And you know, like people say, was it Mama Mary? Yeah, we need some. If we can put terms for president, even these people, we must put their terms. You know, if it is too late to be too, I don't care whether it is 10 years is okay, but they have endless. You know, they don't have any term that we know is there for 10 years. Others they joined the government or being in parliament ever since they are from their youth up to now. Others are growing old there. Now it's like it has become part of their daily program. They don't even care. They talk the way they want. So those are the things that if we get that chance, we have to look into. Every leader must have term limit. Being it 4, being it 6, 10, but you must have term limit. Another thing, we are seeing these people who are keeping praying. They have called themselves the prayer warriors. But Bernard, being a prayer warrior, we need to see the good fruits that comes after that prayer. You know, you can never come to me. You are always in church pretending. I will say pretending, showing the image that you are. You know, you are someone who is God fearing. But when you open your mouth speaking to public, you speak, you preach hatred, you preach tribalism, you preach selfishness. So this is you. What do you got? It's like, and I picture these religious leaders who are always standing with these people. These people, they are just bringing people who believes in prayers. They are showing them the image that once you go for prayer, you must come out with hatred, you must come out with lies, you must come out with, you need to just be doing things that are not, you don't care about others. You are so these are the things at times, and today I saw Zarendo was talking here. He said a point that which is very good, that just go with what is right. We should not follow someone. We should not be like these flies that when someone is dead, these ones who always on dead bodies. Sometimes they go up to the grave. They bury them with the no. If Baba is doing right, let us support, stand with him. I told you, and I'm always saying here, if Ruto starts doing things in the right way, we shall always stand with him, But we shall demand only one thing. Is it Chaka? He's always saying, we shall only demand that God only. But when he is giving services, we shall, yes, here you are doing it right. But remember what you did. Still, we are demanding our win. But country-wise, like development-wise, you are doing it well. Another thing, Bernard, if the country is, if we are looking like we are talking about the economy of the country, and we are crying that the economy is not doing well or what, we have to be the image showing that really we are not doing well. Downsizing the way we spend, looking into the way we spend, But These are the people I saw. What I googled here, we have Google that can. The hotel that they are in right now, doing their retreats, as they said, it's among the luxurious hotels in Kenya. It's one of the most the expensive hotels in Kenya. And now, what we expect? Remember, he's the president, and all the team they are there. Even a cup of tea, if the hotel has been selling at let's say 1,000 shillings, once the president is in the area, it will shoot maybe to 5,000. You see, because the big man is there. So this is overspending, and we are talking here. If there is one person who has ever been the image of economic, the image of downsizing the spending of government and looking into the economy of the country, it is one with John Pombe Magufuli, because this is the guy, once he entered in the office, he started doing things the way, even the way how these people fly out and in, going here and there with government's money. He said, no, we don't need that. If you want to go, you will go on your own because we are paying you. If you don't want, stay here. And if we want to send, instead of sending like, you see like 100 people going that they are going to do this and this. He said we can send 2 or 3, enough. They will bring here and tell others. So we have to look if we really mean what we say. But the problem with our leaders, they preach this, they preach Y, they do X. So it's not, they don't match with their words and speeches, So really, I believe in Kenya there is many places that they can go and do their retreat. These people are driving themselves. No one is footing. They can say every morning from this time we shall go to Bomas. There is a big hall there, even bigger than where they are right now. In the morning they go there, they do their business, they close, and everyone goes back. Whoever wants to stay near the nearest hotel or place can stay there. But even giving them some allowance is okay. But you are giving people allowance. They are spending money for even where they are sleeping, eating, everything. So I don't know how many days they are going to spend there. But whatever days they are going to spend there, how much amount? It's like, I have a belief that Bernard, this is the way of corrupting. They have their deal now to cut. After that, they will give in case they have used like 10 million, then they will make accountability of like 4 to 5 billion. That when we illiterate, we use this and this amount, then they share. So that is very bad. That's very bad. That's why I said a leader, we always monitor them through the action, the kindness, the honestness, But these are the people, they talk today this, tomorrow they do that. So I don't think if there is a way of, I don't know whether these people sat down and also, anyway, I'm speechless. But everything, I always have hope. Everything has the beginning and it always has its end. We can never give up. We have ever seen many generations, they have ever come and they are no longer there. So their time will come out, and it's good also for those Kenyans who were fooled around and convinced in a stupid way. They are now coming to know the reality. But those ones who still believe in what even lies, So I think I have hope that they will come to know the truth that we were called and this is the right time to stand with the truth. So that is it, Bernard, for now. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Moses, we appreciate that. Ni muhimu tusimame katika ukweli na tusisitize ukweli wa mambo katika mambo yote tunayoyafanya. Uongozi wetu kama bara la Afrika ndio chanzo cha kuporomoka kwetu, kwa sababu inaonekana viongozi wetu badala ya waweke masilahi ya bara letu na nchi zetu mbele, wameweka masilahi yao na wameanza kutumiwa na adui kukandamiza watu wao. They are mortgaging their people for their own personal gain, which is a very regrettable reality. But as the people who are privileged by God to see what we should see and understand what's going on, we need to reorganize, re-engineer, re-energize, and keep in the push until we get what is required. And so in our own small way and in our big way, whatever sphere of influence that we have around ourselves, I think we need to start the right conversations. The resources that we have as the African continent is so immense and so enormous that we cannot be suffering a lack of everything when we have access to everything. What are we not doing right? Why can't we do it right and get it right? Like, for example, I don't see why Africa should not be food secure. Of everything, let's talk about insecurity and other, but food secure, Africa should not be talking about food secure. I mean food insecurity. Why we have the climate going for us. We have mass land that is yet to be put to use. Tukubali majukumu na tusikubali uongozi bila kukubali majukumu, because inaonekana watu tunafurahia kuchukua uongozi bila kukubali majukumu, na uongozi hauendi bila majukumu. Na haya majukumu yawe majukumu ya kusuluhisha matatizo, isikuwe majukumu ya kujipendekeza na kujifanya. You strain at a gnat and swallow a camel. Jesus talking about the Pharisees. They strain when it comes to following the law. But when nobody's looking, they swallow a camel. We need to arise and be counted for the right thing that we are doing as a people. Now, it seems like my night guys are not showing up. Mato, Macdates, wherever you are, Julia, Leo, Francis, Makiadi, and the rest, show up or we close the show mapema, because I need to be out of here by 2 o'clock. And it's just like 14 minutes or so to that time. So I need to get my colleagues to take charge of the remaining part, or we end it unceremoniously. But all in all, I believe we are gaining from what we are sharing here, and we appreciate those of you who are sharing even on the comment section. Let us focus. Let's keep working. We must push Africa out of the hole where they have dug themselves into by insisting on right leadership, na tutofautishe uongozi wa vyeo na uongozi wa majukumu. Okay? Kama kiongozi anapenda cheo na hataki majukumu, tuchukue hayo majukumu tuyatekeleze. Okay? Ili nchi iendelee pasipo kwenda kupigania positions ambazo hazina majukumu. The main thing here is taking the responsibility and doing our own personal initiative. Let us influence our sphere of influence positively and share the information, engage right people, especially those of us who are in education, or rather are enlightened. Let's engage our young people within our sphere of influence. With technological advancement, you can start a conversation with your WhatsApp group, start a conversation with your followers on Facebook. Let there be a serious discussion in terms of Africa rising up and being free from external influence in terms of its development agenda. America will never develop Africa. Britain will never develop Africa. Europe will never develop Africa. Africa will only develop when Africans shoulder the responsibility of developing Africa. And when Africa is free economically, then it will be free indeed. But this other one is for flag and national anthem. It is not helping much. We have experimented with it now 60 years. If we will be free, we must begin by being economically free. And economic freedom is buried right into the resources that are within our environment. Let us engage into ensuring that that is done. And that's why I am moved by the story of Gaddafi and other leaders like Ngome Kuruma said that Africa cannot be free until each and every African country has been freed. We need to have those cross-cutting mindsets. This limiting yourself to that squared area of your so-called country until you don't think about your next neighbor, it's not healthy. It is not healthy. And now, like I'm being informed that the Kagame is infringing on Congo and being used by external forces to try and destabilize Congo so that Congo can be split and they can get a share. Now, all that madness, it needs not to be the case. What happened to being our brother's keeper and being people that push Pan-Africanism? Pan-Africanism means we enhance the freedom of our continent and the freedom of our brothers and securing of resources. Why do we always volunteer to be used by our enemies in destroying what needs to be our security? Yeah, we need to be secure in the sense that we are able to watch each other, secure each other, fight to secure each other. Lakini hii vita ya kwenda kupigana ili kumalizana, it's not helping. The future doesn't look good with that kind of operation. So tutasonga mbele katika mjadala wetu. Naomba tu tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana wale wanakaribisha, na walimu wangu wa usiku tafadhali njooni, na kama mna mgomo pia mtuambie mko kwa mgomo akatumwe tuone kama atawaongelesha mkakubali ama mkatae, lakini cha muhimu, let us be focused. Let us do what is required. Let's see if this video will play. Jana ilileta kizaza.
Shukuru sana kwa kuja kutembelea toka baada ya uchaguzi. Hii leo ndio mara yako ya kwanza toka tulipomaliza uchaguzi. Tumshukuru Mungu, tumemaliza uchaguzi, yaliyotokezea yametokezea. Lakini mji huu, kitu kilichotutia imani, bado watu wako ndani ya ODM. Na kuja kwako wewe kutembelea sisi baada ya uchaguzi na kusema ya kuwa mwaka huu wa 2023
tena kura hataki tena kura. Na pili, napenda nimsahihishe Deputy President wa nchi ya Kenya. Asisahau ya kwamba sisi ni watu wa siasa na watu wa siasa huwa wana nyumba yao na wanaenda na mrengo wao pia vile vile. So wakati wa maendeleo tutakuwa kwa maendeleo, lakini wakati wa siasa sisi ni ODM bado. Sasa wanapotuambia magavana hawana ruhusa ya kufanya siasa, wana ruhusa kufanya kitu gani? Gavana ni nani? Alipiga kampeni ama hajapiga kampeni? Atataka tena kura ama hataki tena kura? Unapomwambia asifanye siasa, tukutane kama Pwani, tukutane na majimbo yale mengine, tutengeneze siasa yetu ya 2027 na siasa ambayo tunaendelea nao pia vile vile. Tusionekaniwe tumetupa towel, ndio ama sio? Na unapowaacha kondoo kila mtu anaende mahali kwake, inaleta shida. Kwa hivyo tuweke pamoja, create room, kila baada ya miezi kadhaa tuwe tunakutana, tuonekaniwe tuko na tuisabiki, na tuweze kutoa agenda mbadala ya nchi ya Kenya. Tusikubali kuwa hati sisi hatuna ideas, kwa kuwa zile zao sasa ndio the best ideas. We must come up with our own ideas as well, and the only way is for us to meet, isn't it? Na jambo lingine ningependa niwasihi magavana. Magavana wetu, nyinyi ndio kioo cha serikali ya ODM. We have not performed well siku za nyuma, lakini naomba kama gavana wetu hapa Abdul Samad, I want you to be the example of this country. Tusiwe 001 kwa namba alafu maendeleo tuko 0. Tuelewana nafikiria, si ndio? We want Mombasa County to lead in every aspect. Tuanze na usafi, tuanze na matokeo ya elimu, tuanze na usafishaji wa mitaa yetu. Tusiweko tena na mageti ndani ya town ati tunaogopa vijana wetu. Tutoe hizo kabisa. Mambo ya mihadharati imalizwe. That should be our agenda. Na kina mama wetu na vijana wetu tuwaokoe. I'm ready to carry the cross. Tuseme meogoka hata isije Mombasa.
Nairobi County for a moment now. The embattled Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja says he will not back down on his reform agenda despite criticism from Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua on his planned removal of matatu operators from the city's central business district. Sakaja says he has full backing of the head of state on his transformational push to restore the city's lost glory. Seth Olale with the latest update on the Sakaja-Gachagua leadership tussle that threatens to divide the ruling coalition.
Barely a week after a section of leaders from the Mount Kenya region came out in defense of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua over his stance against reforms being taken by Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, the embattled county boss says he won't relent as he is a man on a mission.
Na nimemuita tukae chini na yeye. Mambo yoyote ambaye anaamua ambaye anaweza haribu biashara katika Nairobi, kwanza tuongee tukubaliane.
You know, I had somebody saying that Sakaja Nairobi ilikuwa hivyo kabla uzaliwe. That's why I'm governor. I can't leave it to be how it was before I was born. We must change it.
On 20th December 2022, DP Gachagua called on the Nairobi governor to go slow on removing long-distance PSV operators from the city's CBD.
Sakaja ni kijana mzuri, ni governor, nitamketisha chini. Tutakubaliana vile wafanyabiashara watakaa Nairobi bila kusubuana sana. Mngetaka nimketishe chini? Tukubaliane na yeye, tulimsaidia na vile tulimsaidia tutaketi chini na yeye tukubaliane vile tutakaa.
Sakaja maintains that he will go ahead implementing the initiative aimed at decongesting the city's CBD.
Change is difficult, but change is inevitable. We must change our city to be that city, that shining, jewel on the African continent.
Gachagua's allies, led by Mary Senator Wahome Wamatinga, warned the Nairobi governor of a possible impeachment should he make good his threat to relocate long-distance PSVs from the city's CBD.
The deputy president must be respected for who he is.
But Sakaja enjoys backing from a section of Western Kenya leaders who have come to his defense, saying as the duly elected governor of Nairobi, he has the full constitutional mandate to shape the future of the city county.
Sakaja was elected by Kenyans in Nairobi. So we want to call out the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua that if you don't respect yourself as the deputy president of Kenya, we will not respect you. In fact, at some point, we will bring a motion, I will bring a motion in parliament to impeach you.
The Gachagua-Sakaja public spat that is threatening to cause division in the ruling coalition became a talking point in Wednesday presidential joint media interview at State House, Nairobi.
We have a new governor in Nairobi. There are issues. He's trying to do this, he's trying to do that. Some he gets right, some maybe he needs a bit more consultation.
I thank the President William RUTO has been extremely supportive.
The capital city's CEO responded to Gachagua's criticism while receiving a health task force report that recommended a systematic upgrade of the county's health sector, including additional medical equipment and personnel. Nairobi County Boss is using the health sector as a strategic launching pad for reforms in a bid to restore the capital city's former glory. Seth Olale, Citizen TV at County Hall, Nairobi County.
Okay, now today was D-Day.
Okay, thank you everyone. As we continue with the discussion, thank you Eric for pointing out that people like John and Black are completely losing focus on what is being discussed. They only dream of RAILA every time. It is their duty, those are, I think, bloggers for UDA, and it's their duty to come and try to divert the conversation. But truth will always stand out. It doesn't matter how long you hold up a lie, the lie will never turn into a truth. And probably the truth may come late, but when it arrives, the lie will not have feet to stand on. One of the things that I keep advising people like Black and John is that they should look at their age and look at Raila Odinga's age and advise themselves. You don't disrespect elders and continue being credible and valid as an individual, especially as a young person. When you don't draw lessons from the elders, you set yourself up to repeat their mistakes and probably never escape what they escaped. And so this business of trying to run down Raila Odinga, cry Raila Odinga, demean Raila Odinga, your size is too small for you to try and deem somebody like Raila Odinga. I mean, except you are insane. How do you want to try to demean somebody that is is bigger than Kenya. He has a worldwide recognition, and then you with your limited a few likes and followers on your blog, you now want to use it as a means of trying to demean and dim one legend like Raila Odinga. It's uncalled for. So tuachane na hiyo story zenu za kujaribu kutumia jina la Raila Odinga kujaribu ku remain relevant. Raila Odinga ni kiongozi wa tajriba kubwa sana kimataifa. Haya masuala mengine kujaribu hata kumlinganisha na William Ruto. William Ruto hawezi kufikia kiwango cha Raila Odinga, na msimamo wa Raila Odinga kisiasa na mikakati yake ya kisiasa imesaidia hii nchi kuliko mwanasiasa yeyote walio hai na walioaga. Hakuna yule ambaye amecontribute katika maendeleo ya nchi hii kama vile Raila Odinga amefanya, na kwa hilo tu lazima aheshimiwe. Na nyinyi kama vijana, haswa wale ambao mnataka kuwa katika siasa, ni muhimu mwanze kuheshimu waliowatangulia. Au uhuru tulio nao sasa hivi, haya mambo yote tunayoyazungumzia yasingewezekana pasingekuwa watu ambao walikuwa na maono ya kuona nchi ambayo iko huru, nchi ambayo vyombo vya habari vina uhuru na Wakenya wana uhuru wa kushiriki mambo yao bila kuhujumiwa. Now, somebody who envisions that in an environment that is controlled, in an environment that is choked, until he fights to ensure that that happens, that is a visionary leader that needs to be emulated and needs to be respected. We've been asking over and over, what is it that William Ruto has established or caused to happen for this country that we can credit for him as a major contribution in terms of our democratic space, in terms of our development agenda, in terms of the security of the future? What is it, one item that we can say, hii tulipata courtesy of William Ruto? We can't relate him to anything. Yet he joined politics a long time ago. So let's not drag Raila's name into our small petty issues by trying to misrepresent information to try and look relevant in the name that Raila said this, Raila did that. In my opinion, it's uncalled for. Okay, hiyo ni saa 8 asubuhi. Inaonekana mgomo wa walimu wangu unaendelea. Bwana Moses, hebu toa maoni yako. Kama hawa walimu hawakuji, mimi nafungasha.
Yeah, Bernard, maybe today is a weekend. Maybe they are it's a weekend. They are enjoying. One thing that I'll touch on.
Yeah, uko na feed. Bwana Moses, fungua 2 feeds. We are hearing twice.
Okay. So I was saying, you are lucky. It was about, as Africans, it is true.
Bwana
Like
Moses,
you said.
refresh your browser. Kuna shida. We are hearing you twice and it's not even making you communicate. I don't know how it's going to be, but you will need to refresh your browser so that it's up to date. It's like you are both listening from outside the studio as well as in studio.
No, maybe it was network. No.
That is now better. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was like you said before you played the video, as Africans, no one will come to our countries to develop us. Even though those people you mentioned, I don't want to mention them here. They always come to us with their interests. You know, they come to us with their interest, and they are never supportive to someone who is always standing with his, or someone who believes in his country that they can do better than what they think. They are always standing with people who are puppets, you know, those people that they will use in case in like to achieve their what goals, and like rooting, you know, taking shares, you know, those people, they are nothing without we. They need us even more than we. If we cross boundaries that no one to cross, they should not cross, and we should not cross. They need us more than we do, because we supply them with raw material. There are things we have they don't have. You, Mwalimu, you have traveled, you see, compare to Africa. We are blessed, but it's because we are greedy, we are selfish, you know, we are selfish. We don't wish well. When you are there, you always talk about how will I become rich? How will my daughter and son be this? We don't talk about, we don't have heart for our country, you know, we just I think that's the only thing that is driving us back. But if we can stand there and put our country first, think about our fellow citizens, it's like we can develop even without these people. Because a country that you can cut the tree of cassava, you plant there and you get cassava and eat without irrigating. We don't have such countries. There are few in this world, you know. So until we believe in ourselves, until we've put a fight and we make laws that makes these people leaders, these leaders, to know that we are the boss, we are their bosses, you know, until they know that our voice counts, that is when we can call them to order and they will listen. So those are the things that we have to fight until we achieve them. Because if we get leaders that can listen and say, what are the citizens saying? What are our people saying? I think we can do better and we can thrive. So maybe if I can also talk about, I have had this rumor. I don't know whether it's true or rumors concerning the deputy president. Impeachment, not impeachment, we don't care. Maybe they should tell us the reason why they want to impeach him, because they are saying we can impeach him, we can do this, but we don't know the cause. It's their own business. We don't care. And it will be, they are just, they would have done it a long time. They are even delaying, you know. Let them do it, and we just saw that one is gone. Then we start counting, we look into others. It's none of our business. No one is interested in him being a deputy president. Apart from him, maybe with his family, because they are working for their stomachs and few of their tribe mates. So it's not, they should do that. It's up to them. Put their house in order. So long as they are not accusing him over something that we don't know, but it's their fight, and maybe they want to divert people from the cause. Well, I don't see something like that coming early. But very soon, you know, Ruto used to cry that, oh, and what? But you know, God always gives you, pays back. Hopefully, I'm saying the deputy president is taking Ruto away in the corner that he used to be, talking without knowing that this is my boss. You talk anyhowly, you come out and, you know, express the way without thinking. You know, as a deputy president, most of the time, there are things you cannot say without without your boss knowing. But he's a guy, to me, I see him like someone who doesn't care, you know. He can speak whatever comes to his mind. So this is their fight, Bernard. For our prayer is that it's a high time. Really, it's a high time these our leaders to start thinking about the ordinary. They are our countries. however rich you become, I don't think you can even feel comfortable when you move in other countries. They ask you, you come from Africa, from which country of Africa? Then you mention, like me, sometimes I feel afraid of mentioning my own country because it's well known only on bad things only. When you Google Uganda, you find Uganda this, Uganda killed, Uganda fight. There is nothing good that when you Google, you say, Uganda is good. This only fighting, corrupt, shooting, what? So it's a high time we put our countries first, and not until we feel like we have love for our country and being honest, working with all all kind everyone in the country, because Bernard, you can never run a country you alone or with one political party like this. You are just failing yourself. You must bring the country together. Like the president and his deputy, when they speak, the words that comes out of their mouth, it will like it can harm or it can divide people, it can bring people together. Because ever since they started, I've never seen them preaching words of peace. No, they always continuously dividing the country. All the time they talk that we know these people here, we are here, always. So like Uhuru, one of the things that I've started missing about this guy, whenever he could stand and give a speech, you see there is, at least that some kind of like, giving everyone hope, you even tell but these people here, so Bernard, that is the fight we have to put on, our generation. This one we shall read them in books in the future, but we can never give up. Those people who are always like they come here and they talk as if for them they are from white or maybe Europe or where. Even though you are abroad, wherever you are hustling, you are not there because you are happy. It's the situation that forced you to run out of your country. No one is happy outside his home country. I will tell you this, Bernard, even though you go in Europe or where and you get a citizen, you become a citizen there. You never have the rights that you have at home. There are certain things that you cannot even reach. There are certain, like, they will put some limits that you don't cross here. And when you cross there, they will call you down. Where did you come from? Even that one will be cancelled and sent back to where you belong. So we should talk and mind about our country. Home is home, even if you are outside there. Ukizeika, lazima will go back home, because there is now a country that
Thank you, Brother Moses. I want to take off. I'm happy Julia is here and the rest of you, so you'll proceed with the show. I just want to respond to one thing. Black is on the comment section and refuting. Uh, you know, the goodness is that I don't run away from everything I say because I know I'll be here tomorrow, just like I've been here today. And what we said about external interference with our elections is still stands, except you have found any evidence otherwise, then you can come and table those evidence. But external forces interfering with the Kenyan elections and Africa elections generally, it is something you cannot deny except you're black, the way you are black and your name is black. But if you really want to tell yourself the truth, because you're black, like I am black, then you know that the Kenyan elections was not an election. It was a selection. And even the struggling of the president and his quest for legitimacy, to the extent of begging governors to take photos with him, or governors to meet with him, or to arrange development of what churches view Thanksgiving watch meeting. All that is because he has legitimacy issues. Majority of Kenyans believe they did not elect him. He knows the majority of Kenyans did not vote for him. And so it's a matter that we don't even need to debate. And so that aspect of trying to preempt whatever that Raila Odinga is doing, it's also a mess up because Raila Odinga is a deep well, a very deep well that you may think you have figured him out and he pulls you from this other end and you will never know what hit you. And so hii story ya kusema oh there is no more external interference or Raila being snubbed by who, you wait and see. Stop that aspect of trying to read into what is not yet written. Wait until you see the game being played plainly. For now, I want us to still stick on the topic and the diversionary tactics of trying to drag us into discussing Raila Odinga. We are looking at why State House wants Gachagua impeached. Hiyo ndio subject ya leo. Ni State House inataka Gachagua impeached. And that is why they have not even taken him for those diplomatic classes that the president, Dr. Ruto, was promising them. The table etiquette. You remember that table etiquette and all that, those classes. He was supposed to take
before you go, why are you saying, why did you write this? Why State House wants to Gachagua impeached? What happened?
It is State House that wants Gachagua impeached. That is why Gachagua has reverted to the mountain so that the mountain can rescue him.
What happened? What happened in State House? I didn't follow. I mean, I didn't come behind. There's another
No, it is our reading into the politics that are being played. The agitation for the impeachment of Gachagua is coming like it's far from State House, but it's right from State House. The Sakaja and that for the Kenya MP, those ones are just mouthpiece. But the really people who want Gachagua out of the way, they are the State House because he seems to be a threat to the presidency of one William Ruto. You remember that outcry? Now I didn't want to bring that up because I'm leaving, but you remember the cry of one Sonko when Sonko was crying about deputy governor. He said this law that says that the deputy governor should take office as soon as the governor is dead needs to be reviewed so that it doesn't become automatic. And then
if he's impeached, if the president is impeached, the deputy should take over.
That is what the law says.
Yes.
It takes over for the remaining of the term.
Hakuna uchaguzi.
Hakuna uchaguzi hapo, anakuwa sworn in just like Suluhu was sworn in after Nani's demise. Then when he gets impeached, the same thing applies. Just like Suluhu took over after Magufuli's death, the deputy takes over. And then you remember the aspect of, in fact, that case is still pending before the court about the former late Nyeri governor who died in unclear circumstances.
That was Gachagua's brother.
Not even that one. There was the other one who succeeded.
Gachagua's brother.
There is Nderito Gachagua was the first governor.
Was that Gachagua's brother? The Nderito Gachagua?
Yes, senior brother. Yes. And then there was the governor was elected. I think was he even sworn in? That
then he died in a road accident.
Yes, in a road accident on Thika Road. And then now the current, this hard speaking, this mouthpiece was the deputy.
Was the deputy
governor. Became the governor. And now he has gotten the second term. And it is said that, now that is rumor, has it that the people organized for that accident to take place to get rid of this governor. Some of these people were in the kitchen cabinet. I don't want to bring that up, but so kuna vile mambo vile yanakaa the stability of the current regime requires a soft deputy, not a rough deputy, as well as a hot-headed president. So kuna vile
So we can say that Gachagua is not really fighting Sakaja. He's not fighting Mudavadi. He's just telling his boss, "Don't try me, usinijaribu."
no, is like.
Are you sure he's fighting Sakaja? I don't think he's fighting Sakaja. I think he's
Let
using
me give you the example. I give you the example of when Mother Karua was named
Yeah.
as the running mate to Raila Odinga.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? We saw transformation. Okay, her wardrobe was changed. Her etiquette was changed. She began to be sold as a national figure, presidential material. Okay,
Yeah.
flip is this other side. After Gachagua was named running mate, what happened?
Is it possible to sell Gachagua? Let me ask you.
No, not sell.
Bernard,
I'm saying
put yourself in Ruto's shoes. Now start changing Gachagua.
no. I'm saying yes. It is. It's important. It's imperative. Because if I make you my deputy, and I want you to represent me, I must make you presentable. What I'm saying is that after he was named,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely nothing changed. He remained the same until today. Okay, that means there was no effort from that end to even convert him to some degree. If his mouth cannot be converted, at
Yes,
least his
that's what I'm saying. How do you Bernard, wacha tu sasa tujifanye Ruto. Sasa anza kutengeneza deputy wako. Unafanya aje?
No, they are diplomatic classes.
Na kama
Where you
hataki kusoma, sasa kama mtu akifungua mdomo, angalia,
hakuna,
akifungua
there's no
mdomo,
evidence hataki kusoma.
akifungua mdomo anafungua mdomo anasema mimi ni Maumau. Sasa today I saw he was praying and he was praying facing the mountain, praying to Mount Kenya. And when he was outside, he was praying for Ruto. Sasa niambie, sasa hii maneno ya praying Mount Kenya, you know, it is calculated. It is we are people from the mountain. You know, you cannot forget that we are the ones from the mountain. It's not that he was praying, it is calculated. We are the ones from the mountain. We are the sons and daughters of Gikoyo and Mombi. And we pray facing the mountain. He's trying to invoke even the Gikoyo elders. Unakumbuka juzi ya Gikoyo elders walimwambia reconcile na Uhuru. Kumaanisha even them, they are not buying him. You know, they have not adopted him as their son. They are struggling to do that. Now today he's praying to the mountain. He's trying to tell them, you see, I'm a son of the mountain. And I mean, Bernard, unataka Ruto afanye aje? Sasa wewe ni Ruto, sasa badilisha Gachagua.
It is not Ruto. Now that you see Gachagua is turning to the mountain and begging the mountain, it means he's cornered. Okay? If the mountain does not come to his rescue, he's done. You get that? And then this other side is him being around.
Yeah.
He's causing this and that. And then they are doing nothing to help him. For example, like the remarks he made about Sakaja. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you see the president correcting it in a manner that is serious about it? No. Why? They want him to be goofing like that, and then they find an excuse to use to get rid of him. If I don't want you to go as my deputy, when you goof, I will stand out for you, clean up the mess, and then direct you further.
And
But
don't forget,
I leave you goofing after the other, and then I don't even help you or help to breach the gap. Like, for example, there was an exchange between who I think Songo and someone else during Uhuru Kenyatta's tenure. And Uhuru Kenyatta came strongly and said, I don't want to hear that nonsense again. And that matter ended there. So you see, there is that providing leadership by securing, minimizing on the conflicts. But you don't see any minimizing of conflict or even intervention from from William Ruto. Why? It is working to his good. He wants to find a good excuse and then instigate the removal. And that removal is healthy because it gives him the option of the Western Bloc. He's still courting and hoping that the Western Bloc will come to his box completely. And which other way to get it other than now convert the principal secretary, principal secretary into his deputy.
And don't forget, Bernard, that Gachagua told, I think it was Kindiki was supposed to be running mate. And it is said that Gachagua said, it is me or else. Unajua?
Yes.
Yule mke mwanakwambia, Bernard, utanioa. Utanipeleka kwa baba yako? Or else. Or else. So you marry that woman because amekwambia or else.
Marriage by force.
By force. So
now, will that kind of marriage find love along the way?
No. But this is very nice, Bernard, because even Ruto told Uhuru, it is me running mate or else. Okay? Sasa ndoa yao ilishia wapi? Hiyo ndoa ilishia wapi, Bernard? So and then Ruto did the same thing to Uhuru. And Ruto went to Mount Kenya region and picked Gachagua, wakatukana Uhuru. So it is payback time. So let me tell you something. If they do that to Gachagua, it will be time for kutukana Ruto. It will be time ya kutukana Ruto, because even when mchungaji ulichopanda ndio unavuna, do not be deceived.
Yes, utavuna ulichopanda.
Yes, ulichopanda ndio unavuna. So this Gachagua came, I saw him praying to the mountain with a big jacket. He's dressed like kuna winter huko kuna winter na nyuki. He's dressed kama kuna winter na kijikofia hapo cha kiajabu huyo rais wetu, makamu wa rais wetu, kijikofia cha kiajabu kile sijui karibu abaye ile boshori, unajua
Julia.
Yes, Kenyan Mikali.
Maybe he went there early morning, so it is very cold at the slopes of that mountain, so he could be dressing like that. And also, Bernard, the governor that you are talking about in Nyeri was Governor Gakuru, who was a superstar of that area. Thank you.
So, okay, Mary unamtetea hizo kijikofia amevaa, lakini kama Bernard anasema...
No, Julia, I'm not tetearing anybody. I'm just saying why he dressed like that, because he could have gone there early before anybody else goes there and pray, and his prayers are taken away. Thank you.
Unajua hicho kijikofia, wacha nikwambie, hata Big J ameingia hapa. Si nyinyi watu mko pahali kuna winter. Hata saa you know there is winter. And I'm going to ask Bernard, really there are things I want to wear. Hata kama kuna baridi gani, Big J ata confirm hapa. Because I am an educator and kuna vitu siwezi vaa kamwe. Sasa nitaenda kule Walmart ama wherever, nitafute ile nguo look something close to official but fits the weather. Unaona, nitatafuta. Si nyinyi mnaona akina Biden zile koti wanavaa kama kuna baridi. They don't just pick another jacket pale Gikomba na kijikofia cha kiajabu. Sasa huyo Bernard ndio mtu nataka bwana rais atengeneza, anamtengeneza ajinyameni. Hata bibi ya Gachagua amejaribu. Bibi ya Gachagua anampenda Mungu na amejaribu kutengeneza hiyo bwana yake. Amechoka. Wanaume mnatubebeza mzigo ingine, saa zingine mnatubebeza mizigo ingine ya kiajabu Bernard, mpaka tunachoka kama tunachoka sana. So making Gachagua Bernard as you go.
Hakuna sense of style.
If you are a senior person, a government official, where Moses,
Julia, hapana, not all of us. Say some, Wagina Gachagua and the group, not all of us. You look at Bernard. Is he like the one? The guy is smart. Not all of us. There are people who are just lousy. They don't know what. You can't be a deputy president and just put on like a farmer and going to garden like that. They are just their nature, like maybe. Not all of us. It says some men, not all of us.
Before you go, now last question before you go. Sasa ni maneno ya mchungaji. Sasa wewe unaamini hayo maombi ya Gachagua kule kwa mlima? I mean, can you interpret it spiritually, or is it a show, or is it another mchezo mwingine wa kujaribu kuambia Wanakenya kwamba mimi ni mcha Mungu? You can comment on that before you go.
You know, it is two things, okay? That, like what I'm saying is politically challenged. He badly needs to be confirmed as a Mount Kenya kingpin. That is not forthcoming, okay? He thought he will use the deputy seat to get the mountain, acknowledge him as kingpin, and then rally the whole mountain behind him. He's finding it very difficult. And before he has that settled, the seat he wanted to use is already threatened, okay? And then so he is flip-flopping between Jesus and the Mumbi, the Mount Kenya God. So he wants any of those gods that can answer his question, his prayer, do it quickly. And then secondly, he's playing politics by praying facing Mount Kenya, confirms him as a son of Mau Mau, the tag that he has placed on himself. Remember, he has placed on himself. So he would want to wink the Mount Kenya people to feel like huyu ndio mtu anaelewa utamaduni wetu. Hata Uhuru Kenyatta hakufanya hivyo. Huyu ni mzuri, atatembea katika utamaduni wetu, kwa hivyo tusimame na yeye. That is what is at play right now. Will he get help? I don't think so, because his way of doing politics is such that he is a man of himself. He's not a man of the people, and he doesn't even care about the people. And so, and you can read that clearly from him, hata yeye hawezi kujificha. So like Jarongo 12:12 anasema that is idolatry. I agree. That's idolatry. He's now switching from Jesus and switching from Uchamungu to go to idolatry, traditional African worship. And it's out of desperation as at now. Hiyo itamsaidia, sioni ikimsaidia. Pili, he deceived himself to think that he's William Ruto. William Ruto is a schemer. He schemed very well. He made sure that the parliament of 2013, 2017, 2022, okay, he had sponsored a specific parliamentarians, both in Jubilee and in ODM, to be in parliament to defend him, okay, because he knew there would be a threat for his impeachment. Did Gachagua do that? I don't think so. So if the sins of Gachagua begin to be read on the floor of the house, the Mount Kenya, that's what I'm saying, is Mount Kenya able to save Gachagua? Do they have enough numbers to stop these other communities?
And not the numbers. Are they going to support him? Is Didi Nyoro on the side of Gachagua? No. Are you sure?
Look, no, that's what I'm saying. Look at Ndini Njoro, look at Ichungwa, okay? Look at the members of parliament that are in parliament and see whether they can save him. So ukiona mtu analilia mlima, unajua amefinywa, okay? Na amefinywa wakati hayuko tayari. See, unlike William Ruto, yeye alikuwa shawa bribe mapema, wamweka huko ndani, anajua huyu atanitetea, huyu nitampigia simu, huyu nitamsort. Gachagua sidhani kama akona hiyo plan. So saa hii ni kubaya na ni lazima.
So as you got Bernard, so I think the impeachment plan should go through, and then after that Gachagua should mobilize Mount Kenya and some others, sisi wa AZIMIO tutoe Ruto. Unaona itakuwa hiyo game, eh? Because AZIMIO will be enjoying.
You have now seen the card. You have seen the card being played. The moment he's done this, then now it will be revenge mission. So hii serikali tunaimaliza black. Waambie serikali yako tunaimaliza.
Because if the MPs, you see, AZIMIO will go both sides. If they hear that Gachagua is being impeached, they'll back that thing. And then after impeaching Gachagua, watarudi, Gachagua atarudi kwa mountain, aite watu wake na wapatie ile pesa yote ameficha kwa mangunia na kila kitu. Na watu pia warudi kwa pande ya AZIMIO, watoe Ruto. So that deal done. Black, that's where we are going. Asante Bernard.
Thank you, bless you, you guys. We appreciate you. Let us do this again later on. Let me just update our bill payment. Tumefika wapi? 1, 2. I think we need like 9K or so. So mtafute hiyo wakati mimi nimeenda, nikiamka iwe imepatikana. Tumalize hiyo maneno leo ili tusonge mbele. Thank you. The other details nimeacha hapo kwa private chat. Naona mzalendo ndio huyu. So Julia, you are in charge. Mfunge station mkitaka ama muendelee mpaka mchana.
Nitafunga mzalendo akinikasirisha. I will close after mzalendo starts annoying me. But today he was...
Mzalendo ni mzuri. Tumeongea tu na yeye vizuri leo. Ni vile tu nyinyi mnamwachanga akienda na maneno ambayo amesema. Wewe toa constitution wakati wote mzalendo naongea, toa constitution. Akikusomea constitution atakuwa sawa tu. Bless you all. Thank you. See you later.
See you later, Bernard.
Mzalendo is a wise guy. The way he looks, the way you look at him, is not that I sometimes I come to believe that he's just, you know, he is like testing the waters. He wants to see how do you react, but he's a wise guy. He's not that one. The way for me.
Okay, asante Bernard ameenda. Tunashukuru leo. I don't know, mzalendo umeenda wapi? Did Bernard kick mzalendo out? Okay, I hope he's still around. He'll join us. Thank you so much, Roda, kwa kushikilia Kenyan Mwikali. People left, even huyo anaitwa Moses. Big J, good to see you. Happy New Year. Tuna ongea hii maneno ya Gachagua, whether there is an impeachment about plan about Gachagua. I was trying to ask Bernard why their views or thoughts that State House wants Gachagua impeached. And he's telling me that from the look of things, State House not providing Gachagua with the support he needs in the midst of opposition and MPs threatening to impeach him. Now, is Mount Kenya able to save Gachagua? From my own point of view, I doubt, because I don't even believe the likes of Ndindi Nyoro and Kimani Ichung'wah are on the side of Gachagua. So maybe Mzalendo will tell me whether he thinks so. Mzalendo, do you think the likes of Ndindi Nyoro and Kimani Ichung'wah can save Gachagua? Are they on his? Can they save him? And do you think that State House wants Gachagua impeached? That is very debatable. Now, are AZIMIO governors betraying RAILA by closing ranks with RUTO? It looks like a betrayal. According to me, I'm not surprised, because Kenyan politicians are greedy. So they can go to any side, especially if they are offered money. So these are just greedy hawks who will go for any opportunity available, because I don't believe they need to lick the boots of William Ruto for development to go into their counties, because I think according to the law of Kenya, the law stipulates what should go to the county. So no one needs to lick the boots of the president for development. And then if this is a democratic government that is following the law, then I think development should be equitable across the country, irrespective of who supported who and who voted for who, or which governor belongs to which party. So I think these governors are just some other greedy hawks, and they can do as they feel like, because mimi nimeona hakuna haja ya kufuatilia vile watu how these politicians are behaving. Now, I want to ask this question. This is what is interesting to me today about Gachagua. Leo nimeona akiomba. I don't know whether people saw that. I want to play this clip. And I think Gachagua praying to the mountain. And then you tell me what you think. Wacha niweke clip.
On the sidelines of the cabinet retreat in Nanyuki, the Deputy President Rigathi.
Don't buy solar panels. Seriously, there is a...
So let me share this.
Of the cabinet retreat in Nanyuki, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua faced Mount Kenya literally in what he said was a journey of prayer. The Deputy President said his quest on the mountain was to pray for freedom from the devastating drought, freedom from diseases such as cancer, and freedom from alcoholism that threatens generations. Ibrahim Karanja with that report.
Away from the glitz and glamour that came as part of the benefits associated with the office he holds, the Deputy President has for the second day gone all out into the cold, early morning, once again facing Mount Kenya. Only 24 hours earlier, Gachagua had a similar trip uphill, bearing the struggle of climbing the mountain, a journey of faith that he said was necessary.
This mountain has a healing effect among our people. It is a symbol of resilience. It is a symbol of victory. When things are very difficult and you come to this mountain, you get encouraged that you'll mount whatever challenge that is there.
The Deputy President stating that aside from the needs of the country, he also prayed for his boss, President William Ruto, as he continues navigating the country towards economic recovery.
I came here yesterday to pray for the health and wisdom of President William Ruto, our great leader, a leader who God has anointed to lead this country, to lead the economic transformation of our economy, and to restore the dignity of our people who are poor. I've come back here this morning with 3 prayers, and I pray to our God, first and foremost, to give us rain. We have had 5 failed seasons, and our people are staring at hunger. More than 4.3 million Kenyans are staring at starvation. More than 2,500 livestock are dead. Children are having malnutrition. Lactating mothers cannot breastfeed their children.
In day 2 of the trek, Gachagua appeared soft-spoken, a departure from his usual abrasiveness.
I have made a personal prayer that since I became Deputy President, I've become a beggar. I spend all my time begging for food. It is humiliating to me. I spend all the time with the foreigners begging for food.
In his list of prayer items, the Deputy President says he asked God to relieve Kenyans of hunger, born of long drought, to rid Kenya of cancer, as well as to bless the lands with rainfall for a bountiful harvest.
We have a praying Deputy President who is interceding for us. Now, it's not a bad thing. Now, Walenisi, I forgive you for what you have written there on the chat. You are forgiven. Now, so really, Kenya ila umejitoa ama umetolewa. Okay. So that's an interceding Deputy President. He said ameombea ukame. Hata nasikia, according to the reporter, he prayed for the president. It is okay to pray. It's not a big deal. I think most of us are religious here and we spend time praying. But I don't know why it is coming at this time and why he has to go to the mountain and make a show. It is on the clip on TV, and it's just a big show. I want to agree with Bernard that was political. That on one side he's trying to the people of the mountain to identify with them. Juzi niliona wazee the Gikuyu wazee saying that they need a reconciliation between retired President Uhuru and Deputy President Gachagua. Lakini you people, you watched how the Gachagua alitukana retired president. Gachagua, if there is somebody who disrespected Uhuru, is Gachagua, another person called Kuria. Those 2 people disrespected Uhuru so much in public. And you know, there is something that called pride goes before the fall. And even if Gachagua is so religious, then I can remind him that the Bible says that in the book of Galatians, that do not be deceived. Whatever you sow is what you reap. So hiyo maneno yote, he sowed it, so he's reaping. And really looking at his expression there, he appears desperate. So he's saying he's praying for Kenya because we've had a drought. He's praying for Kenya because people are going hungry. But I think however much we have, all of us have faith here in one supernatural power or the other, I think this calls for action, not just going to face the mountain. Gachagua should have informed us that we have taken these measures to alienate hunger, to alienate poverty in this country. We are doing 1, 2, 3 so that we can deal with climate change and climate challenges, so that we have food in this country. Those are the things that Gachagua needs. These are the structures. He should need to tell us these are the structures we have put for this country. So I want to agree with Jarongo 2012, say that this is nonsense from Gachagua. This is so nonsense. This is high class nonsense. That is what I think. That trying to show us that he went to pray for to the mountain because of our drought, it was just political, trying to get some sympathy from the mountain. And I'm asking myself how much sympathy Gachagua can get. I'm not even sure that he has support from the likes of Ndindi Nyoro and Kimani Ichung'wah. So mimi simhurumii Gachagua kwa sababu alikuwa na madharau sana wakati wa campaign. Amedharau our retired president so much. He has insulted him. He has called him names. I think it is payback time. I'm sorry to say that. That's my feeling. That's my thoughts. So nataka kuwakaribisha nyote na nitaanzia. Roda was here. I want to start with Kenyan Mwikali. Kenyan Mwikali, bona jana nilidhani ulienda huko mkoa wa Nyanza na ukapata mtu. Sasa umeenda huko Ukambani, umepata mtu huko. Sijui. Karibu Kenyan Mwikali.
I am a Kenyan Julia. I am a Kenyan
all
over.
Kenyan Mwikali, kabla useme kitu, jana ulinicheza. Tuliamua ukue Kenyan Mwende. Wewe sasa ulienda Kenyan Mwikali.
I'm still in your location, Kenyan with love. Yes. Okay, Julia, this is a pretense in high order, the highest order. I cannot believe somebody can go when you, even in the Bible, it's said that when you are fasting, don't let people know, because it's you and your God. So for him to be televised and even to be very proud to be seen that he is doing something in the mountain, let it not be of publicity. It should be his own. Na anyamaze, hiyo mambo anaomba ifanyike, watu washangae. But you cannot just go stand there and start showing people that you are lifted. For sure, well, there is times whereby a criminal can do a lot of crimes. Na aje ajisort, asiti akae chini, afikirie yale yote ametenda na repent. But Gachagua has not reached that climax of repentance. He's just redeeming himself. He's feeling about himself. He's feeling a pinch. And for him to portray him like a leader who really is ready to take Kenyans somewhere, or so that the Kenyans can see he's a good creature, I think that is where he reached, and that is how far he can go. But me, you cannot convince me with that. You cannot go there because you want to convince me to see you good, or to see you that you are changed. You are not changed. The next day we'll see what you'll do, and you'll forget you are in the mountain and start behaving like the same person who did what he did before. Me, I'm even shocked that somebody would like to be seen there doing what he was doing. Whether he gets support from Ndindi Nyoro, because he will not be, Ndindi Nyoro or Ichung'wah will not be the conclusion of everything. This guy needs to come to his senses aache kutufanyia vituko drama, kwa sababu mimi, for heaven's sake, it doesn't touch me anywhere that he was praying and then he goes to an extent of praying for his president. Why are you praying for your president? What has he done to you? Okay, you could be there praying for him because he is sick, or he's about to do something bad towards you, or you want to pray so that he can change his mind not to do what he is doing. But I don't understand all what Gachagua is doing. Sasa amebakisha kufanya nini? Ebu tumwangalie uone amemaliza hiyo akifikiria labda itakuwa na impact. Ebu tuone ni nini ingine atafanya kutoka hapo, kwa sababu hii haina impact, watu wameikataa. What else is he going to do? Labda ajinyonge, sasa watu waseme haiwa mambo imekwisha. We do something different. So Gachagua is doing a lot of damage instead of good towards himself. Because me, I believe when you know that people are against you, you try to be with them, try to talk to them, try to even to change for the little time you have, then maybe, but about going to pray, you still have got a long way to go to reach that point of saying that you are going to the mountain to pray. And then to make the matter worse, he's praying for drought. Mukikumbuka vile wametesa watu na chakula. Sahi ndio amejua drought iko Kenya. Sahi ndio amejua watu wako na shida. Don't play with the people's life, please. Bura ya kura eona nagio otene. So that is Kikuyu saying. So I will say, I will leave Gachagua alone. He has done more harm than good to himself, and portraying himself like he's so super that he's so to cling to Kirinyaga. But I don't understand him. I even fear him more than I feared him before, because I don't know what he'll do next. Guys, I'll stop there. I'll be here listening. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Before I go, Gitonga had said that even if we do what vifaranga will be brought. That is true. Hata tukichagua mtu mzuri aje kwa location yetu ama county yetu, mambo itabadilishwa tu vile tu tulifanywa. So what are we doing? Let's voice out na tukatae yule mtu hatukuchagua. Thank you very much.
Tutaenda mrorongo Kenya mwikali, hatufanyi hiyo maneno ya Venezuela ama hiyo maneno ya sijui ati kura zinatoka pia kwa IBC portal with Venezuela's footprints. We will not do that. We don't do that nonsense again. So tell that man who is saying that. Black unasema ati kwamba DP na kuombea. Sawa tu Black. Kama hiyo ndio imani yako imefika. Kama imani yako ni hapo kwa mlima Kenya, ni sawa tu Black. I understand you. I will not complain to you. I want to go. Kenyan, did you want to say something? I want to go to Big J. Or Kenya, okay. Kenyan with Love has a question. Question or rebut? 2 minutes.
Thank you. It's not even a question or a rebut. I just wanted to say something. You know, this thing with Gachagua and just the topic of the day, because, sorry, Julia, I'll be back.
2 minutes because it's Big J's time.
Should I let Big J go before?
Yes.
Okay.
Asante, Kenyan in Love. Big J.
Thank you, Julia. Happy New Year. Salendo, Kenya Mwikali. That's a nice name. And Kenyan with Love and Roda. Kenyan with Love to Lia Bwana. Why are you behaving like somebody new in the moon? And you are
Big J, sema tu umenimiss, wacha siasa. Just contribute.
You are but you are behaving that you have just came from in the moon. But you know the orders, and that only if you have a question or something to rebut, then definitely. Anyway, I'm happy to see you guys, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to say. The government, the God-chosen government. Now, they have been always accusing Raila that he's a devil, he's not a Christian. I don't know, he worships what? Now, those good Christians who may end up worship the mountain. The whole thing is completely, it's good. It's something good. But Julia, let me tell you one thing. You know, Gachagua, nobody's going to impeach him. Trust me not. We are here. Ask me why. Because hakuna mtu akona ufala anaweza ongea maneno yale Gachagua anaongea. Only Kuria ndiye akona hiyo ujinga anaweza ongea anything. So he's a good mouthpiece for Ruto. So there is no way out that Ruto will accept again. Ijulikane kwamba he messed up when choosing him as a running mate. Unajua hiyo it's embarrassment. So he cannot let it happen, trust me. Atamwacha tu azumbuke iko apatiwe tu microphone nini aongee tu matope. They just something like 5 years Gachagua atamaliza, trust me. Nobody will impeach him because it would be a very big shame for that UDA government under Kenya Kwanza. Of course, it's not Kenya Kwanza, it's UDA because ndio iko na wabunge wengi. There is Kenya Kwanza is not actually, it's not a I don't know. Anyway, Gachagua will not be impeached. Julia, write it down. Because this is a political thing. They are playing something politics, and the way they are playing their politics now, it's in the real sense that it's haunting them somehow. Because ule mtu ulikuwa unaita, for example, nilikuwa naita Julia ati wewe ni mlevi, alafu wewe unarudi unapatia wale wanauza pombe gushi. Wewe na sasa, ama mimi naenda napatia wale watu walitengeneza pombe fake iliua watu, unakuja ninawapatia kampuni zao na ziacha zinafunguliwa. Definitely you will understand mlevi ni nani, because walisema Uhuru ni mlevi, but Uhuru wakati ule there is a certain company, I don't want to name it here because it's in the public domain. Jamaa kampuni yake, that company was Uhuru alisimamisha, alifunga that company. Si saizi inafanya kazi? So there is a lot of question marks in everything that this government is doing. And I'm very, one thing I'm very shocked. Hata saa zingine najaribu kuingia studio hata I lack words because mzee Baba, we have been waiting for him to tell us. Because one thing, and I said Julia before, and I will say again and again and again, if Ruto stole election and he was not a president, do we expect him to lose 2027? Surely. So we don't have to waste time. I'm also supporting Stony PK, what he said before. Mambo ni mawili. To support Ruto 100%. Ama tuende kwa barabara. Those are two options. But kwenda kwa election, we don't have to waste your votes or your time or whatever, because it completely doesn't make any sense. So the prayers for Gachagua, let Gachagua pray, it's okay, because unajua saa zingine kuna siku niliona Masai Mara. Unajua Masai Mara ni karibu na nyumbani, so siku nyingine nilikuwa napita within Masai Mara nikikuja Nairobi from home, nikapata zebras mingi, karibu zebras around 3,000 to 4,000, na hapo ndani realize there is a donkey. So there was a donkey in between those zebras, but it's very easy to identify a donkey because of the color. So you'll never know, maybe Gachagua is a donkey inside the zebras. I'm not sure, but again, we the whole thing, I can bet you the whole thing about this UDA government is a scam. Everything is a scam. Because when the president goes and tells the CSS ati kama hujui kazi my line, I've left my line, ati sijui munditumia SMSs. Yani, I was just laughing. Now, by the way, I didn't watch it because I don't waste my time watching. Twitter. Sometimes many people post things, so I read them in Twitter. So the whole thing is a scam because you put people who are not. I mean, who doesn't have any idea on how to manage even a kiosk. You give them a ministry, and then you start complaining to them at if you cannot manage it, just to my SMS. Anyway, I want to be short, but niko tu hapa tukiendelea pamoja. Thank you, Julia.
Asante. Sasa wewe umesema kwamba kana kwamba kuna Gachagua is going nowhere. So nyinyi watu wa mkoa wa Magharibi, kama mlikuwa mnamezea hicho kiti mate, Gachagua is going nowhere, he's there to stay. Lakini I like the way you have analyzed this. I also want to agree with you because I think there'll be ripple effects. Like I said this, that if they decide if the impeachment thing can go through, that will pave way for Ruto's impeachment. Because the people who don't like this government will see it can happen. And I think if they dare impeach Gachagua, Gachagua would do a rebuttal and pay back. Whichever he wants, whether buying MPs or whatever, I think he'll do that. So I want to agree with you. Gachagua is going nowhere. And I think the whole praying thing was just drama. Na hivyo umesema kwamba hii serikali ni scam. And Ruto is wasting our time saying now there's no lunch for you. I don't know why he was telling them there's no lunch. Sijui alikuwa anawaambia hiyo maneno you people, I don't watch that Kenyan with Love, Big J, Mzalendo, Kenya Mwikali. Sijui alikuwa anawaambia ati hakuna lunch kwa sababu gani. Mimi sikuelewa. He was trying to post ati anawasomea. How do you, Kenya with Love, Big J, Kenya Mwikali, muniambie, how do you nominate people, suspects of murder, suspects of corruption, suspects of theft? Hata DP mwenyewe umemrudishia pesa yake yenye hawezi account alitoa wapi, alafu unaenda kuwapatia msoma ati they didn't perform. How do you expect them to perform? How do you expect them to? Why did he waste public money taking them to Nanyuki? I understand they were spending 20,000 per head per night. So can you multiply 20,000 per head per night? And then what is Gachagua praying for? For food. That he's been begging food for Kenyans. Why they couldn't use that money to buy food for Kenyans? So those are questions that linger in my mind. But good, I don't listen to those speeches. Zinatoka kwa our president and deputy president. I don't listen. I'm not going to start listening because I don't want to have a headache. Karibu Kenyan with Love.
Julia, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody that is watching. And Julia, Roda, Zalendo, Julia, ameenda wapi sasa, and Big J, thank you, sir. Kenyan Mwikali, I still
kuna radio kwako, Kenyan with Love, unaweza kaizima, inasikika.
Are we good? Thank you. So hii kitu imekuwa ikinisumbua sana. I mean, imenisumbua lakini imeniacha. I don't know why we're still talking about Gachagua. Julia, I am so sorry. I don't understand why we're talking about Gachagua, because I think Gachagua is a no-brainer. The guy is Julia, and I'm so sorry because when him to a central, but you're not a central person. You're a Kenyan, and you understand what I'm trying to say. The problem we have with Gachagua, I don't want to talk about zile vitu zake amefanya na zile vitu anasema, because I'm tired of talking about that guy. I need leaders in Kenya who talk about our country, not Central and not Rift Valley and not anything. We need to be Kenyans. And we are going down a bad road when we start listening to people like Gachagua. Julia, I will never come over here and talk to you like you're not a Kenyan or you're a central person. But when you have a leader who's actually the deputy president of Kenya, but thinking that he is a central leader, then you have a problem. Because Central is not Kenya and Kenya is not Central. Rift Valley is not Kenya and Kenya is not Rift Valley. We need to be our country. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm trying to say and what I've been trying to say. The moment that we become and we stop with the shenanigans and look at what Uhuru was doing, especially the last his last term, where he was just looking at infrastructure and doing all that. He even, if you guys remember, at one point he actually got out of social media so that hakuna hii matusi, hakuna nini and all that. That's what we need in Kenya. Big J, that is what we need in Kenya. We need leaders. I can easily, I'm not a fan of Kalonzo, but and I'm a Kamba. I don't care. But if we do have good leadership, that's what the country is all about, is building our country. Mimi, Julia, let me tell you, my sister, in as much as we come over here, uniambie story ya Gachagua. I find him to be a tribal leader. And I'm not part of that. I don't want to be part of that. Julia, you're not tribal. You're here. You lead us here. And unless we start understanding that, mimi mtaacha kuniambia vitu za Gachagua, by the way. First of all, you know what? I would easily take RUTO over Gachagua. Even though najua RUTO zile vitu zote amefanya makosa. But Gachagua is a disaster to our country. Heri hata mnipatie RUTO. Hata kama sipendi RUTO. Cause at least akona kadekoram kidogo hata kama bado anasumbua Kenya. We need a country. And if we keep on playing with these games that we are playing with, we're going to lose this country. And I've always said, and Julia, every time that I come over here, I always say, and there's two things that I ask, and I've asked, and then there's one thing that I say, allow me to say, to just repeat myself again. Where did RUTO and this Gachagua, so-called Gachagua, get their votes from? Ziko wapi? No one has ever answered me that question. Number two, I want to say that this country was bound to be the East African hub, and that's why we have the East African generational passport. And if we lose that thing, now that even Museveni is going, because we know Museveni was trying to come into that, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to lose something that is so big, and because of stupid geopolitical politics that do not make any sense. We are no longer in Mau Mau era, where Gachagua thinks is a Mau Mau. So Julia, for me, when you put when you guys put a statement here about Gachagua, I even wonder how he became the vice president. He was supposed to be Kindiki. On top of it, the guy is not a presidential, a presidential, mtu mwenye unamwona akiwa presidential, he's not. And he's making the Kikuyu industry, the Kikuyu land and the Kikuyu people look stupid. Is also making Kenya look a tribal place where you just go and start talking about sisi ndo tuliwaeka pale, sisi ndo tulifanya nini, sisi sijui ule mzee, sijui tulikuwa tunapigana. Even Ruto himself is messing up. Kenya is bigger than Kikuyu, you know, those two things that they want to talk. I don't want to say too much, Julia. We need to start looking at Kenya. There's Kalenjins in Kenya, there's Kikuyus in Kenya, there's Saboat, there's everything. When we have a tribal kind of way of leadership, we will never go anywhere. And let me tell you guys, we've been very lucky that no country like Uganda, we've been fighting about Migingo. There's no country that has ever tried to come and fight with us other than the time that, what was his name? Idi Amin. When Idi Amin tried to come and take Kenya all the way to Naivasha, na Kenyatta akasema, tutatuma ndege 3 za kivita na tukituma hazikuji kusalimia nyanya zenyu. We are at a place where we are being very poor in the way we're doing our leadership. I've asked in this forum here, what is this thing that we are talking about? 500 shillings of hustler fund. Why do we pay taxes to our government and then they turn around and give us money that we paid them with with interest? For me, we have a bad leadership and we have to change it. And we have to do it. Julia, if we don't do it now, I don't know where we're going to go. Na muache kusumbua Sakaja, na muache kusumbua sijui nini, kina Big J. Wachaneni na watu, lakini lazima tuangalie country yetu mahali tunaenda. Na tuache ufala. Na tujue sisi tuko country moja. Hii country ni yetu, lazima ijengwe. We cannot be a third world country forever. We will have to move to a first world country. By fire or by water. However it goes. Na ndio jana nilisema hapa, if we need to divide the country, ndio watu waelewe, then we have to divide it. Tukue tukipita na passport. Nikipita huko Central kama hivyo ndio Gachagua anataka kuwa, hataki kuwa vice president, anataka kuwa president wa huko Ukikuyuni, tutakuwa tukipita huko na nini? Na passports. Yenye inasema Kenya na ingine the Republic of Central Kenya. That's what it is. It's simple as that. But us as Kenyans, knowing what has happened, we will have to make a choice. And that choice has to be made now. Otherwise, our kids and our kids' kids will have a problem living in our country. Julia, thank you for giving me that opportunity. Let me just leave it at that. Thank you so much. But hata sikuwa niingie, but I just came to say that. Thank you.
Asante, Kenyan with love. Kwa hivyo Gachagua's card ya maombi ya mountain haiku play. It didn't go through. So he's really struggling to become the mountain leader. Lakini he disrespected Uhuru. He has to be reminded that every day. He disrespected Uhuru. Angenyamaza tu. Angenyamaza, as people were saying nasty things about Uhuru, angenyamaza. So I think it's payback time. Sijui Kenyan Mikali wasemaje?
Mimi nitasema Gachagua ni mtu ambaye haeleweki, na hiyo tabia ameanza ni kujihofia mwenyewe, si hata ni Mkenya anajali habari yake, ni yeye mwenyewe anajijali. Anashindwa sasa, nitafanya nini? What else can I do? Because I'm seeing things are becoming tough. All right, Big J said something there that there is nothing that is going to happen to Gachagua. Could be true, could be false. But if it is a game they are trying to play, I think Kenyans understand more, and we'll see how it ends. Because what we are looking for is a good governance. But for them, they are showing us now they are fighting. Hata hawajafikisha nusu ya mwaka, na hata siku zile walitupatia hazijakaribia. Sasa unashindwa, hii wakipigana sisi tutafikiriwa, sisi kweli tutakuwa mambo yetu yatatatuliwa hawa watu wakianza kupigana? So there is a lot to be sorted out for this government. Hata ukiona Ruto amenyamaza, he has got something he is playing also. Na hata kama anacheza ndio Gachagua atoke aweke yule mtu anataka, still it looks so awful. It doesn't make sense, kwa sababu unaweza, wewe ni rais. I'm not sure whether constitution allows him. He can put off Gachagua, he can fire Gachagua and put somebody else. But these two guys, because they are birds of same feather, lazima sasa waanze kupimana muscles. Na ndio ninaona kama ni kupimana muscles, lakini Ruto anamchezea low profile. Ndio aone Gachagua atafika wapi, na Gachagua anataka nini. Ndio sasa akichukua hatua ajue kabisa hata Gachagua hawezi kuinuka. But this is a big battle between them. Kwa hivyo wapigane wao wenyewe, lakini watendee Wakenya kazi ile inatakikana. Wajue hii haikuwa serikali yao waje kutuonyesha hizo vituko wanafanya. It is horrible. Gachagua maombi yake, mimi nimesema tena, it has no impact on me. Na kuna jambo mtu anaweza fanya. In fact, hata ukiwa upendi mtu, hiyo kitu ikuguze. I have no even a single element imeingia kwa roho yangu ati Gachagua ni kuomba anaomba. Gachagua is to show, it's a show off. It's people to see that he is here. I am doing this. We don't want to see that. That is drama. That is drama in the highest order. I would say that. Hatutaki kujua kama uko kwa mlima, hatutaki kujua kama uko kwa kanisa. Sisi tunataka kujua ile kazi unafanya, na Mungu unamuomba kwa wakati wako. In fact, we are told when you pray, go to your room, shut the door and pray. These people, even where they go to kneel during church time, during service time, unaona mtu ati ameweka Bible karibu na yeye. Sasa ni nini hiyo anatuonyesha? We know in the church or anywhere that people go gathering for Christianity, Bibles are there, they are present. But you see somebody is really making sure hapo karibu na yeye kwa miguu yake ako na Bible. Sisi si watu wamezaliwa jana ama hatujui habari ya kanisa. And that is why I asked one time, kwani hii kanisa mambo ya Mungu imekuja na hawa watu? We didn't know about God before. It's like they are the one who introduced about Christianity in Kenya. But for sure, they met those churches built. They were still doing their services. So I don't know what kind of spirit they have that they have brought to Kenyans that you believe more than you had believed before. They are not the one to tell us how to do it. As well as like how RUTO was putting like GMO, if I have eaten GMO, I did not grow this, I did not grow this. I said he's not the gauge of poison that we are going to take. That if he has not died or he have not gotten sick or he did not grow those things he mentioned, so we are not going to grow them. It varies. There are people who are older than him. They might be affected so badly because of their immunity. So he cannot introduce things because he himself has done it. And he knows it's not a good thing. And it has scientifically been found it's not for health consumption, for human consumption. And let him not make our country be a clinic test for human beings. Let it be a free country the way we had been living. Because the remaining thing now, after GMO, something else will be introduced. God forbid. GMO out. We don't want it. And we don't want those people to continue coming to our country to do what they did some years ago. So many years ago. We can remember and we know that. We read in history and it is real. And those who had faced that can testify. So we don't want to have that in our country. So Gachagua, for him to pray, he's praying for his own sake. Not for anybody, not for Kenyans, nothing. And it is not praying, it's portraying, show off that he is here, I'm doing this. I don't understand. That is so disgusting for a leader of that caliber to behave like that. I really pity Kenyans. I feel for our country because the leaders we have, actually, it's just drama. They are not serious. I have seen many countries when they go to parliament or whatever, where they go to table the problems of the country, they are very serious. They don't go there rubbing their hands or rubbing. They go there seriously to table problems that really the public are facing. And that is the point. And that is what we want. I'm not going to trust Gachagua or believe that he was there for this or that, whatever he is trying to portray. I am not, and I will not be convinced. I'm one Kenyan who believe that Kenya needs and deserves decent people, decent leaders with the integrity, not what we have right now. Thank you, Julia, for now.
Asante. Kwa hivyo hiyo maombi yake ni maombi gushi.
Gushi kabisa.
Maombi gushi. Ati ameombea nchi, ameombea ukame, amechoka, yeye amechoka kuomba chakula huko nje, kutuletea chakula, ameomba nje. Kwa hivyo ameona aombe Mungu wa Kirinyaga. And my question is, Kenyan Mwikali, how many Kikuyu pray facing Mount Kenya? Hizo ni stories za ama zinaitwa ni zile za Bunwasi.
Hiyo ni beliefs yake, na tena hata tungefurahi sana sisi wa Kenya kama tungesikia anaombea RUTO asilete GMO. If he said that, maybe some percentage would have listened to what he is saying. Yeah, kama anaombea RUTO asilete GMO, kama anaombea Kenya yetu tusiletewe maovu yote ile inaweza toka nje, that would maybe tell us something.
No, he said he's praying for RUTO. Alisema anaombea RUTO, lakini even that one I don't buy. But when he says that anaombea nchi juu ya ukame, okay, even the prayer itself facing Mount Kenya, how many Kikuyus do that? There are very few, and I want to tell Kenyans, hata hiyo maneno ya oath, those things don't exist in Kikuyu land. It's a lie.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah,
Hypocrisy.
that thing at what to some people was saying nonsense, that there was an oath, that some Kikuyus took an oath that they cannot vote for this person. That thing doesn't exist in the current generation. Acha generation ya mama yangu hawana haja na hizo vitu, wacha sisi. Even my mother's age Kenyan we carry that thing of oath thing is nonsense. It doesn't exist and nobody should use it for any tribal balkanization. It doesn't exist in Kikuyu land. It's just that people use it.
Julia,
Yeah.
my mom passed away last year, April. She was 96 years and she was with her all mind. She never forgot anything. She has never, ever said that. And she was those ladies who are being taken from one place to the other, separated from their families, from their husbands. My father was taken at different camp. My mom was taken at different camp. But I never had her talk about those things that Gachagua is trying to say.
Aiko, even my grandmother passed away the other day, she was 98, and she doesn't have those nonsense of oath, at what walikula oath, siji fulani asikue raisi. That was, people just create that Kenyan with love. People just create that, and they fame it, and they say that the Kikuyus did this. It is not a lie. People use it to balkanize the Kikuyus.
But Julia, it's not a lie. There was the oath. The oath was done.
No. Kenyan with love. It is just a meeting between some few elders and they claim they have taken an oath. Kama juzi Kenya nidhalwa acha nikuulize swali. Juzi we saw Muturi saying he had been crowned. Sasa tutaishi tukisema Muturi was crowned. Yet that thing was fought and it was said that those elders were fake. So that thing is created and the rest of Kenya is made to believe that it is there. It is not fair. People use those things politically. And even now, the thing of praying facing Mount Kenya, hizo ni vitu tunaomba tunasoma kwa vitabu ya historia. Those things are not with the common
Julia, my dear sister, I do agree with you that the generation that we are in today, that has moved on. I mean, that is something that
and I'm telling you, Kenyan with love, I come from Mount Kenya region. Even my grandmother's generation, 98-year-old, hawabebani na hizo vitu. That's a lie that have been created. It is just to hoodwink Kenyans that Kikuyus, that we have this oath, that we cannot support this person. Let me tell you, Kenyan with love, the only reason that Kikuyus have not been supporting RAILA is they don't have a good reason. It's just a tribal reason. Hawezi kukwambia kwamba sababu moja, kukwambia sababu moja, ila alifanya hivi, sababu mbili, ila alifanya, they don't have. Hawana. And that is why you hear some people walking around saying, ati baba ni mchawi, haendi kanisa. I mean, they look, wanatafutia hizo visababu, wanazitafuta. So, Kenyan with love, there is no oath. There is no oath binding the Kikuyus. I can tell you this. And when I hear you people talking about an oath here, wanasema, these people are mistaken. Hakuna oath kwa Kikuyu. That thing, some elders may have sat somewhere and may have agreed on something. Just like the Muturi story, Ati Muturi was crowned. Was Muturi crowned by who? As the Kikuyu elder? It was just some Kikuyu old men met somewhere. And then they did some ceremony. What happened? The likes of Mangi wa Iria began fighting it. Because it was not a thing that was accepted by the whole community, but it is used to create a picture that the Kikuyu tribe believe in this. So me, what I'm trying to say, even the thing of praying facing Mount Kenya, it is not there. Mimi nimekuwa sijaiona kiyo kitu. My grandmother never did that. That thing is just coming now that people pray facing Mount Kenya. It is used to balkanize people. So I won't buy Gachagua.
Julia, do you remember last elections before? Not this ones, the previous ones. Do you remember that there is somebody like Moses Kuria, when they were talking about ati tutakuja kutairi on that what do you call it, nini pale Uhuru Park, and tutakuja kutairi and we have to do our oath, do our things. And also, do you also remember the Mungiki thing that they were being caught, ulikuwa ukiwa kama ujavaa boxer? kama umevaa box unachukuliwa. Julia, let's just agree the oath was there.
Okay, the oath, Kenyan, I still want to correct you. If Mungiki did 1, 2, 3, it's not the Kikuyu community. Mungiki is the first place was outlawed. So unaona Kenyan with love. Hata nyinyi Ukambani kuna zile vitu zilifanyika za kale, na somebody can use it to say Wakamba tulikubaliana hatukuli this kind of food and we can't do one thing. For example, even the issue of circumcision. I think Kambas believe in circumcision, okay?
Yeah.
But you can't use circumcision against other communities because Kambas do circumcision, okay? So those things that happened in your community, it is when they are used by the people now, they bring them back. It is just for a political agenda. It is just for a political. And if my grandmother talked about old Kenyan Mwikali, these oaths were taken during the fight for independence. Mimi nafikiria Mau Mau did a lot of oathing, the Mau Mau, because they were fighting for independence. Lakini maneno ya kwamba kana kwamba we cannot have this uncircumcised, we cannot have this thing is a creation. It is deliberate to try and balkanize the Kikuyu people together against other tribes, and it is done by some people with evil intentions, but it doesn't exist in the minds of the common Kikuyu person. If my grandmother doesn't talk about it and she was 98, then I want to tell you it does not exist in the mind. Even praying facing Mount Kenya, it is not real. So Gachagua is trying to invoke emotions. So he was trying to say he's praying facing Mount Kenya, because me, for one reason, I think the other day I saw wazee, people calling, I don't know that they are the wazees, because even now Kenyan is around to tell you, but those people walking around say, Cindy wazee wa Kikuyu. I don't even think there's a specific group of people called the wazee, because some communities have, like I think the Luya, they have some formations about their culture and the wazees, but I am not sure the Kikuyu people still have how wazee. Sijui kama kwamba wako nao.
Yeah, Julia, remember when this election was going on,
yeah,
how many groups did we see of
ati ni
wazee wa Kikuyu, wengine ndio hawa tena wazee wa Kikuyu. So even the youngsters, they get confused. What is this wazee doing? Because now it's like they are wazee from this area and wazee from this area, and they are not compatible. These are talking about their own, for their own. These others are talking about their own. So you wonder, these people are all Kikuyu. What is going on that we have got two chamas ambazo zinaendelea na zinataka kusema the same thing.
Wazee Kenya Mwikali, wale wazee walienda kuanoint this man
Muturi,
na wengine walikuwa pande ya Kenyatta. So which wazee in particular can we talk about?
That is where now my problem is, because even the young people who want to know what Kikuyu means, they don't get the idea. They don't get the information correctly, because they get confused. Where do I belong? Do I belong to this group or do I belong to this group? When they start doing that, it looks political. It is not about the culture. It's not about Kikuyu. It looks like ni binafsi ki group ambacho kimejiunga pahali kinatengeneza maneno yake. So I don't even understand, even if it is about Kikuyu, these wazees ought to be one group, like the way I saw Jori Njeke. I don't think wame katika wakawa group hii na group ile ingine. I don't know whether I'm correct, but Kikuyu, they have divided themselves, putting themselves looking like a competition. Ni nani wana maneno mzuri, ni nani wana maneno mzuri. Sasa hata kwa Kikuyu wana confuse tribes zingine, wanashindwa what is all this. And if it is political, then it is a very bad picture.
It is political Kenyan we carry. And me, there was else I know. Okay, the things that have remained the Kikuyu culture, okay, first and foremost, how we initiate our boys, here in the car. And but it is not even the way it used to be done, because our boys are taken to the hospital. However, we still insist that uncle ndiye anawapeleka. Sijui kama nyinyi Kenya nidhamu mnafanya hivyo. The uncle of your son is one who will take him for circumcision. It is not you, si mzazi. Na si uncle wa pande ya baba, ni uncle ya pande ya mama. Na lazima huyo kijana amuombe ruhusa huyo uncle kwamba yeye ametosha kutahiriwa na apeleke. But still now they take them to the hospital. So we have broken the reins. We no longer have the bush thing. Then the other thing is about marriage, paying dowry. Now we also have clans. Our clans are still there, Kenyan with love. Like Mimi, I belong to the clan of Waithera. Siji, Kenyan Vika, you belong to which clan? Our clans are still there. And we have in some communities, in some counties like Nyeri, the clans were Nikuba, mpaka mziko na chairman. Ili kwamba Kenyan with love, you cannot wed your daughter without involving your clan. Okay? Kama kale katoto kako kanaenda kuolewa kasichana kako, they are coming to pay dowry, you involve your clan. So those are the things that have remained the Kikuyu. Lakini these things that it will kula muma, asijui we cannot, those things are not true to the generation. And these, the likes of Gachagua and the others just take advantage of such things that happened maybe many years ago. The other thing that they are saying that we are praying facing the mountain. I don't know how many families do that. We read in the books of history that people prayed facing the mountain, but families doing that, Kenyan with love. So what Gachagua and the others are doing, they are using that to invoke emotions, and which is a very wrong idea for me, according to me, in this era when we are trying to unite Kenya. I think it's a very wrong idea, and I don't think he'll get far. I don't think Gachagua will get far.
I agree with you. You know, like when the guy started talking about the Mau Mau, you know, sisi ni watoto wa Mau Mau. I was asking, who's Mau Mau? And by the way, Julia, I'm so sorry. I've been one of the people who really vouch about ikifika basi mahali ikaivo, tutafunga Kenya, tuache na tukue na passport mili. You know, and it's not undoable. I mean, it's not something that people cannot do. Because we had South Sudan and North Sudan, and we still have it, right? We can close, which is something that was happening last, not these elections, but the other elections, where they were talking about.
Kenyan is a black number utoke kwa curtain. We don't want to admit people behind the curtain.
Yeah, so we were doing like we were about to go for what is called secession, and Julia, I do agree with what what you've been saying, because it's very true. I think personally, I come from a family that is multilingual. You know, my aunties, a lot of them are Kikuyus. I have Kalenjin, you know, uncle and cousin na vitu kama hizo. So really, I really don't care about Nini, but I also knew the Kiapo thing that was there, and sometimes you hear those stories, and we're told about this, the same stories. Now, I agree with you at this point that for the most people that I know that are Kikuyus, even though the Kiapo was there, I know you said he was not there, but I know it was there, and some people know, and even you know it was there at the time, but maybe for a different purpose. The thing that I believe is that I don't believe today that people are are tribal. I don't think anybody cares, you know. I don't care anything about, you know, having a Kikuyu, whatever. I don't care what tribe you come from, as long as I'm okay with you and you're my wife, and we can actually have just a good time to be together. But the problem is that we do come now and have these leaders that we are having in our country that are really dividing us in our tribal languages. And that's why you find people from Kikuyu and from Kalenjin and from Luo, and we're trying to put ourselves into a point where now people are talking about those tribes. And in fact, to where if you're really okay with anything, you even now, if you really have a good heart, you start asking yourself, where is the Manderas of the Manderas of the country? Where is the, you know, the Busia, those other countries, the marginalized countries? And unless we really have a country that we can actually have that and not have a vice president who's always talking about Kikuyu land, or we have unless we have a president that is always not talking about sijui nani ajakatwa wapi. What's your business nani amekatwa wapi na nani ajakatwa? Is that your business or the wife's business? Or unless we still have people, leaders who can understand that Julia can be a leader. It doesn't have to be a man. You know, unless we do that with our country, we will always, and we will be here for a very long time. Ladies and gentlemen, we open up our minds, just like Julia has opened up her mind. She doesn't care if there's kuna kiapo ilifanywa nini. She doesn't care if she's a Kikuyu. She doesn't care if he's a Jaluo is gonna be there. She doesn't care if he's a Kalenjin. She knows she's a Kenyan. It's not about Kikuyus. It's not about Kambas. I don't care if Kalonzo ever becomes the president or doesn't become the president. I would really admire if somebody like Julia, a lady, and a Kikuyu became the president, but she cares about our land. Today we have kids that are going back to school, kids that are going back to university, and they don't know where they're going to get the, help, Imenda. And most of us, we grew up with help. We went to school with help. Today we have all the subsidies gone. Really? Does subsidy or help know who's a Kikuyu, who's a Kalenjin? It doesn't know anything like that. When you take everything out, hata pesa ya wazee, and then you want to come and tell us that, hey, seriously, wacha tu nicheke hapo hivyo. Unajua, Julia, wacha mimi nicheke too, because this is just, it's I don't know where our country is going. Na tukianza tena tunaleta GMO. We want to eat GMO na kuna mtu anatuambia hapa yeye hata na matiti ya kupata matiti because of kwa sababu amekuwa akikula GMO. Hiyo GMO yake amekuwa akinunua wapi? You know, we need to look at, we really need to look down with ourselves and what we do, and actually look at ourselves and where we want our country to be, because we have the potential of being that country that was supposed to be the capital of East Africa and Central Africa. The reason even Congo imeingia kwa East Africa, and the reason right now everybody has to have East African passport, is because there comes a time to have a unity. Places that we admire, like the United States. United States was not united, but today we call them United States. Those were different countries, but today they are united. We are lacking a point of united our Africa, and the moment we unite our Africa and quit with the BS, we will not hear a third world country again. Even Ukraine is turning against Russia. Why? Because they know themselves. Lakini sisi hatujijui. Julia, Madam Chair, hatujijui. We are always divided over stupid things. Hatujijui as Africa. Ukraine wameshikilia Russia, country yenye ilikuwa inadhani is the second. But we are here fighting over na watu kuiba makura na kufanya nini, and then, move on. Accept and move on. Unafanyiwa maovu, ni kama nikuje nikuibia wallet yako Julia, ama nichukue hizo earrings zako alafu nikwambie accept and move on. No, our country is way bigger than that, and we are tired of exporting people to different countries. We need people that we have out there doing the engineers, the everything that are doing there, the lawyers. We need them to be coming back to Kenya, the teachers and kila mtu mwenye anajua. We need our country, and we are not going to do this. Sorry, Julia, but ladies and gentlemen, Julia, I have to run away. I'm sorry, najua uliniuliza kama nikuje, but guys, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the time that I just want to say thank you so much for today. We'll be here kesho. Julia, thank you so much for having me around. I just have to go away, and thank you so much, Julia, our sister. And I hope that what I've said and what we say, that it teaches some people, and also everything that we also talk about here. So I'm going to leave unless there's anybody that has a question before I leave.
Asante Kenyan with love. I want to bring in Rhoda. I want to agree with you, and I want to say that what Dento is Kenyan with love has said is correct. And those of you who listen to this oath nonsense and all that, I don't want to say they are nonsense, but those things don't make sense to Kenyan Kikuyu. I mean, common Kikuyu, they do not make sense. And whatever Gachagua is, whether somebody is circumcised or uncircumcised cultures or different cultures, that is of least importance. What is important is that we are all Kenyans. So whatever Gachagua is trying to do to evoke emotions of the Kikuyus, my take is he won't get far, because all those things mnasikia Kenyan with love, they don't make sense to the common Mkikuyu. Mkikuyu akona shida kama wale wengine. It's like Kikuyu is struggling for food to pay their school children school fees. Sasa ukianza kumwambia maneno ya kuomba, sijui kupeleka kuangalia mlima gani, ama maneno watoto wanapelekwa wapi, ama sijui ozi ya mwaka gani, sijui rifanywa aje, ama sijui wazee walisema nini. Those things don't make sense. The Kenyan Kikuyu person, they don't make sense. So I don't think Gachagua and his evoking emotions using culture will get anywhere. Naona Rhoda amerudi hajalala. Rhoda, karibu. You want to say something to Kenya with love? Karibu Rhoda.
Asante. Ni kuamuka, nimeamuka sai kwa sababu nimesikia a little bit irritated, something, and God know my heart. I don't like people that talk about Kikuyu. Kwani Kikuyu ni wao wanini, they create the words, they create Kenya. Even when it was in campaign days, people, they were talking, oh, Mount Kenya. I was so irritated. And God knows something I'm burning my heart is to fight for every tribe in Kenya to be treated the same, equal, and to be valuable. And when you represent yourself, you are Kenya, you feel proud of your Kenya. I hate this kind of evil attitude to talk about. Oh, Gachagua. Let's leave Gachagua. Gachagua, he is just enjoying us. That guy and to enjoy. That guy, he's just play his own position. Unajua Kenyatta alikuwa nasema those days, Jomo Kenyatta, usiuze Wakikuyu. Si alituuza kwa Wakarejini kwa sababu ya pesa. Alituuza kwa sababu ya pesa. Uniona Mkarejini akiuza Ruto? Hapana. Si uliona Ruto siku ya rais yule mteule, rais Uhuru, alikuwa amepatia some Karejini minister. Ruto kuingia immediately akawachukua wakaendelea na kazi. Kwa sababu blood is blood. Hawezi, lakini watu wa Kikuyu ni wajinga sana. How can you say your own son? Hata ukiwa unamchukia aje. Unaona kama mimi nimekusana na brother wangu mara moja. Na mtu akiongea about my brother, you are my enemy. Ate mtu akuja niambia brother yako ako nini? Atuongeagi na yeye. I still love him. Akikocheka aende hospitali, mimi nitakuwa wa kwanza. Si ndio? Sasa musisikie kujaganywa na Gachagua. Gachagua ni mjinga sana. He just play his own part. Ni watu, unajua kuna kabila zingine, some people are more clever, some people they are wise. Achani na yeye. Hata ukimwona vile naongea, Hata ukimwona meno yake, he's not, I was telling my sister, Gachagua, he's not smart. Hata ukimwangalia face yake, he's not smart. He just lies and try to manipulate us. We know the game he's playing.
Yes, asante. We don't want to describe.
Msitikie kudanganywa. Tuamuke. Unaona kama mimi naonaga Wakaba huku wakizurura. They don't talk with me. You know, Wakaba, they're a little bit proud. I know one woman live here kwa sababu ameolewa na mzungu. She doesn't talk with me. I don't care. Na tuko the same country. Kwa nini Wakaba ndio wanalinga? Kwa nini Wakikuyu? We need to wake up. I hate this kind of man. Wakikuyu. Kwani Wakikuyu ni nini?
Asante, Rhoda. Nobody is against the Kikuyus. We are all Kenyans. We are not Kikuyu. We are Kikuyu, yes. We are Luos. We are Kalenjins. We are Kipsigis. I mean, we are Kisis. We are Luyas. We are Kambas. We are Mijikendas. Lakini kwa hayo yote, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. And that is what matters. We are Kenyans and we are one country. And we appreciate, we thank God for giving us this opportunity to be called Kenyans. So, Mr. Black, nakukaribisha, sijui kama uko ndani ya shimo ama uko ndani ama uko wapi?
Mjambo, my fellow panelists. I don't know if you can hear me well.
We can hear. Na utuelezea Mr. Black, kwa nini mnataka kutoa Gachagua? Is it true what Mutembei TV is showing today, why State House wants Gachagua to be impeached? Na unafikiria je kama huo mpango waweza kafaulu? Endelea Mr. Black.
Okay, mjambo wenzangu kwenye panel, Julia, Rhoda, Kekali, wote popote watch this show. Mjambo, and I hope you're doing fine. Penda nyote, na kama kawaida bado kazi ni kazi. Now I don't know who came up with the idea ya kwamba State House in impeachment. The only one that the word impeachment ya MP ni kutokana na ule Western MP, nimesahau jina yake, walipokuwa wanaongelea kuhusu Sakaja. So in defense of the governor Sakaja, MPs that he would end introducing that motion of impeachment of the deputy president if at all he continues to interfere with the Nairobi county government administration. That's the only place where I had the word impeachment used. But until now, to my knowledge, that is, CM to in the government or the Kwanzaa umbrella coalition bring up such words as impeachment. So I wonder where hii maneno ya sema vice president na deputy president yametoka. Now let's have
Black unakatika.
Information on that. Maybe Black, you can furnish. Ndo nasema unasema aje? Okay. Sorry, ndo nasema vipi? To my recollection, the only part ama the only time nimesikia the word impeachment imetumika by any of our leaders is when that Western Kenya MP in defense of Sakaja's wrangles with the deputy president akasema that he wouldn't mind introducing that motion of impeachment of the deputy president for the same. Now, knowledge that is, I don't know, maybe knowledge of such a thing, jaskia kuona hali any leader kutoka pande yetu ya Kenya Kwanza or the government akitamka maneno kama hayo ya impeachment of the deputy president. So unless you express information ya kwamba a person from the State House has directly commented on the DP's impeachment, then please furnish us with such information. Maybe you have a video clip for us to play. Maybe if it's a newspaper cutting, we post it for us. But until then, I think that is just us. And So do you have any such information yenye unaweza kutuonesha from State House akisema kwamba they want to impeach the deputy president? As you of your answer, to proceed next to the issue hii mambo ya government kuungana mkono na the president, and in this case the national government.
Black, can you improve on your audio? We can barely hear you. We are hearing half of your words.
I'm saying, can you hear me? Nasema, moving forward to the issue ya governors kusemekana eti kwamba wakiungana mkono na national government, hiyo ni kama kumsaliti Raila Odinga. I mean, that is a very silly argument. I mean, whoever came up with that topic, sorry, sitaki tu kuongea vibaya, but they have a strange mindset. Because one thing is for sure, there is elections and then there is post-elections. And then there is the interest of the people. I mean, county government's interest is the people. The national government's interest is the same very people. So why would one want to have a county government not work with the national government just because of the fact that the governor of that particular county is not of the same, I'm trying to find a better word of putting it. They do not align themselves with the party of the president. For example, in this case, AZIMIO, just because a governor is of AZIMIO, does it mean that he should not work with the president? That is total rubbish, I must say. I mean, for example, mtu mfano mmoja kama something like what? Let's say street lighting. Yeah. Now, the national government, as much as the central government is usually key in matters street lighting, we should realize, like, for example, around between 2014 to 2018, the government has spent billions in direct funding for street lighting. And in some cases, they even went across to partner up with county governments to provide lighting for major towns, let's say Nairobi, Nakuru, Mombasa, Nyeri, Lamu, where the county government walishikana na national government kuweza kuongeza mwangaza kwenye county zao. What does this do? Because when you put up lighting in areas, it encourages business to go on even late into the night. That is money incoming. No. Una generate more income for the people there, because otherwise without the lighting itabidi wale wachuuzi wafunge kazi zao mapema, yake hakuna mwangaza. Even insecurity inakuwa iko nyingi zaidi, because you are walking into places which are dark. So now let me ask, if in that case a national the county government of that place, for example Lamu, would choose not to work with the national government, how would they achieve this? It will be difficult. You'd have to have harmony with the national government for the sake of the people. As long as there's no politics involved, let me repeat that. As long as there's no politics involved in this cooperation, I would 100% encourage all county governments to work with the national government for the best interests of their people. Mambo ya politics kando man. So please, let's try to differentiate and alienate politics kando na interests of the people tuweke kando. Not everything has to be political. And I think even Senator Orengo, now the Governor Orengo, recently even said that he intends to fully cooperate with the national government for the best interests of his people. So I don't see why someone should call that eti usaliti. Whoever came up with that topic, sorry to say, Julie, needs to rethink well. Not everyone needs to have a sycophant mindset to be thinking in that direction. Kama kweli mtu anapenda nchi yake, that's not the kind of thing that they should be going through their minds. Not all the time kila kitu ni siasa. Again, I repeat for the third time, as long as there's no politics involved in the cooperation between the national government and the county government, I encourage all 47 county governments to cooperate with the national government for the best of their people. Thank you.
Asante Black, it depends on what you mean by the word cooperation. Lakini Kenya Mwikali akona neno. Karibu Kenyan Mwikali.
Yeah, I have a question.
I will answer you that. Can I answer you that?
Goja kwanza Kenyan Mwikali aseme.
Okay.
Yeah, Black, you said that they spent a lot of billions to put lights so that the business can go ahead, can go on even during the night. May I ask you, is it this government that put lights on, or who are you talking about?
Black, karibu.
Number one, Kenyan Mwikali, you are missing the point. The point here is not which government. The point here is a national government, regardless whether it's a national government that will come 100 years from now or a county government that will come 100 years from now. It is advisable for a national a county government to work with the national government for the best of its people. That's what I mean. No maana hata pia kwa comments nilikuwa nasema, the problem that we have as Kenyans is, yes, we have very valid points when we are debating and arguing, but the biggest problem is we still have a way of attaching politics into it, parties onto it. I mean, for once as a Kenyan, kama Mkenya, try kuondoa ile mambo ya kisiasa ya vyama yani pale ndani. Tuongee kama Wakenya. Now I'm speaking to you as a Kenyan, not as a KKA supporter. As a Kenyan, I would recommend national government ishikane na county government. So hiyo mfano ambao unaniuliza kama ilikuwa ni ya serikali ipi, nimekutolea mfano wa 2014 mpaka hiyo muda. Of course it was not this government. This government just came into effect 2022. But you should, just to answer your question in a different way also, Anyang' Nyong'o, right? We all know which party he comes from. I don't want to get into that. But he had a very good cooperation relationship with the previous national government. Look what became to Kisumu. Very many things. That is aside from the handshake. Because he knew that whatever he wanted for his people was in their best interest, and the national government had the same. The best interest of the people. So as long as you can have your mindset, best interest of the people, siasa kando, then you would not be thinking of who is there in power or who is not in power. Any national government, even 100 years from now, RUTO will not be there in 100 years. But whichever government that will be there in 100 years should cooperate with the county governments that will be there in the next 100 years. Let me put it that way so that maybe tutaweza kuelewana vizuri, for the best of their people. Hiyo kuhusu street lighting, national government ilitoa pesa yao kwa upande wao pia kiwango fulani, wakaungana na KPLC na county government wakatoa pia budget yao pesa kiwango fulani ili kuwezesha street lighting kuwekezwa kwenye hizi county zao. Unaona? So walifanya kuungana budget ya county government na budget ya national government, wakaweza kuongeza street lighting, rehabilitation of street lighting and addition of some more new street lighting. That is good. Is that not good?
I think, Black, the way you answered my question is not the way I thought you would go. I was not talking about this government or previous government, but I was asking, because you are saying right now that the government has put lights so that business can continue. My question was, it's simple. Was it the previous government or this government? You would have told me it was previous government or this government. Don't mix things, because we are talking about we are talking about the present government, and I wanted to know you differentiate between the last time and this time, so that don't put words in my mouth that I'm trying to say. Bring politics, but I wanted particular. You tell me those billions that were spent. When was it spent? That is the
Kenyan
question.
Mikali.
Yes.
Kenyan Mikali, if you listened to me keenly, and if you can go to the handset when I was submitting on that, you'd realize I specifically mentioned 2014. Now, was the President William Samoei Ruto the president of Kenya in 2014? No. So if at all you heard me, I had mentioned specific years between 2014 and 2018, then I don't believe you would have asked me that question, which you asked me, of which government did that, because I quoted which years. But nevertheless, out of respect, again, it was between 2014 and 2018. I gave as an example as to the benefits that were accrued by the county governments by virtue of having a cooperation with the national government. Nimetoa tu mfano tu kwamba between mwaka fulani na mwaka fulani county governments zilipata benefits fulani kwa kuwa waliungana na national government for the best of their people. Hiyo ilikuwa kwa mfano, it was just an example. It was not that William Samoei Ruto's government, the president, has put up the light. No, nimetoa mfano tu.
Well,
what good cooperation between national government and county government can achieve.
Maybe then I was passed by the first information you had given, so I get you now.
Yeah, so it's okay. It happens to many people.
So Black,
zingine vitu zinapita ni binadamu.
Did you answer me what is cooperation between the central government and the county government? What did you mean by that?
Cooperation means, like I gave an example. The same answer that I gave to Kenyan Mwikali would also apply to you. For example, county governments wamewekelea budget yao, wamesema hii budget fulani tutawekeza kwa kuwekelea stima ama kurehabilitate stima, right? Then out of a good cooperation with the national government, muna negotiate na national government. The national government pia wanaweka pesa yao fulani for your same projects ya hizo stima. Kwa mfano, I'll give you an immediate example. Recently, Governor anaitwa nani wa Mombasa, Abdul Swamad, he said that ataanzisha hii kazi mtaani kwa vijana, right? He said he'll employ around 2,000 youths. And then the president at the same time on the same event said that for every one employed, the government will also employ another one on the same project. Now that is already cooperation. Does it mean that someone has moved to KKA? No. At the end of the day, who benefits? It's the same, the very same people, the Mombasa people, the Mombasa County people. Hakuna siasa hapo. So such things.
Now you have told me
cooperate with the national government for the best of interest of your people.
Okay, I get you. Now that tumepeana hiyo mfano kwamba rais alisema he said how many employed by the Mombasa County government, he'll employ one. What did he say?
Yes, the government will employ for every two, they'll employ one, something to that effect.
So in total, we shall have 3 people employed, one of them employed by the national government.
Yes. Which, so, for example, if total, the projected people to be employed by the county government of Mombasa is 2,000. That is what the county governor said. So in that effect, we should expect that the government would put up 1,000 extra. Would put up 1,000 extra, right?
Okay.
Is that not a benefit for the Mombasa people? Yes, it is.
Okay, good, Black. So hiyo ni kazi mtaani. So did you buy that statement from the president?
Again, the problem which I can see, the mentality. Don't you think that it's going to be so easy to realize whether he is lying or he's saying the truth the minute the county governor employs the 2,000 youths? Then at that point, once that project starts, then we can say whether, yes, the president stood up for his word or not at the time when the project starts. So let's wait for the Kazi Mtaani by the Mombasa County government begin, and then tuone kama kweli the national government would add the extra 1,000 people for the same.
Okay. Question: if
But until that point, we cannot.
If he's saying that, why did he get rid of the Kazi Mtaani that was started by Uhuru? How can he say he'll do Kazi Mtaani in Mombasa County when he already got rid of the Kazi Mtaani, the national Kazi Mtaani by Uhuru? Is that not discrimination? Mr. Black, the national government has a responsibility of supporting the whole country and developing the whole country, irrespective of what governors are planning to do. It has a responsibility of developing facilities such as hospitals, schools, irrespective of the projects started by the governors. So kama kwamba sio ni siasa, kama kwamba Ruto atakuwa akitembea Mombasa anasema kwamba nitafanya hii Mombasa, nitafanya hii Nyeri, nitafanya hii Kirinyaga, is that not discrimination? Kenyan Mikali, naona Black ametoroka hilo swali. Is that not discrimination?
Julia, that is the question I asked previous time, not now, previous time, that how comes that Ruto can join? He is supposed to be the one to be joined by a governor to do such kind of cooperation. He is not the one who will come behind the governor to add. That's my take. That's my understanding. He is the one who will be the head of the governor. And the governor says, now, President, after you do this, can I do this? But the president cannot be behind a governor trying to promote, to support the good idea that the governor has, so that for him to feel at home, because that is what I noticed, and that is my feeling. That
Sorry,
the president,
I have problems with my connections. My apologies, please.
Okay, Mikali umemaliza?
Sijamaliza.
My apologies for my poor network.
Because he abolished the largest number in the country, Kazi Mtaani. Now that the governor had a good idea of employing those Kazi Mtaani, now he joins in. How would that look like? I did not understand, as well as you said, that is hypocrisy.
Black tunakusikia. Goja Mikali animalize. She's trying to say this, Black.
Nasema.
Goja Black. Goja.
I apologize for my poor network.
Yes, we get.
I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. So so Black, this question, listen to this. Now, I want to agree with Agri Lungani saying that kindly tell Black that the president has peddled so many lies, even during his campaign speeches. Now, this president is the one who has eliminated Uhuru Kenyatta's Kazi kwa Mtaani. Kazi kwa Mtaani, wazee wanalalamika hawajapata pesa yao. We are hearing the increase of school fees for secondary school children. Now, he's eliminated the subsidies for food, the subsidies for mafuta. Alafu, kwanza hii Kazi Mtaani. Sasa, he has the audacity. Black, your president, I want to say your president has the audacity to go to Mombasa, to tell the Mombasa governor, atukiandika watu kama hawa, mimi nitaandika watu fulani. Kwani, does he think Kenyans are so stupid to buy those lies? Black able to jibu. Bonda, the president has the audacity to go to Mombasa to say ataandika Kazi Mtaani, na yeye mwenyewe amemaliza Kazi Mtaani ya Uhuru. Unaweza tujibu, hata naona Duke amekuja, anaweza tusaidia kujibu hilo swali.
Unajua Julie, what you are asking is different from what I'm saying. You're adding something else to something that's totally unrelated to that. Yes, they may sound the same because zote ni Kazi Mtaani, but one was initiated by the national government, This other one is initiated, a project initiated by a county government, which the national government says that they will also chip in by doing A, B, C, D. Now, is that not a plus, yes or no? Let's start from there before we move to deviate to a different thing. Is that not a plus for the Mombasa County? Is not a plus? Is that not a plus for the Mombasa County people on paper? Let's put it on paper now. Let me try to put it this way so that it can be easier for you to answer it. On paper, is it right on paper that here on paper the county government of Mombasa said they will employ 2,000 people for the kazi mtaani, and the national government on paper has said that they're going to add an extra person for the same job of the kazi mtaani of the Mombasa County people. On paper, is that good or not good?
It is not. It is a show. It is not.
You are not being honest, Julia. Until you're honest in answering that question, it's going to be very difficult for us to debate further, because I think we've always agreed here that on matters facts we do agree, and those that we don't agree we disagree. But on matters that have a direct, we can directly conclude as a whole panel that yes, indeed, this is the right way. Tunakubaliana hivyo, regardless of who has put it, whether it's by KKA or AZIMIO. Now here we are again. I'm going to ask you the same question. On paper, county government of Mombasa has said they're going to employ 2,000 people for the kazi of mtaani. Let's start from there. Is that good initiative from the county government of Mombasa?
Yes, because the county government already planned for it. Black, may I respond to you? The president made a roadside declaration.
Please give me. Please give me.
Let me finish.
Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no.
I said no.
So it's a wrong initiative by the county government of Mombasa to employ 2,000 people for kazi ya mtaani.
For the government, yes. For the governor, yes.
County,
for the president,
I'm asking.
Now, Black, you are wasting time. Can you finish
you
your
are skipping.
presentation? Can you
Julia, you're running away. You're running away.
No. You're wasting time, Black. Finish your presentation. Finish what you are saying. I don't want the rhetoric questions because you're not getting
very funny.
Okay. And
I think the viewers out there are the jury to that question. So even if you don't answer, it's fine. But the fact remains, like I've said, a county government, I would recommend every county, all the 47 county governments of Kenya, to work closely with the national government, put aside your political differences for the sake of your people. And as long as there is no politics involved, I repeated that 3 times and this is the 4th time. As long as there's no politics involved within this cooperation, if it's purely for the goodness and the best interest of the people of that particular country, or rather county, then so be it. Please have that cooperation for the good of your people. That's it. Hii mambo ya sijui AZIMIO Kenya kwanza, tupeni kando, wekeni kando, iliisha campaign.
Black,
so now we have account.
Excuse me, Black. Besides the governor and the president, who is playing politics here?
Again, to me, I don't see any politics, because there's nowhere where someone says watu wa Kenya kwanza tutawapatia 1,000, tutaongezea 1,000 wa Kenya kwanza wafanye kazi kwa hao 2,000 wa AZIMIO. No, it was people of Mombasa County government.
Okay,
I mean, tuondoe politics kwa kichwa tukiongea mambo mengine.
Last question to you,
for us to move forward.
Black, last question to you on that note. You're the one who gave this example. Now,
yes.
If the county governor of Mombasa had not talked about kazi mtaani, would have President Uhuru volunteered to employ, RUTO volunteered to employ those 1,000 people in Mombasa County?
Of course, when you see these people bringing this up katika podium, it was not a roadside declaration. Podium, it means they must have had this discussion at the back room.
That's a lie, Mr. Black.
It's obvious. I mean, come on. These things, come on. I mean, ask yourself one question. Huh? Do you think out of all, let me ask you one thing. Huh? Out of all the other days that the governor, Abdul Swamad, decided to announce this initiative of employing over 2,000 people from the coast, or rather youths from the coast, kufungua kazi mtaani. Why this day when the president was there? Because one, he expected that something would be followed up. Kuna kitu itaongezewa.
Mr. Black, you are lying to us. Stop those lies, and I think we better stop those.
You just
allow me.
You
to
just
go
want to, Julia.
Yes,
you want us to talk negative.
Mr. Black, I'll not
No, you
allow
want us to talk negative.
No, stop
but
it.
we'll dispute
Stop
with facts, ma.
Kenyan, we carry 1 minute. We go to Duke.
Yeah, I will say this to Black. You are convincing us that they were sitting back room talking about this. How sure are you so that you can come and tell us or convince us that the president and the governor were talking? You were not there, so you
I
are
said
telling
possibly.
us.
I said possibly, not sure, possibly.
Then
They may have.
possibly even the president had no idea. He just got that idea because the governor said it. That is how we can stop the talk.
It is fine, even if, okay, assuming he had no idea, but he has made that declaration. And if, for example, he comes, if it so happens, he comes through for his word, will that be a plus or a minus for the county people of Mombasa?
Thank you, Black. But we are used to perennial lies from Mr. William Samoei Ruto, so we'll not buy that. And Kenyans don't pay attention to what Black is saying. Those are just perennial lies from William Samoei Ruto that Black is supporting Asante Black wa kutudanganya na kuongezea uongo wa raisi.
Julia, not right, Julia.
Mr. Kenyan, we carry suit.
Calling one a liar.
Let me say something before Black leaves. Next time, there will be another governor saying that I am here and I'm helping my old people who cannot afford food on their table. And there, the president will say, when you help two, I'll help one. So this is the story that will continue. And this is a lie because he wants to include himself when good things are happening, because governor may not lie. Thank you.
Yes, and I want to add to what Kenyan Bikari is saying. Mr. William Samoei has lied to us too many times, and even NTV keeps on replaying those lies. Ametudanganya sana. He told us that when KKE takes power, every one of us will have NHIF. Hakuna kitu kama hicho. Instead, Kenyans are going hungry. They don't know how to go to the hospital. They don't know how to pay their children's school fees. So, Mr. Black, we are saying this from experience. You are both the president. William Samoei is a perennial liar. So the fact that he had the Mombasa governor saying anaandika watu kazi alafu anajipendekeza hata mimi nitakuandikia kazi, siende akaandike kazi watu Nairobi. Why can't he say he's going to employ 1 million people, 1 million youth for that kazi mtaani? Then we can know his benefit in Kenyans. Why say it in Mombasa?
You know, Julia.
No, Duke, let me finish. It is not only Mombasa that needs kazi mtaani. This is not the president of Mombasa. This is the president of the Republic of Kenya. And that is discrimination. So he's not going to wait for people, for Kakamega governor to say, I'm building a hospital. I'll build another hospital. Why he can't say, I'm building a hospital in Kakamega County? Why he can't put in structures? We want structures, Mr. Black. We don't want roadside declarations. We want structures. We want the central government to sit and budget and decide that in Mombasa, we need 3 more schools. In Kakamega, we need 2 schools. In Kirinyaga, we need 1 hospital. We don't want him to wait for the Kirinyaga governor to say that I'm constructing a dispensary. And then he goes there to say, ata mimi nitakujengea dispensary. That is high class nonsense. We are past campaign period. We want structured announcement.
Niko na swali moja kwako, Julia.
Endelea alafu niite Duke.
Niko na swali moja tu.
Endelea Black.
Swali moja. County government of Nairobi. Whose responsibility is it to maintain cleanup for the city, or rather the county of Nairobi?
The governor.
Whose main responsibility is it? Is it the national government or the county government?
The county government.
Very good. Thank you for that. Now let's move. I know you know. Very good. Very good. Now let's move next. That being the case, what was the kazi of mtaani mostly about?
Okay, if you're asking me about kazi mtaani, you can go
cleaning
back
up, right?
And ask Uhuru's government. let's not go to that. But we gave you illustrations, Mr. Black. We said,
Julia.
we don't want this roadside. Listen, Mr. Black, we don't want these roadside declarations. We want structures. We want structured development. We don't want atunasikia ati Rais Ruto ati alikuwa Turkana ati akasikia barabara fulani imejengwa alafu akasema kwamba ati atajenga barabara. This is nonsense. Let him say in Turkana with this number of roads, and let the budget be made by the central government. So hatutaki hizi drama, Mr. Black. Muache kutuletea hizo drama. Tumechoka. Duke, karibu.
Wacha nikuachie Julia.
Okay, let me comment also on that.
As you go to the motion, there is something we were asking ourselves here, whether we needed this motion here. And Black was questioning why it was put there. Maybe you can also comment on that. That why is there some impeachment motion or story going on against Gachagua? Is the government, is State House behind that motion, or are they enjoying the whole game of Gachagua, Sakaja, Mudavadi exchanges? I saw something on NTV about the wars of Gachagua and Mudavadi and Sakaja. Is State House enjoying this, or do they want to achieve something out of it, or is this a creation of the media? And what do you think about the AZIMIO governors working with the government? That's what we were discussing with Black. So, karibu, Mr. Black. Mr. Duke, sorry.
Okay. What I can say, I can say there may be something of that kind, because we have been witnessing people talking about that, members of parliament talking about that. But the question we should ask is, what's the root cause of that? Actually, it is because of the mistakes, or what I can say, like utterances which have been made by the deputy president, which are not appearing national. They are appearing tribal to a large extent. And I'm very sure even the people from Mount Kenya knows that Gachagua is not representing their best. But I can say, if that is the case, and I'm saying it may be the case, I can say it's because of I can say it's self-suicidal mission for himself, because of the recent utterances which he has been making. Because from Mount Kenya, we have nothing. Many presidents, Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta. But Gachagua appears to be more tribal. For example, many Kenyans from various parts of Kenya complained that people from Mount Kenya were overrepresented in the cabinet secretaries and permanent secretaries, but he said they are not even enough, and they said there's no problem with that. We should even be given more. So that makes him not to look national, because he's the deputy president of the entire Kenya. But now, but maybe it's, I think what he's trying to achieve is trying to cement the support from the mountain, whereby people can say he's supporting us. And maybe he knows that most people from Mount Kenya are not supporting him. And he wants to appear that he's fighting for them, he's fighting for their business, so that he can consolidate that support. That's what I can say is the reason of that. However, I can say that even the current president, William Ruto, he knows that the support from Mount Kenya is delicate. It's not a support which you can count on, because those people can easily change. And like Raila Odinga Woods enjoying permanent support from Nyanza, Ruiru, and other parts. People from Mount Kenya can change their support vis-a-vis their interests. I think that's why he's trying to invest to ensure that he's bringing the Western people into his camp. So maybe if the people from the mountain stop supporting him, he can maybe get support from other parts, and they may be able to win the re-election of 2027.
Duke, two questions before you leave there. Do you think Gachagua will be successful in whipping the mountain behind him? Do you think the likes of Ndindi Nyoro, Kibani Ichung'wah can be pro-Gachagua? The second question, do you think RUTO can really inherit Baba's support from Western Province? Those are two questions, two-sided questions. Endelea.
First of all, I'm very sure that most people from Mount Kenya are not actually supporting Gachagua strongly because of even when he was being appointed as the deputy president, as the running mate of the deputy president, then we got news that most members of parliament from Mount Kenya voted against him. Therefore, that being the fact, it's true that it will be very difficult for him to get the support of the entire, not just people, but even the political leaders from Mount Kenya. Even recently we witnessed the misunderstanding with Kabogo and others. So I feel he would not be able to convince all people and readers from Mount Kenya. However, that may change. Maybe because of that rumor, he may change. He may be transformed, and maybe he reforms himself, and then maybe he does not repeat the same mistake again. Maybe even that rumor may be intended to stop him from making those statements, which are not national at all. Coming to RUTO taking the support of Western, yes, I am very sure he will be able to do that because of two reasons. One, Bungoma has given him hope, and I'm very sure it is that hope from Bungoma which has motivated him to try to reach out to many parts of Western Kenya. That's why even the appointments, he gave them a lot of appointments, even to Kakamega. He launched an airstrip, all those kinds of development is trying to do. Even if you see the representation of those who he picked from Western cabinet secretaries and permanent secretaries, they were a substantial number. I'm very sure he can do it. That's the reason. That's one. Number two, it's because of coming 2027, who will be the candidates? I'm very sure we will not have somebody from Mount Kenya, because most prominent leaders from Western are within his government, and I'm very sure that nobody will go away and maybe start a presidential ambition.
Do you think Ruto can change the running mate? Like, unaweza fikiri anaweza chukua Mudavadi?
I'm not very sure, but that one depends on two issues. Number one, maybe we read the mood of the people of the mountain. Maybe if he fails towards the end of 2027, the people from the Mount Kenya are not going to support him, he may change the running mate, because actually picking the running mate is about maybe ensuring that you are able to win. So that will depend about the dynamics of the people from the Mount Kenya. If they will be ready and willing to support him come 2027, he will likely pick a running mate from Mount Kenya. But if they are against him, he may pick somebody from a different part of Kenya, maybe Western. And also it will depend who will be his opponent. Most people are saying that come 2027, there will be no strong opponent, provided that Raila may not run again. And maybe if he runs again, maybe he cannot retain Kalonzo Musyoka, and maybe other people will see that it has become too monotonous. He will not be as strong as he was 2022. So all those factors.
What about if Raila throws his weight behind Kalonzo Musyoka and somebody else, like, let's do this. Maybe a combination of Kalonzo Musyoka and who else? I don't know who. Maybe someone from Western Province, maybe someone, I don't know who. What if Baba throws his weight behind Kalonzo Musyoka and then Ruto decides to abandon Rigathi Gachagua? Don't you think that may cost him presidency in a free and fair election?
I don't think so. Maybe that will be a very strong opposition. Ruto will face a very strong opposition if Raila will pack somebody. But also, if Raila packs somebody, I am very sure he will maybe require a running mate to be from Ruo Nyanza or something of that kind.
Or Western. Maybe they may decide to do tit for tat. Like if Ruto is going Western, they also go Western Province. So wawachani wakigawana Mount Kenya region.
I don't think so, but what I'm very sure, come 2027, the running mates will be from different tribes.
So we don't see Gachagua with this space. Gachagua running mate.
If Gachagua is not, my prediction is that if Gachagua is not impeached, Ruto will not pick him as running mate come 2027. And Ruto may decide to pick somebody different.
Can he go for Kindiki?
I'm not so very sure, but I'm very sure he may pick a different Kikuyu, something of that kind, because maybe if he doesn't pick another Kikuyu, maybe people of the mountain may be turned against him, something of that kind. And that's why I'm saying all that will depend on the dynamics of 2027, because even in 2 to 3 years, the dynamics may change the way many people may not think. Even in coming 2020, nobody knew that Raila Odinga will be a candidate in 2020, will be a strong candidate. So it all depends on what takes place between now and 2027.
Okay, Sandy Black, unaweza endelea.
So on the maybe governors working with the president, I think, well, if you are a governor and if you know what are the functions of a governor, you have to, there are actually shared functions that when we talk about national functions and county functions, there are some functions which are shared between the national government and the county government. Because of that, actually it would be very difficult for the governor to be in total isolation, because maybe that will be very, it may be, because all governors want to retain their seats, because most of them are the first timers. Maybe they want to achieve specific development objectives for their re-elections. And most politicians actually, they have their own personal interest. Even in 2017, you find some people were supporting Raila Odinga, others were supporting William Ruto, not because they love William Ruto or they love Raila Odinga, it's because they know from this area, most people are on this side. So if I'm on this side, I'm more likely to win my seat. So that was the main reason why people were running towards Ruto and Raila. And that's why we are witnessing some rearrangements, people are moving, shifting coalitions, is because their aim was to win. And after they have won, they have no business with their coalition at all. So it's actually the right thing. Our governors, if they want maybe to ensure they are providing functions to their citizens, they have to work. That is, working together is not. It does not mean that you have changed your political affiliation or you are betraying somebody. It's actually you are actually providing services to US citizens. So I don't think that is betrayal at all, unless even actually Raila clarified that. He said that he has given them permission to work with the president because he knows it's in one way or the other you have to coordinate with the national government. So that's what I can say for today.
Okay, Duke, thank you for that wonderful analysis. And I think Raila was also playing safe. Put yourself in your shoes. Unaona, Duke, to be sincere, I don't think any politician in Kenya akona msimamo. I think they go where the wind blows them.
No, Ruto akona msimamo.
Ruto is the worst when it comes to me. Duke, now you annoy me because Ruto is the one who is the worst when it comes to msimamo. He's a perennial liar. But on adding to that, the other Black now the governors, I think they are just blowing to the wind where the wind is blowing, and some of them need pesa. Some of them I hear, some of them are even afraid the funds may not be disbursed. And I will not be surprised if that happens in Kenya Kwanza government, because I know the kind of people in that government, they can use them, the county funds as a weapon. So I'll not be surprised if that is being used. Duke Siwezi cannot be surprised. But I want Duke you to respond to this person, then I bring in Black. I know you have something to say. Now, Eli Omondi Odhiambo is mad with our conversation. He's saying that here this conversation, both panelists saying that Sugoi man will pick another Kikuyu as running mate. Are they the only two communities? I'm really tired of this. Does not stick to equality representation. Eli, we are sorry. It is not about equality and representation. In Kenya, I mean, you talk about equality and representation in Kenya. I think that's a vocabulary that yet to be introduced in Kenyan curriculum, because I don't think it really matters to anybody. And I think what matters is the end justifies the means. So I think, Eli, I'm sorry to tell you that, to let you know that in Kenyan politics, it is who gets the numbers. If you can get the numbers by having the same community, they don't care. I mean, they don't care about representation, which is a wrong idea, which I agree with you totally, is a wrong idea that we don't have representation. But people just look at numbers in Kenya. That is why we are arguing here. If they throw out Gachagua, will Ruto be risking his numbers? Because we have to agree that there are large numbers in Mount Kenya region, with or without rigging. We have to agree here that the numbers are there. But is that equality and equality in representation? I agree with you totally. No, that is not equality, and that is not fairness. There's no fairness there, and something should be done about it. But what I don't know is what should be done about it. So Duke, unaweza jibu Eli Omondi, then I go to Black. I know he has something to say.
Yes, what I can tell him is that actually I was even also against that in the 2022 election. But the problem is Raila failed to articulate that because he was held hostage by Uhuru Kenyatta. And Ruto was very smart. He understood that people will not be comfortable that having the president and deputy from Mount Kenya Rift Valley, and now they are interchanging that. That's why he brought that economic model. But Raila Odinga was held hostage by Uhuru Kenyatta because Uhuru Kenyatta was supporting him to the extent you cannot express that. You cannot now say that people from Mount Kenya have been holding the president. Now we need other people from different parts of Kenya because of that that support he was getting from Uhuru Kenyatta. But what I feel is that maybe what I can say is this: I'm very sure come 2022 and maybe 2032, I want maybe the people from the mountain and maybe William Ruto, and that can be made possible by William Ruto, to ensure that maybe they agree him with Gachagua or people from the Mount Kenya that come 2032, let us have the president and the deputy president from totally different tribes. No Karenjin and no Kikuyu. And that's what will actually break that that monotony. I'm very sure. I'm very sure because that can be possible, because actually most people from the mountain, it's not that they cannot vote for other people from different tribes, but there was some intoxication about Raila Odinga. Some of them fear maybe if he becomes the president, they cannot do business. All kinds of fear which was instilled on them by previous politicians is what actually may be hindering them. But maybe with maybe different people, I think they can, they with the evidence that they were able to resist Uhuru Kenyatta, who was coming from their backyard and who was telling them, we have to vote somebody in. So I feel that they are open to voting to different individuals, provided they are sure that their interest or their business cannot be unfairly targeted, as other politicians used to tell them. So that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you, Duke. Food for thought as Black comes in. Why not 2027? Why can't we break this cycle in 2027 and do it legally and constitutionally? Think about it, because we can break this cycle. Black Karibu. Na Black utoe maoni pia to that question that that imepewa na commentators hapo kwa comment section. Endelea Black.
Let me ask a simple question. Would if you say that in a fair run elections, but now there's one thing, like you mentioned, numbers. So I'll focus on the numbers. Bwana Duke and Julia. First of all, mambo vipi Duke? Safi. Nice to see you. Do you think that really Mount Kenya has the numbers like they actually say? To me, to be honest, hata kabla tusonge mbele in regards to numbers, I would really love to see the census be redone again. To wonder if at all really you do have the numbers, Julia.
So Black,
if at all,
you agree KKA
if it comes out that the numbers that we've been given all these years, if all these numbers all these years we have been given have been exaggerated, Julia, don't you think that already itself, that fact itself, would have tilted and changed the face of politics in Kenya? To know that you do not have the numbers as purported.
So now you agree KKA stole the election?
Sorry?
Now
Sorry?
you agree that RUTO stole the election?
I'm not talking about agreeing.
Are you insinuating that
or disagreeing? We're asking about the number. We're talking about the population census of Mount Kenya.
Yes. Can I respond to that?
Let me put it that way. Yes, please do.
Okay,
what I can say is that also I've been getting that information that it is very easy for you to get an ID. Maybe previously, maybe when there were presidents from Mount Kenya, very easy. Maybe some national IDs were brought to your doorstep, something of that. But in other areas, maybe it was very difficult for you to get a national ID. Maybe because of that, you find that registered for, because some people are saying that the Ruyas are the population was at the reading in Kenya, but the number of people who are registered as voters are maybe in Mount Kenya. Maybe some of them, some may argue it's because of proximity to Nairobi, something of that kind. Maybe you argue from that point that giving them national IDs. That's why I'm saying, because RUTO is targeting the Somali votes. That's why now they tell, you know, they are almost over 5 million. Very few have national IDs. That's why he wants to give most of them national ID. Maybe you talk from that perspective, I can say yes. But I still, the people from the Mount Kenya are strong when it comes to numbers. And we are talking about Kikuyus, Merus, Embus, and you can even fact check that if you go to any city or town, go to Nakuru, Nairobi, you can witness that they are majority. So that one.
Yes, Duke, I'm agreeing with you. I want to tell you, I'm reading something. I just searched.
Duke, stop manipulating Kenya.
Goja, Goja nitakuita. Okay, let me go on. Okay, Black, you're back. Now, I just clicked something and I'm seeing that Kikuyus are 20% of the Kenyan population, which I thought an exaggeration of, the Kenyan population, that is March 2120. But Black, I want to say something. I really think those numbers are not exaggerated for many reasons. First, let me say this, because of many factors, like what Duke has said, the proximity to the city and the communication system, the services in Mount Kenya, the hospitals, the health services, the schooling, the exposure. The infant mortality rate in Mount Kenya region is significantly far much lower than all other regions. So hata kama Kai wanazaa, they still remain there. People bring up their 5 children that they gave birth to adulthood. The other thing that Duke is saying clearly, we may have many people in the rest of the Kenya who don't even have IDs. When it comes to registration of persons and even registration of voters, the Kikuyus are very good in that. That is, they call it kumira. So those factors counting, and then the turnout, the registration of voters, really we have to accept here they have the numbers. And you should ask yourself, all these presidents who have vied in this country are not crazy to go hunting in Mount Kenya region. Even Raila himself, for him to go for Mother Karua, he was trying to play his cards. He was trying to disorganize RUTO's stronghold. That is what he was trying to do. He knew he couldn't get the majority of Mount Kenya region, but he was trying to disorganize RUTO's stronghold by saying maybe, and genuinely we can see that somehow he got somewhere. Duke. I think we can agree here that Raila got close to 1 million votes in Mount Kenya region, something he has never received in Mount Kenya region. He got to 900,000 votes plus. Duke, did he get 900,000? Can you check? What Chebukati reported? Can you look up what Chebukati reported? I'm talking about what Chebukati reported.
Reported in which context? In the number of the outcome of 2012?
Yes, the outcome of 2022. It is reported that by Chebukati that from Mount Kenya region, Baba got over 900,000 votes. And that is what Baba was trying to do, to disorganize the bloc that RUTO has. Now, if we go by these facts, which some of them are an assumption, and some of them may not be evidently true, and you are a politician in Kenya, and you are thinking of winning an election, you will be counting on several tribal blocks. First and foremost, Mount Kenya tribal block. Then you may think about going to the Western Province and maybe the Rift Valley. It means therefore what somebody, Eli, was asking here, and was asking a good question. Does that tell us that the other small community will never rise to power, even if they qualify to do so? Because we know many people from other small communities who have personalities that can transform our country. So my question to the fellow panelists, maneno ya ukabila kando, tufanyeje kama wa Kenya? How do we address it? Because if Americans, let me say this, Americans were able to address this. Look at the American government, look at the American population. For once, they voted for Barack Obama, yet he came from the black minority. And even the white majority came out that day and voted for Barack Obama. So it means the Americans have been able to overcome their odds here and there. So can Kenyans overcome those odds? Now, if we can't overcome those odds, can we implement something in the constitution that can help us overcome those odds? Sijui nianzie kwa nani. Rhoda, you are Rhoda, Rhoda, a minute. I'll give you a chance, but don't attack Duke. Don't attack
Julia.
anybody. Yes, Black. And then
I just want to tell you, Duke, stop make us feared. Most of the Kikuyu tribe, most of the business are Juakad. If you go to Kamokoji, they are most Kikuyu, Nyamakema. So don't they at the Wakiguzi Jui because of their interest, blah 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 blah. I know many millionaires, they have a Juakari. Even my own sister, she's a Juakari and she's a millionaire. So stop lying. You have been manipulating here, putting lies. Ruto, he's a liar. And what he's doing, he's praying for the people from Western, especially Kakamega. You see what he started to develop that county. We bring the airport, and they said they want to bring the tourists, and that's what he's praying his opposition, because people from Kakamega, they can accept him, but people from Luya community, they are very clever. They're not idiot. They will not accept it. Even people from Bugoma, I don't know how is it a Bukusu community. I don't know. So it's like a Kikuyu community. We have a Meru, we have a Ebus. We are different. People different. But Ruto, the way he did, he know a Kikuyu, they were very easy to be manipulated, and he know Kikuyu are very weak. That's why they were very. But right now he get a lot of vote in a Kikuyu community. So what we have to do as a Kenya, we have to start together. We hold hands together. We fight for each other. No matter if you are rich, a Kikuyu, or you are poor, you are billionaire, whatever. We will not play this game. You remember 1987, you had a war with the two tribes in Rwanda. It's a history. So Duke, stop this kind of man. You are the people you are putting our country down, and stop speaking against about President Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't like that man. I'll be always fight for him. He's my king. He's my life. He's my everything. If somebody hurting him, you are hurting me. Kwa sababu vile maendeleo nimeona, hiyo barabara zote unaona, hata hiyo sati huyo amekaa, huyo Ruto ni ya Uhuru. Si alimdanganya 2013. He fooled me. Uhuru was not supposed to run the president.
Asante, Rhoda. Duke has heard, don't dare go there. And Black. So, Black Karibu, you're asking a question. Black, you had a question. Black, umepotea, ulikuwa na swali ama umemute. If you are speaking, we can't hear you.
Ayuko.
Okay, Duke, Duke, I asked a question, Duke, that now it seems that's the picture we see from politicians, although Asiri is saying that Julia numbers are used for election, but when it comes to planning, yeah, I agree with you, Asili, because you see this minister for huyu MP alikuwa wa Maragwa, sasa ni cabinet secretary, anaitwa nani? Mary what? Anaitwa nani? Duke. This Muranga, you are muted. Uko mute.
Nani huyo?
This former MP, I don't know, Amarago, she's a cabinet secretary. Where we had a by-election recently in Muranga.
That one for water.
Yes.
For water and name.
Yes, she was saying the other day that she was talking about CDF. She was saying that the money needs to be increased for the populous counties, like in the ones in Mount Kenya region, because it is true. These numbers, politicians only care about them during election. But really, I also want to say here on behalf of Mount Kenya region that I seriously believe Mount Kenya is discriminated in terms of allocation of resources. You cannot allocate the same resources to Kiambu County and the same to a county in Northeastern Province. That is total inequality and unfairness and discrimination. So, but before we go there to the inequality in resource allocation, Mr. Duke, how do you address this inequality in election process? How do we make sure that we can have a minority person for presidency without just having a political agreement? Can we put this in the constitution? Yes, Duke Karibu.
Yes, we have actually, I say, we only have one way out of that. And that is when we have strong national political parties, For example, and that can be possible if we come with strong rules which are governing the formation and management of political parties. So that maybe we say if we have any national political party must maybe have like, you can say maybe like even 100 delegates from every county, something of that kind. And those delegates maybe they will vote independently to decide who will be the flag bearer of the political party, something of that kind. But the problem is that we have political parties which are owned by individuals. And that's possible because of weak provisions which we have. So I think that can be possible if we have, for example, in the US, we don't talk about the Democrats, Republicans. And people from, if you want to contest, you come, you give your speech or your manifesto, your ideology, and then the delegates decide who will be the flag bearers. A simple start. But here in Kenya, it's the other way around. You find a person decides that I'm going to be the president. He forms a political party. He may decide even to destroy all the political parties and come with a new one, maybe by buying. So if we will be able to have very strong political parties, that's maybe you manage the way they are getting the money so that not one individual cannot fund a political party. That's number one. Number two, maybe the delegates maybe are from each and every county of Kenya. So that when they are deciding who becomes the president, will be representing the views of Kenyans. So that's the only way we can move out of that. And to respond to Rhoda, I was not saying that, and actually I was challenging what Gachagua is saying, because Gachagua is speaking, which actually can even make other tribes to be against Kikuyu when he talks about Kikuyus don't speak like that. If you see the way Kibaki used to govern, the way Uhuru Kenyatta has been governing, but Gachagua has been shockingly very different. He's actually trying to focus on Mount Kenya, and all of that. So that's, we're not talking about that Kikuyu are at this or that. We were just giving opinions on that. So that's what I can say.
Asante Duke. Kevin, we are here, we are live. Kevin is asking whether we close the show. Kevin, how can you say we close the show and we are speaking to you here? Seriously. Thank you, Irimo. Wamesema ni MP, former MP wa Kandara, ni former MP wa Kandara. She was formerly the MP for Kandara. That's where we have a by-election, and her name is Alice Wahome. She was saying that we need more CDF for Mount Kenya region. And she has a point, because Mount Kenya is populous. However, Duke, you're saying, I want to ask you, and unknown scripts as you come in, you also comment on this, as you comment on other things. Now, I want to ask you, do you think we can just have our constitution in a way that we should only have maybe a maximum of 3 political formations, like the Americans do? Like we have 2, and then we have the independents. And then there can be some conditions, Duke, for you, your party to be like this, you must qualify with this, 1, 2, 3, okay? So that now with these 3 political formations, then they have room to decide. We don't have to have Julia for presidential candidate. We can have Duke or Mariba. And because this formation has decided we are having Duke, then I think it will be respective where Duke comes from. What will matter is that Duke is a Kenyan, and he has what he has to offer for Kenyans. I think the other challenge that we have too many political parties that are mushrooming parties, and they are trying to blackmail each other on tribal basis. Alafu sijui hii matetezi ya kina Gachagua ya tribal affiliations, how can we make sure can we make it in the constitution that if you make statements that appear to discriminate other communities, that is against the law of Kenya? I don't know, and probably it is in the constitution. Is that maybe we don't really follow the constitution? Maybe it is somewhere. So maybe I'll come back to you, Duke, and Rhoda, I'll come back to you. But unknown scripts, first and foremost, you need to see your face. We don't want to see your roof. Secondly, tunakaribisha. thirdly, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I mean, Merry Christmas, old year, unknown scripts, and Happy New Year. Karibu jukwani. Na tunaomba tukuone, hatutaki please adjust your camera. We don't want to see your roof, to speak to your roof. Karibu.
Oh yes, good evening, Julia. Good evening, Duke. Now the rest of us, I can see black is really, that area is really black. Like
I don't know why black likes to hide. Black, bona unaogopa wa Kenya ama unaogopa Americans? Or are you afraid of both?
He has branded himself black.
Yes, he likes to hide. I don't know why he likes to hide.
I don't like hiding.
He has branded himself black, and the Rhoda is following.
Nice to see you, Kuseu. No, not all the time, Julia. Like I think in my last presence here at the show, I was in a light, wasn't I not? I just come from the gym and I came. It's just to say, Staki Kwamsha.
You have come from a black gym.
Yes.
Okay. Is it good evening and happy New Year to these friends? And I think I don't know whether we are free to use that word, Happy New Year. Duke, are you happy? Amma is conventionally Happy New Year. Well. Now your topics here. Now there is the first topic is to do with why State House wants Gachagua.
Now what? And no scripts. What are you doing with your?
Sorry. Why State House wants Gachagua out? Now, who is quoting that? Is that what State House wants? Julia, if you are the owner of this topic.
Okay, Bernard put that topic. I asked him many questions. He said that is the behavior of the people around Gachagua and around the president, blah, blah, blah. But earlier we saw Gachagua praying to the mountain. He was interceding for Kenya, and the thoughts were he's a man under siege, and State House is not helping him. So those are the thoughts that came from other panelists. What do you think?
Anyway, why State House? I think that is misplaced because you can't put it as if it is the position. So Gachagua himself is State House. Yeah, so it is not right to say why State House wants Gachagua impeached. We know there is the issue of impeachment, but that aside, personally, I do not think if we know how this current government exists, or how it came around, or what it does, anybody who is trying to impeach Gachagua is only going to give him more clout, because there is no way. If you impeach Gachagua, there will be no Kanyakwisha government. That is how serious it is. So for anybody to say why State House wants Gachagua impeached, you cannot impeach Gachagua and KK will still remain there. It's very, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. Right now, if somebody means State House is RUTO, then the truth of the matter is that RUTO has so much on his plate that he would dare not add Gachagua's issues on there again through impeachment. Even if I were him, I would not. And then secondly, just ask yourself, what would State House get from Gachagua impeached? all the overflows of Gachagua can easily be maintained and contained within the current setup. They can go off balance, you can go within a little off, a little offside. You have all seen it is not a big deal. It cannot go to the level of impeachment. And even if for you to go to the level of impeachment, you are going to need 2/3 of that parliament. Where will you get it? Remember, if you try to go that route and Gachagua survives, it will now become a big problem to State House. Take it from me. Going forward, you try to do it, and he is going to start coming around bragging how he has survived it. Hey, State House may have to regret if that's what they want. But I don't think the topic is accurate. That is as far as I can say it. But there is no way, even if the motion goes to Parliament, there is no way you can impeach Gachagua, given the current setup. Given the current setup. Now, are AZIMIO governors betraying RAILA by closing ranks with RUTO government? You can only close what was, if there is a rank to be closed. There is nothing like closing ranks here. And you people should ask yourself, why do you think every other governor is saying watafanya kazi na serikali, watafanya kazi na government? The reason for that is that as much as the Constitution allows you to have 15% of the appropriate funds, the rest of it is still with the national government. Not the rest of the funds, the rest of the logistics, even how to get it. And that's why sometime even last year, I think you heard how many doctors were going on strike in some of the counties. In other words, this so-called central government is still on control of almost every other anything. It is not lost to you that some time back, the senators tried to hold a demonstration. Was it to the Chief Justice regarding disbursement of funds to the counties? Some governors went. Where was the demonstration going? You remember? Some governors came to Nairobi and they started marching. I think they were marching to the Chief Justice's office or something when the disbursements of some money was delayed. And that simply tells you how powerful and controlling the national government still is. You remember how many times that appropriation bill failed in the Senate, the so-called appropriation formula. It tells you that the government is still everything. Now, if you see some governors are talking nicely to RUTO, let's say working with the government, some governors are saying they are working with the government, that is just being smart. Remember, once the disbursements have been done, especially the development funds, 6 months to the end of the financial year, they are forced to surrender them back. Now, if in the financial year, you have 6 months to go, and that is when the disbursement is done, that is most likely straight away a way to start demanding the same money to be refunded back as having not been utilized. Now, you can then remember that the only thing the previous governments have done, national government, faithfully to the counties, is the recurrent budget, which sorts call it the teachers and call it salaries. But even still, you know what the doctors have gone through. I think there were almost 7 counties where the doctors went on strike because of non-payment. Now, you may then ask yourself, why? Why does this happen? The reason being that the government, the national government, still has the strings to frustrate the county governments at will. We can decide that County Julia will give them their money on time. The other one, we just delay it. Treasury has not disbursed. What can you do? You can only complain. Your doctors will go on strike, but there is nothing you can do. There is nothing much you can do. So the way this constitution is such that you have to work smart to go around everything here. The provisions in the constitution, if somebody goes against them or do not honor them, unfortunately, the same constitution has no ways of mitigating the problems. Worse still, the nearest is through parliament. Now, if you have is it this day you say captured parliament? If you have a captured parliament like the one you have there, you can be rest assured that there is nothing you can do to the national government when they go against the provisions of the constitution. Nothing. Never mind that going to the courts is even a no-go area, because you won't get any reprieve from the courts. So you can't get reprieve from the courts. You can't get reprieve from parliament. You can't get reprieve from anywhere. And it is still the same constitution, the so-called 2010 constitution. I'm sorry to say, this time around, I'm going to come here with I want to form a team here who are going to look at some of the failing aspects of this constitution so that they can be relooked at, so that those who go against the provisions of the constitution, the punishment is there, and there. For example, if the Chief Justice Maraga found that President Uhuru ought to have dissolved Parliament, he should not have had a two-way around it. It's only that the threshold should be so high. By the time you demand it, it is truly, truly necessary. So, as for the governors, what I can say about the governors, they are not betraying anybody. They are just trying to do the balancing acts and to work smart so that they serve their people. It is as simple as that. Now, the politics in this country is very bad in the sense that different people are at different levels, and most people are very selfish. If you find, for example, Duke, you were elected in Rongai in a particular party, then you think that on first day one in parliament, you have switched, you are on the other side. Those are the things the constitution needs to look at. There should be proper ways of crossing the floor. If you cross the floor to the other side against the wills of the people who voted you, you see they are left helpless. Now, so those are the sort of auditings which needs to be done on this constitution so that it can be tightened. Those who go against the provision provided under the constitution, there should be provisions on how to punish them without fail. Now, I'll conclude by talking about the KK manifesto. Now, assuming that I keep saying here that if the manifesto's offers and promises can make us vote Julia as the president, then you go there and then you don't honor them. The constitution should give us a way whereby the moment we elect you based on the lies and the promises you have given, they become legally binding. So that in the event you don't honor them, and that is why we elected you, we should have a recourse. And that recourse should not wait for 5 years. Thank you.
Asante, unknown scripts. Just what we were saying with Duke, that the constitution should be clear. If you start uttering tribal statements that balkanize this country, I mean, somewhere you should be stopped by the law. But I don't know how possible that is. So Duke, ulikuwa na swali ndio niende kwa Eli.
Yes, Kuseo said that it would be a catastrophe if Gachagua is impeached. I don't see that, because what if maybe the president maybe meets some members of parliament from Mount Kenya and tells now we want to change him, select a different person but from Mount Kenya? Would there be consequences of that?
Let me just say that, Duke, I agree with you. The only thing is that we already walked that path. We have already walked that path. The idea of having Gachagua as somebody else other than Gachagua was already on the table a long time ago. He managed to get where he is, not because of anybody's favor, through his own ways. So I didn't say that it is impossible, by the way, but I would say that it is going to be very, very challenging, and it will almost be next to impossible for the current regime, given the current circumstances, to do it. And given the fact that they didn't manage to change Gachagua for another person, simply tells you that he has what it takes to push himself through. But the so-called consequences of doing so is what I was saying, that would make the current, I believe State House, you meant President RUTO, tolerate him. For now, it is in his best interest that he tolerates him. He can deal with his excesses comfortably. Thank you.
And Gachagua said, it seems when Gachagua was nominated Duke, it's like he was not the preferred person. And rumors came out from that meeting. Somebody walked out. Gachagua walked out, and he walked out and came back, right? He walked out of the meeting. And then I remember seeing, what is his name? This man, Kabogo saying that, Kabogo trying to play nice, in that it was during the night somehow. So Kabogo was being asked by the press, kunaendeleaje? Mimi sijui kunaendeleaje. Mimi naona tu watu wakienda, wakiingia, wakitoka. Naona tu watu wakiingia, wakirudi, wakitoka. So Kabogo was enjoying the whole drama. So Gachagua went and came back later. And it is said, these are rumors, that Gachagua told RUTO, it is either me. It is me or else. Or else, we need to know, or else what? It is me or else nini? Nini hicho Bwana Duke nini hiyo Gachagua ameshika? Yani RUTO ameshikwa akashikamana. Ni nini ameshikwa nayo na Gachagua mpaka hivi sasa? He ameshikwa. Jama RUTO coerces everybody else around in this country and shouts on tops of the TV and all that. But
Julia, at the expense of making it a two-way, let me just tell you that.
So in the expense of not making it a three-way, let me also add something.
Okay, Black Watcher and
because the three of you have been having this engagement. Eli has not said anything. I have not said anything. We've been more like commentators. So in expense of avoiding it not being a three-way.
Let this be the last one.
Order.
Okay.
Julia, what I would like to point out is that unless you yourself is not in the know, so much actually took place there. Gachagua walked out, Kindiki walked out, Kabogo walked out, and some of us have been able to talk to their eyes. So we know live what happened there. And that's why I just told Duke that Gachagua is where he is because of his own efforts. So there were already attempts to actually have him replaced, which is exactly what Duke is trying to imagine. Now, the consequences of trying to a second time to do it would not be in the interest of State House. That is all I was saying. But I don't think we need to go into those details because, those were election times. And we don't want to open up those cans unless that is what Black is up to. Thank you.
So, Black, do you want to open the cans of worms so we got to Ellie?
I just want to add something. I mean, if you realize the elections in Matters Mount Kenya was won on the basis of it being more of like a rebel against one Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, between Kindiki and Gachagua, who would have been the most likely candidate to be able to take that battle to the Honorable President retired Uhuru Kenyatta? Of course, it would have been Gachagua. Is the only one who would have been capable, like the way we know him, to stand there out in the public and say the things he would say, hitting Uhuru Kenyatta. So, of course, at that very point, Gachagua would have been the best choice for that matter. So let's just not rule him out. Yeye pia alikuwa na function yake, which he played well. He played his role well.
Okay, Black, lakini kuna hiyo it's either me or else. Hiyo or else nataka mtu anielezee ni nini. Or else nini? It's either me or else. Eli, karibu. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Karibu kwa show.
Thank you, Julia. If you can hear me. Duke, unknown scripts, Black, and Kenyan Mikali, thank you very much, and the people in the chat room there. I'm still stunned that we're discussing this illegal regime, but I can't even provide an alternative way of having this discussion because there are UDA people in this channel, and they have a right to speak their mind. So, me, I would rather focus on what is possible in the future. Some of it might be hard bullets to bite, but my imagination tells me that number one, if we constantly keep having, and I'm not going to say I'm sorry because I've mentioned this before, if we keep having a situation of entitlement, especially by leaders, not necessarily by the common mwananchi of any community, that entitlement that is at the top, whether it is corporate or political elites, social elites, and of course their entitlement divides people. Now, if we continue having this, in my view, this has happened in some countries before, and in West Africa it's common. Military coups are not unlikely. They're very likely because people get to the point where they feel they've been overstretched to the wall. And in a classic example where, for example, in Rwanda, only two communities, same language, but still they had their division stretching back from the 1950s, where one community is seen as a royalist in a way, superior than the other community. And this caused a lot of problems to the people of Rwanda. And then the community that so-called took over ended up doing just as bad things as the previous, monarchy that ran Rwanda in the 60s and so on. So this is a possible situation where there can be a very difficult guerrilla warfare, or if it's not a military coup, there can be those small-time army voices opposing their seniors, as it happened during Jomo Kenyatta's first 5 years in power. There was a lot of disruption in the army. It affected many countries, even in East Africa. Nyerere faced it. People were trying to find out where they belong in terms of the new dispensation after colonial rule. And those things that happened historically doesn't mean that they cannot happen, because when you hear the voices of the common mwananchi, even just not even for the likes of us who are not in Kenya, but we watch those clips of people talking in those bunge, those parliaments on the streets, you hear their voices, and they're coming from across the board. They're not just one tribe or this or that. And the way they speak, really, we cannot say that people in responsible positions in the forces are not feeling the same. So this used to be something treasonable to speak like this back in the days of Moi. I think Kibaki changed that. He allowed freedom of speech to extend across, the community in Kenya. And then, of course, Uhuru Kenyatta didn't mind. And now we have a different type of leader who some of us have not accepted, but we know that the judiciary has become his strongest companion. And to that extent, I agree with unknown scripts in this thing about trying to depose someone or impeach someone. But I don't really think that these things will change the lives of ordinary Kenyans, whether someone is impeached or not. It's neither here nor there. What ordinary Kenyans are going to do if this situation continues is what the military might do. So when power has been given to government and to politicians and they become reckless, the people might have a voice in the military. And people think that the military is so united or the forces are so united. This is false. This is an imagination that should be thrown out the window, because even the so-called hegemonic tribes or communities in the military, which traditionally used to be the Kalenjin, Kikuyu, and and Kamba, those kinds of dynamics have changed, and people just join the military because they want a career. Some have joined through the back door. They've been, actually most of them have joined through, paying bribes and so on and so forth. We know that there is new military class who go and attain university degrees. This was a thing that started not too many years ago, and the same situation at the police. But what I'm saying is that it is possible that if this continues, power can change hands, and it can do so through a military coup. And not all military coups are violent. There are some that are actually supported by politicians who are clandestine within the same power brokers of the same political party. These things happen. So, for example, you can give the immediate role by a Kamba MP during the military, the coup planned by Major Ndolo in the 1970s and the Chief Justice of that time. These are perfect examples of bloodless coups that were going to happen. So I'm not saying that that's what should happen. I'm saying that if we look at the consequences of how things are going now, it is possible that these things might happen. My last point about this is, if you look at the way Mr. RUTO has surrounded himself with so many security officers. It's like, you know, the kind of security this man has is nowhere near what, for example, President Moi used to have. Maybe the same as Uhuru Kenyatta, but not as much. Uhuru's was not as much as what I see in the situation of William Ruto, and people on the ground are saying the same thing. So there is some kind of paranoid leadership at the moment. He's trying to appear that he's is a relaxed person, but I don't think this is the way that it's going. So hopefully, for me, I don't think that there is a necessity for a military takeover, but it just might be one of the consequences of the kind of situation we have now. And that's what I wanted to contribute. There were some things that Black was saying in the chat room, which I've just reviewed, and I think a lot of them didn't make sense. You know, he was just throwing words about that people who support RAILA, or this time RAILA and Karua, when they have failed, they start showing their emotions and so on and so forth. I don't know where he was going with that, but I think emotions can be there even on the other side, on the UDA side. So these things are universal. But I like the way we are discussing this, because most of our discussions here will not be allowed in the mainstream media in Kenya, because the mainstream media has also been taken over by events that have taken other institutions in Kenya. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ellie. I appreciate your remarks and your views. Really, I think, I don't know what's going to be done. I don't know. And I don't know how long Kenyans can take this kind of government. And remember, we are coming from a situation where maybe in 3 or so elections, there are many Kenyans who are feeling that they have not been treated fairly. So really, I don't know how long this one is gonna happen and for how long Kenyans will take this. That is really for the Kenyans to decide, and we are the Kenyans. So that's why we are talking here. And really, really appreciate this forum, because we can share so much and agree to disagree, and that is good. Agree to agree or agree to disagree. So now that tumefika masaa 7 na sioni wale watu wengine wakikuja, I will allow a few questions. I see unknown scripts. Then we can do a final round of winding up remarks. Yes, unknown scripts. You are mute, unknown scripts.
Oh, I was talking about the middle question there. Is Mount Kenya able to save Gachagua? And for some of us who have been following politics, Gachagua may not even need Mount Kenya to save him. Gachagua will save himself. He knows how to play his cards, and the same State House will be the one who will make sure he's saved. And as I said, you try and interfere with the Gachagua, it might actually spell doom for the KK government. In the event that some people think they can move Gachagua aside so that he is actually impeached, unless foresight, some people don't have foresight. That will be the biggest problem for this government if that was to happen. In fact, it will be almost like an impeachment on the current government. That is, I think, the comment I wanted to add there.
Question.
Yes, Black, go ahead.
I think I'm glad that we have Eli and unknown scripts, and all the panelists here on the same question that I'd asked Julia before, right? Let's discuss Kazim Taani, unknown scripts, Duke, Eli, and Kenyan Mukali. Whose responsibility is it exactly for the cleanups exercises in cities and towns? Let's be objective. Is it A, county government, B, national government? Anyone?
It's a
Any panelist?
county government.
So in actual sense, when the national government gets into the program of this cleanup, is in essence assisting the county government. Is it so, yes, or is it not? No.
No.
Allow me to give a point of information. Is it information or correction?
Unknown scripts, as you give Black a point of information, he's referring to Kazim Mtaani. That was not the only thing they were doing. So
That's exactly what I want to talk about.
Black, you're trying
No,
to
I mean, matters cleanup. We're talking matters cleanup.
No,
I was specific.
Let me give you a point of information.
And a point of order. Can we stick to the motion of the day? And if you are taking us back there, and you're trying to justify the withdrawal of Kazim Mtaani was not only meant for cleanup. So do not use that to justify it, or to justify RUTO walking around and looking sweet.
I gave an example cleanup.
No,
because that's what I saw.
Discuss the motion of the day. I'm sorry. I don't want us to go back to that argument.
That's part of the motion, Julia, because of the example I've given.
Black the information.
Okay, unknown script, and then we end that story there.
Okay. For your information, Black, Kazim Mtaani was a national affair. It's a national government affair. That is why you find it rolled out basically in all counties, especially in the urban areas. It has everything to do with the COVID. And I'm sorry to say, the Kazim Mtaani, the so-called cash transfer itself, was not just unique to Kenya. Because of COVID, it came from, I'm not going to name where, it was coming from some international donors or grants. And
say IMF.
It was targeted to more than most African countries which were affected. Nigeria was one of them, Ghana, South Africa, and many others. And what it was about the livelihoods of the people who were so drastically affected by COVID. Now, in Kenya, Kazim Mtaani was just a name coined for it. If you go to those countries that I'm talking about, they also have it in their own version or their own name. Now, when you get to Kenya, the biggest challenge was here are people who call it the international community who wanted to help with the fellows whose livelihoods were seriously affected by COVID, but they didn't know how. Now, when they came to Kenya, the biggest challenge was they don't even have a database of how many people and who they are and how they were affected. Now, the government then came up with this idea that the people who are targeted with this help were the slum people. And that's why, if you realize how this Kazim Mtaani was rolled out in the beginning, it was targeting slums. Take, for example, in Nairobi, you realize it was rotating from this slum to that slum. Now, you do realize that the actual beneficiaries of that cash transfer were just that once you have reported, it was not whether you have worked or not. I don't know whether you people know how it was working. Once you have reported and you have been recorded or registered, you will get your cash transfer. It was not based on people working. Working was just a way to sieve the people who really need this, who had lost their livelihood and who would rather go sweeping Nairobi River than to sit enjoying their tea in the house like Black. The fellows, especially the middle class fellows, who would hardly go out there to clean the streets and what have you. That is how the Kenyan authorities decided to sieve the people who are desperate, the vulnerable, from the others who somehow could make ends meet. Thank you.
Thank you
Mark, are you
for that.
satisfied?
No, I am, and I'm glad for unknown scripts who have been brought that, because I recall, yes, it was a COVID initiative by the IMF. I think that loaned Kenya around 736 million US dollars, if I'm not wrong, and this money was to be paid back interest free. It was ilikuwa tu ya msaada.
No,
Now,
if I borrow from what was happening in the rest of the other African countries, it is not part of the borrowing, this one. It was an initiative
grant.
to help
It was
the international community was helping the most affected African countries.
What happened? What happened during that COVID? IMF had given Kenya among other African countries. I'm not so quite sure about the exact figure, but it was whereabouts there of 736 million US dollars, ambayo ilikuwa irudishwe bila interest. Ni kama tu umepewa jisaidie alafu rudishe, ndo watu wasiumie. But now you see it had a time period. So now let me ask you, Kuseo, rather a non-script. That said, thank you for your honesty on that. COVID is the keyword there. Was it supposed to be extended beyond COVID, or was it for COVID? For COVID. So by now, government kuiondoa, is it not right in its place to do so?
You are right. You are
because
right.
the funding has ceased.
You have to know the challenge is, the international community was merely helping you. If you decide to expand it or to modify it in one way or another with your own resources, that is entirely up to the Kenyan government now. They can even...
You've done great.
Yeah.
You've done great, because now you have actually unlocked the response, or rather the answer to this issue, whereby panelists here in the studio wamekuwa wakidebate sana hiyo kazi mtaani ilitolewa. At least it's best that you've brought up the origin as to how kazi mtaani came to be, and as to why now people will understand objectively as to the reason why its end had to be the way it is. Whether it would have been the government of KKA, whether it would have been the government of AZIMIO, it would have ended either way, because the funding for that initiative ended also.
But Black, you can also improve it.
You can improve it if you have the funds.
And make it even better.
If you have the funds. Now already the government tells us they're deficit. They're running in deficit, which is true. Our budget runs the deficit of $1 trillion. They're trying to cut down that deficit, because when you have a deficit, you have to fill that deficit with some money to fund it. Now that's where loaning comes in. Kukopa inaingilia hapo. No. When you reduce the deficit by these other things that you can try kupunguza, kama vitu kama hizo na vitu vingine kadhaa kama subsidies, it means your deficit shrinks. And if you are to borrow, you'd borrow less than what you would have done initially, isn't it?
Okay, thank you, Black and Anon's Chris, for that clarification. Yes, Ellie.
These guys, these scammers in UDA, Kenya Kwanza, when they were running about campaigning, they were promising baskets of money. Every other rally that this man from Sugoi went to, he was quoting 50 billion here, 50 billion there. He was running about saying crazy numbers. Money, pesa taslimu, yeah? So when Black sits there and starts telling us that there's no money, CG, the Bretton Woods, IMF, World Bank, blah blah blah, 700 and CG what million for Kazi Mtaani, CG where it's gone, blah blah blah.
I did not say correction that
No,
we offer.
Let me
I
speak.
complimented what Anon script said.
Okay, thank you. What I'm trying to say is these guys were campaigning vigorously and they were dropping numbers like crazy. I mean, I don't know how many times I heard that man talk about 50 billion. Here, there, 50 billion. Women, people in the rural, everything, 50 billion. Border. What is this thing that they have come into power and they're alleging that the previous government swept the budget kabisa? Yeah? What's this thing they're talking about? They said they had the money. Now, I'm not talking about, I'm asking, is it their personal money, whatever promises they were making? But they seem to know a lot about money, and they were speaking big numbers of money within even the first year. There is no excuse for the type of behavior they have now of cutting, budgets or so-called streamlining or stopping wastage and so on and so forth. I'm not saying this because I hate RUTO or UDA and all that group, but I'm saying this on record about what they were saying, what these guys were talking about during the campaigns. They made people believe what they were saying, and within few months, they are changing tack. And I'm not even talking about the economics of David D and his his way of thinking. I'm not even talking about those things. I'm just saying that we know that these people made big promises, and those promises they made should be seen now. But those promises are not being seen. In fact, what they're doing is they're harming the lives of people, from education to, everything. So I don't think it is right for you to look for an excuse for the obvious. It doesn't make sense, honestly. Thank you.
Now, to respond to you, can I respond to Ellie, Julie? Now,
yes,
to be honest, I want to agree with you largely on what you've said, but there's also something that I want to add on top of that. Why don't we wait for the budget allocation of this particular administration that's going to come up next, the national budget allocation? Once that is done, then perhaps we can judge as to how money will be allocated to see if it will reflect with the promises that were made in the past. No, because as it is right now, the government that has come in is working with whatever budget allocation was made in the previous administration. So naweza taka sana kuona in the next budget allocation itakuwaje. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Black. It is good you talked about budget allocation. So there was no budget made in August. And if there was money budgeted for Kazi Mtaani, it already budgeted. Hiyo pesa ilienda wapi? There was no supplementary budget made after August election. So that whatever was happening was already planned for and budgeted for. KKA imepeleka hiyo pesa wapi? If this money for Kazi Mtaani had been released, KKA imepeleka pesa wapi? So you took us back to budget allocation. There was no budget made in August. I think the Kenyan budget is made before August. And if you have supplementary budget, it has to be budgeted for by parliament. So Mr. Black, pesa ya Kazi Mtaani was already budgeted.
Anon script has already vividly and clearly explained.
Yes, he has said
pesa ya Kazi Mtaani.
Black.
That did not come from the Kenya's exchequer. You should understand that.
Very good. And it was already released. So, was it held up back on August? Was it held back in August? Is it because you have a new government?
for a particular period of time? The question would be, what was the period of time? That is what I don't know, and that's what you don't know.
Is it
Did that period lapse or not? That's what we are yet to. We should find out. You know, we should now research and find out what was the period.
Is this period of time?
Sorry, again, we are missing the point. COVID ilianza 2019, correct?
Yes.
Imeisha lini? Mwisho. Now the next question would be the initiative by IMF and the world sponsors. For how long was it to run? And when was it to end?
Okay.
Now those are the questions we should ask ourselves, because I don't know that and you don't know that. Perhaps that's the question tunafaa kujiuliza. This initiative by this, it was not by our government. Understand again. Unknown scripts has clearly mentioned that. Not by our government.
Very good, Mr. Black.
By the international community. IMF would be one of them. Right? Now, walikuwa tusaidie for how long kwa hiyo mpango?
Okay.
It was during COVID. COVID is over.
Mr. Black, we understand you clearly. So you want to say they withdrew their help when Kenya Kwanza came into power?
Now you're trying to politicize this, and that's where you're going wrong. That's why
you're not accounting. Your government is not accounting.
You know why? I refer to unknown scripts a lot. It's because I know, despite our political affiliations being opposite, at least he puts up facts, and with those that we agree with, I agree with, and those I disagree with, I disagree. But mostly, when it comes to facts like he is mentioned earlier on, I agree with them. Also, ameongea tu kitu hapo sasa hivi na nimekubaliana nao because he's mentioned some facts. Now, when you try to politicize that because KKA, I mean, now you're diverting.
Mr. Black, a minute.
Let's be objective.
No, Mr. Black, a minute. Let me take you back.
Not because KKA came to government.
No, I'm also very objective.
Okay.
I'm taking you back. A minute, Mr. Black. I'm asking you a question that you're not answering me. That Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta was president in August until August 2022. So you want to tell us that immediately Mr. Uhuru left presidency, IMF withdrew the funding, that we don't have the funding? So when did this funding stop? I mean, KKA, don't tell us these things. I mean, this funding stopped suddenly. All this money disappears suddenly. Where these
scripts?
No, Mr. Black, allow me to finish now. It's my time now. You had time to talk. So I'm saying this. If the funding, we agree with a non-script, we agree with you, Black, it was IMF funding and there was money funded for these projects. But the question is, did this money disappear after KKA took over? I mean, did IMF just stop funding? Is that how they operate? That once we have a new government, the funding stopped? No, they operate with procedures. Yes, I saw Kenya Mwikari's hand up. I don't know whether she wants to talk before no scripts. Yes, Kenyan Mwikari, come in.
Yeah, Black keeps on referring us to a non-script. If a doctor comes and if you go to a doctor and tell your doctor you have COVID, and then the doctor will tell you, he will explain how you can avoid to get COVID. Does he make you that you are not sick COVID by that time? So what I'm trying to say, I'm sorry, maybe you might not get my point. A non-scripts is explaining how the money of Kazi Mtaani comes and it is used for this and that, or how it is supplied to different places. He is not saying that the money was not there. And he's not saying that the Kazi Mtaani is supposed to be abolished. What am I saying? You want us to stick on unknown scripts simply because he's giving us the points of how to understand the process of that money for Kazi Mtaani. But you don't want us to state how was Kazi Mtaani was abolished. That is my problem. Because you black, you want us to get you right, but you don't want to get us right. And you don't want us to argue whereby it will affect you. Now, I come to this point. When RUTO went to Mombasa, and the governor, that governor of Mombasa said that he is going to employ 2,000 people for kazi mtaani, knowing that RUTO has already abolished. But the governor, because of his knowledge of his people, poor, how they are living, he decided he has to help them in a different way. Now, RUTO comes and say that once you employ 2, I'll bring 1. How does he know those people in Mombasa who really need that job? That means there is a kamchezo itachezwa hapo. Huyu mtu sasa ataenda atafutilie watu wake, the good people that he likes, who he wants to please, and bring their people there to be employed by the governor. So these tricks we understand. And RUTO have played these games all over now and then, and people have come to know his tricks. So when you're trying to defend him about money, and we are seeing all this movement they are making, going to hotels where they spend all these millions of money, flying to Qatar to go and watch football, all this money, if the country is that bad, how can people be having all this fun of running around? I have a question, and I have a problem of understanding what you are saying, you black. Because if the government is the one to take care of the people of Kenya, those are things that they should stop doing before they do it after they have already helped the people who they lied to, because they have lied to many Kenyans and we are sick about it. So there's no way that you are going to convince us here. Even if you shout, or even if you say what, we have eaten a lot of lies and we are about to burst. Thank you.
To respond to you.
Okay, Black, I'm sorry. I don't want you to respond now. Black, I don't want you to respond.
Julia, when someone asks a question, asks a question.
She didn't ask a question.
I did not ask a question. I was responding to what you have been telling us all throughout.
She did not ask a question, so we are not responding. Black, I'm sorry.
But I think I have...
No, I want us to close. I want us, if you have anything to comment, we shall use 2 minutes.
Julia, I'm outnumbered here. I'm outnumbered here.
Black.
It's unfair. Let me, I mean...
Point of order, Black. You have also spoken so much today. So we are going to, if even the case is Ellie who has not spoken. So I will allow Ellie to start and give us his closing remarks and comment on anything else. Then I'll go to unknown scripts, then you Black, then Kenyan Mwikali.
I was after Mwikali.
I don't want us, now I'm seeing that debate haishi. Nitakupatia nafasi yako, unknown scripts, as you wind up, you also comment on what Mwikali was saying, or what Black is saying, or what we talked about Kazim Tani. So allow me to go to Ellie. Ellie, give your closing remarks, and you can comment on anything you have commented today.
Thank you. On the issue of governance, I'm always supporting strong, independent county governments. That would be possible only if these guys are not slaves of the central government. And this is quite possible. There are examples in many countries. The problem, what's happening in our continent, if you look at the example of Nigeria, is the position of the governor has been glamorized. So they're like celebrities, and this you can see especially in our rural areas. They're driving about with very expensive vehicles. There's a lot of wastage. So right now, if you have an idea, for example, you want to improve your lot or your district or your county, and you live in Kenya or you live abroad, but you have a good idea, to actually pitch that to the county government is just a miserable thing. I have examples of people who have tried it. I tried it myself in the first county government of 2013. A very basic idea which can improve the lives of many sports people in Kenya. So, for example, if Kenyans, in the situation of sports, Kenyans are mostly known for the, amateur and professional athletics, that they're the champions and they always win the marathons and so on and so forth. Now, because I have some connections with sports people here, I was thinking about a different sport that would also bring money to Kenya, but also make Kenyans make money abroad. Things like tennis, and county governments have to start now thinking about building facilities around a sport that is not well appreciated in Kenya in many counties. So when you pitch such ideas to our counties, those people, they are ruthless. So their minions will tell you, if you want to get to know the governor or you want to speak to him or her, you have to speak to me first, and all this nonsense. And I'm not saying that in Western countries that they are special and we are not. But what I have seen here in the UK is very simple. If you want to speak to your MP or any of the local politicians, it's just a matter of an email. You organize a meeting. You can even meet them in a cafe, restaurant, whatever. And you can discuss with a local community group about any idea that you want to raise or you want to improve on to the society where you live. This situation, I think we might come to that point where we're doing things like that in Kenya. So we need these independent, strong governors. This is not happening at the moment. I think they say that the guy in Kitale, Natembeya, might just be that kind of person, but I really don't know. I think that he is still shrouded by his past as a public service official. So it's very difficult at the moment, but I don't want our county governments to die, a sudden death, because this parliament can do very mischievous things, like, for example, with the so-called power that they have, they can even decide to reduce the number of counties and get it back to the provincial administration system. Anything like this can happen. You can see the Sugoi man has already pledged that he's going to put cabinet ministers to answer questions in parliament, something that he opposed before. So I hope that they're not calling those governors. I realize that many of those county governors from the AZIMIO side attended this meeting. I hope that they're not being, cajoled into speaking the Kenya Kwanza speak, which is basically to breach every covenant of the 2010 constitution. I hope that they're strong enough to realize that, for example, the example someone gave there about the governor of Mombasa saying that he'll use his own way to not follow the national government in projects that he believes should be run by the county government. I'm not saying that the county governments should oppose everything by the central government, but these county governments are our only hope Unfortunately, we have very, some of these people were not even elected. Some of the county governors, we know the story. So I don't know what else can be done apart from the fact that something needs to change at the county level. And this noise that we're making at the national level, we should also continue making a lot of noise about the counties, because we know that there are big, big problems there. So anyway, that's the only contribution that I wanted to round up with. And thanks very much for tonight's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Arnold Scripps, your 3 minutes. Arnold Scripps.
They keep coming down. Eh?
Yes, Ellie had not spoken, but the rest of us have really spoken a lot. So you,
Ellie had spoken.
No, he spoke once. So
he had already spoken.
Yeah, he had like once or twice, but most of us have really spoken a lot. So 3 minutes.
Anyway, just to clarify for Black, it can't be 3 minutes because Black has opened a very wide topic here. This
Not
issue
to say,
about
I don't want you to take 10 minutes. I don't want you to take 10 minutes. I don't want you to take 10 minutes.
No, I won't take 10 minutes. I'll take very short.
Because I know you can go for 30 minutes. So don't go beyond 5 minutes. Karibu unknown scripts.
What I want to say is this. You raised up the question that when was this international support, community support, was it ending and what have you? This thing was tied as to the goals and the objectives of the initial intention. The initial intention was to help save lives. If you people remember, there was a time when I think President Uhuru used to say that we want to, as a priority, we want to deal with the life and hence livelihoods. So in other words, the livelihoods which were lost needed to be recovered back. Now, Black was wondering how long was this financial help supposed to take or to go? There were the immediate phase one, the immediate urgent issues. Then the issue of sustainability was also coming in. Now, all these were going to be based on data collected by the other international bodies. For example, issues around health and COVID. Remember, there is the WHO, issues regarding economic, what have you, and what have you. There was the ILO, jobs which were lost. This was a global problem. Different countries would talk about so many jobs lost, so many jobs may be recovered after some time, and what initiatives were put in place, this so-called stimulus or stimulus initiatives which were being accompanied. By the way, this international community help, it was not a restricted thing. It was supposed to help existing government resources. And that's why I was telling Black that a government, through their own initiative, may decide now to expand this Gazi initiative. And a good example is what you people are talking about the Mombasa governor. You see, you realize that the people who suffered from this thing, they have hardly recovered. How many people got their jobs back? So for Black to say that, was it Julia, that this thing now has ended, so now it is Black who was saying, so now President RUTO can now stop it. No. The people who lost their jobs, did they get them back? How are they surviving? Remember, the goal here was to save lives. Those who had lost their livelihoods, we are trying to help them get up and do other alternatives. Now, I believe the dents of COVID are still very much in place, and so many families are still suffering. So, as to when it was supposed to stop, I don't think that time has come yet, because remember, most of the international system comes with conditions. You are given that you are supposed to do this. You are supposed to come up with sustainable way going forward in your own right. It's like I teach you how to, I catch fish, I give you, then from there on, I teach you, you teach yourself, you should be catching fish so that in future you help yourselves. Now, there are so many health issues. Remember, a good proportion of this also spread to the vaccines which they were all loading on the African countries. Now, there are very many directions to this. So, as Julia said, that budget, that financial assistance, it's a program which I'm sure was lasting more than 2 years. It depends on how your government keep modifying it going forward, here and there, here and there. So in between, IMF, WTO, World Health Organization, International Labor Union, and whoever they are, ILO, they keep collecting data to help fine-tune this thing so that they can be satisfied that the help they are given has actually borne fruits. There have been some positive impacts. So that even in future reporting, they can say that they did X, Y, Z, and this is how well or bad the assistance was received or helped in the many ways. Secondly, remember the education sector was seriously affected. Right now, I think Kenya is still struggling to come back. Remember, these colleges were closed, the schools were closed, all these things. So most private schools were actually rendered home. So therein lies a lot of those other things. But it remains an international initiative which is still very well alive if I was to compare with other countries. Still very well alive in many other countries. And there is no reason why the Kenyan government can fold it up. No. To close up, I just want to say that you remember when this government came into being, they started saying how the subsidies were not helping. They were even saying that the subsidies were helping the suppliers. They were saying there were cartels. Now, the issue is, if that was the case, why should Kenyans be withdrawn subsidies? In that case, it means that President Ruto knows where these subsidies were getting lost, getting misused. Correct, close the taps, and give Kenyans subsidies so that their livelihoods are stable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Announce Chris, Mr. Black. 3 minutes, Mr. Black.
Okay. First of all, before I engage, because I'll respond to you in my submission for announce scripts, is I want to make an observation. It is my observation that whenever my compatriots of KKA come here, already it's a fact that we're outnumbered mathematically. So, for example, if I'm to submit, for instance, I'm to submit, it is expected that once I finish submitting, out of the
Mr.
3
Black,
panelists or 4 panelists of your end that are there,
Mr. Black is wasting his time because
that are there,
said we are AZIMIO.
You now
it
have
is my time, Julia. It's my time to waste, Julia, right? Yes, it's my time to waste, right?
2.5 minutes.
So you're wasting now you are wasting my time, but it's my time. I can waste my time. Now the thing is this: whenever you people are submitting, it is expected that, for example, I here having 4 of you there, I should be given 4 chances to ask the 4 of you whenever each of you submits. But it's unfair that mathematically, when I am about to do that, when each one of you is submitting, when I want to challenge that, I never get that chance. And that's something that's not only me, it happens with the other panelists. That's the bygone. It's something that you should look at. Now, Bwana you said something, but you are not so conclusive. Don't say that you are sure, or I think that the money for the funding should still be there. Come up. Yes,
tomorrow.
Please. Yeah, now that's the right response. Come tomorrow with a precise response of how long the money or the budgeting was due, or that the funding was to last. That one said. Mwalimu, what is her name? Kenya Mwikali. matters county government, again, I insist, as long as the cooperation between the national government and the county government is not politically castigated, then it is fine. Bora hakuna mambo ya politics between the national government and the county government, it's okay. The cooperation should be there. And I encourage it again that all county governors should work closely with the national government for the best interest of their people, politics aside. Hakuna mambo ya Azimio, hakuna mambo ya Kenya Kwanza, as long as that fact is put on the table, then yes, so be it. Let them cooperate. Lakini sasa hii mambo ya akili umejaza politics, no, watachange waende hii camp, that is utter nonsense. Actually, it's a selfish mindset. If at all you really care for the Kenyan people, that's not the kind of message you should be giving out there. You should be giving a message of cooperation. National government, county governments work together, politics aside. Finish. Simple. Now, moving forward, I would like to say thank you. As to why nilipokuwa na refer to announce scripts and also early, Madam Mukali, is because I realized that in their way of analysis, it was more objective and not biased. When you'd ask a question, they would give an answer that is objectively minded. It's not mambo kwamba wako side gani ya chama. No, that is why I decided to refer directly to them. Sorry for that. Otherwise, asanteni for the time, and I hope, Julia, moving forward, you can look closely into that part that I've said, mathematically speaking. We know our counterparts of KKA are outnumbered here in the panel, but it's far much fair for each panelist of Azimio Speaks, a KKA panelist should be accorded equal chance to challenge or respond or ask questions to an individual Azimio panelist. That is far fair than to have 4 of you gang up to ask a question to one, but the same chance will not be accorded. Thank you.
Asante, that one is going to be very difficult for me, Mr. Black, because I don't know his Azimio and I don't know his KK. So I don't know how I'm supposed to accord that ratio of time and allow who to ask who question, because none of these people tells me they are Azimio or KK. So I'm sorry, I am not going to do that. Kenyan,
we all know where we are aligned. We all know.
No,
we all know.
I don't know. I have no idea. Unless I guess, and I don't want to guess. I have no evidence. I have no evidence who is KK, who has Mio, so there's no way I can use my assumptions to allocate time to ask who questions. Kenyan Wikali, your closing remarks.
Example.
Thank you.
You gave just now non-script 5 minutes. You gave me 3 minutes.
Now, Mr. Black,
just so that you could explain something.
Can you stop it? You have been petty, very petty. Kenyan Wikali, karibu.
Thank you, panelists. My name is Mwikali, and I'm saying that because I don't come from UDA, I don't come from Azimio, I come from Kenya, and I'm a Kenyan. And when we are here on this panel, we are discussing about our Kenya, how it can be in good shape. So nobody should feel that you are outnumbered as if you are from Uganda or you are from Ethiopia or you are from Zimbabwe. If you are a Kenyan, you should not feel outnumbered. It is you to present your views. We accept it or we refuse it. Also you to accept our views or you refuse it. But coming to tell us that you are outnumbered, I don't understand you. If you are UDA, then stay to UDA.
We're talking about the chances. I don't mind even having 100. I've worked with 10 panelists.
Please. So when I'm saying that is because I don't want somebody to come here and start saying that UDA or Azimio are given more time to talk than anybody else. Because here we come to make our Kenya look good and make our Kenyans understand how things are going and put our feelings about our Kenya. And when we are talking about our feelings, you should not feel that we are challenging UDA or we are challenging AZIMIO. We are challenging each other as a Kenyan. And I feel very bad because you seem to be so passionate that you are outnumbered because you are UDA. You are outnumbered because you are a Kenyan. Please don't bring that again. Because now we feel you don't come here as a Kenyan, you come here as a UDA. So whatever you are going to present, you are going to present something which is, you are telling us not to politicize. And you are the one who is doing it. Because you are coming with your mindset, you are a UDA. And that is why we have got a problem. Come here and present yourself as a Kenyan so that we can reason together and get our Kenya together. But these other complaints you are making, I don't even understand. Why I said so, why I commented about the president himself trying to bring other idea to the government after the government had said a very good idea to his people. He wanted to initiate. While I remember very well, he is the one who abolished Kazi Mtaani. Why is it good now that the government said?
Why is she submitting twice? Closing remarks, Julia. Simple question.
I'm submitting, I'm concluding. What is wrong with you? I'm concluding and I have to make remarks of what I said so that people can get me right. So Black, don't put us like we don't know what we are saying or we don't understand the president. We understand him. He is from Kenya and he has been speaking so many things that have not been done. And he's still adding more and more. We will have a big mountain that we will not be able to carry. So Kenya, it's becoming a fight with words and things that will never be accomplished. When will they be done? If one has not been done since then, when is it expected to be done? And he's still heaping more and more and more. Anyway, for me, that's all I take. Guys, have a good night. And let's reason like Kenyans, not UDA or AZIMIO. I don't belong to any party. I belong to Kenya. Thank you.
Asante Kenyan Bikari. Black, please don't interrupt people when they are speaking. It's not a good thing. And it's against the standing orders of this show. Allow them to finish. And because we are winding up, then today we are not making any rebut. I want to thank all of you so much. I want to quote the words of Mutahi Ngunyi. Mutahi Ngunyi was quoted recently on Twitter saying that Kenya was sixth largest economy in Africa in 3 months. And 3 months ago, that is, Kenya was the sixth largest economy in Africa. Now, in 3 months, it dropped to the 8th position as per IMF. That's IMF report, according to Mutahi Ngunyi. In September, the economy grew by September. That is after the election, the economy grew by 9.3% according to IMF. By December, it dropped 4.7%. Now, this is the record of IMF. Now, and the government has withdrawn subsidies. And the subsidies are the opium of the masses. So, fellow Kenyans, this is what has happened to this government. And I don't know who is AZIMIO, who is KKA. But the truth is, it is difficult to defend the undefendable. And this Kenyan government is undefendable. So as long as they do not observe Chapter 6 of the Constitution, I think we are not going anywhere. And that is why this is happening with the economy. So fellow Kenyans, I don't know what you're going to do, but definitely something got to be done by somebody, got to do something. Nataka kushukuru Wakenya wote, Brian Richard, Chaka Mdume. Chaka Mdume umeniita link. Naomba msamaha, I'm going somewhere, so I can't hold on the show any longer and I can't see Makiadi, so we got to close the show. Nashukuru Geoffrey RUTO, nashukuru infamous somebody, I don't know why you're infamous, Danny Dairas, Roman, Charles Agwaru, na wengine wote. Twawashukuru nyote. Asili TV, asante sana. And everybody else was in the show tonight. Kenyan, Mwekali, Ellie, Anonscript, Mr. Black. Roman, I can see you there, but we are closing the show. We'll admit you tomorrow. Na waomba mlale salama salimini. Wakenya mmeamka, mwende kanisani, mtuombee, muombe Mungu, mshukuru Mungu kwa hii mwaka mpya, na tukutane kesho, same time, same place. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Shukran.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye and good night.